19 years ago, a spatial gate suddenly appeared on Earth, bringing with it countless monsters from another dimension. Since then, humanity has also awakened to new powers. They are called players. While other players quickly became rich by hunting monsters, this young man is also a player. But he's a bit strange. Every day he goes to a construction site to work as a manual laborer to earn money. The main character's name is Choi Hyun-sung. 3 years ago, Hyun-sung's father suddenly fell ill, so he had to drop out of school to work. Hyun-sung thought he would just be an ordinary person his whole life. But one day he suddenly awakened to a power with an incredibly rare probability in this world. Hyun-sung discovered that his level was only level 1, while other newly awakened players were basically level 10. Unbelievable. Compared to them, his stats were way behind. Just his luck. Putting that aside for now, Hyun-sung browsed the item shop. He bought a strength-enhancing stat pill and a skill book. After making the purchase, Hyun-sung had a 20% service fee snatched by the system. What a ripoff for players. The next day, Hyun-sung went to the Player Association to register for a player card, but the receptionist said he was too old. There was no way he could be an awakened one. Just then, Hyun-sung looked in the mirror and was shocked to find his face had turned into that of a middle-aged man. It turned out the currency used to buy items in the system was the player's lifespan. After selling a few unnecessary items, his face returned to normal. But even after selling, the system still skimmed a 20% commission. Man, that really stings. But there was one thing Hyun-sung didn't know. The items he sold were being bought by people from other dimensions. Elsewhere, a girl was sitting in a lakeside pavilion. The things displayed on the table were the items she had just bought from Hyun-sung. Among them was a smartphone. Seeing a phone for the first time, the girl didn't know how to use it. But after fiddling with it for a while, she quickly learned the art of taking selfies just like any girl. At the Shadow Castle, a demoness had also bought a few items that Hyun-sung had put up for sale. She bought them because they looked quite unusual. At that moment, the demoness was staring intently at a game console because this thing could actually work without magic. After messing around with it for a bit, the demoness figured it out and played games all day without getting bored. Every time she lost a life, she'd get all salty and tilted, just like a typical gamer. The next day, Hyun-sung suddenly received a customer complaint. The system warned that if too many complaints appeared, the seller's rating would drop, and in more serious cases, their business would be suspended. Hyun-sung discovered that all the items he listed on the system had been sold. At first, he thought no one would buy them. Luckily, someone snatched them up. This time, Hyun-sung decided to raise the prices a bit to earn some extra money. But before he could even celebrate, customers continued to report him. Out of the 20 items sold, 14 received complaints. As a result, Hyun-sung's shop was suspended for 3 days. He discovered a customer had reported him because of a mobile phone. The one she had just bought broke after only 6 hours of use. But in reality, the phone wasn't broken. It had just run out of battery. This girl didn't know how to plug it in to charge. In short, all the complaints were because the customers didn't know how to use the products. If all this wasn't resolved within a week, Hyun-sung would be suspended from business for 3 months. From those complaints, Hyun-sung realized his customers weren't from Earth. They must have come from another planet where technology was still primitive. If that was the case, then selling science and technology items would be a very promising business. Hyun-sung's plan was to go on e-commerce sites to source goods at a low price. Then he would resell them at a higher price to profit from the difference. However, right now, Hyun-sung only had a few spare coins in his pocket. It seemed his get-rich-quick scheme couldn't be carried out. Well, during the days his shop was suspended, he had to go back to hauling things at the construction site. What else could he do to earn money now? I've never seen an awakened player as unlucky as Hyun-sung. 3 days later, Hyun-sung's ban was finally lifted, much to his delight. He could now continue to auction items on the system. Just as he was excitedly getting ready to bring money home to his mom, Hyun-sung received another complaint from a customer. He just reopened for business and was already dealing with these kinds of frustrating customers. Oh my God, this time? All 20 items sold previously were reported by the buyers. As a result, Hyun-sung's shop was suspended again for another 4 days. The reason was the same as before: the customers didn't know how to use the items, and they reported the seller for it. How sad. So during the 4 days of his second suspension, Hyun-sung went back to the construction site to work as a manual laborer for some living expenses. In his spare time, he researched the orders. For customers who had problems and didn't know how to use an item, he would teach them. For items that ran out of power, he would send them a pair of AA batteries. By the 5th day, Hyun-sung had managed to resolve the status of 6 of the orders sold to customers. Today he decided to complete the registration process to become an official player since he couldn't do it last time. To be issued a player ID, it was mandatory to participate in a 3-week training course at the training center. This place was also known as the Player Academy. If you didn't pass the test, the player would not be issued an ID card. Being awakened didn't mean everyone could survive in the dungeons. Among the players in this training course, Hyun-sung was the one with the best performance. Even the examiners rated him very highly. But of course, there were a few jealous guys who just felt Hyun-sung was trying to act tough. Towards those who were always envious of others, he just laughed it off, not bothering to engage. 3 weeks later, the training course at the Player Academy ended. Hyun-sung had obtained the ID card issued by the Korean Player Association. He just wanted to quickly earn a lot of money to pay for his father's medical treatment. That afternoon, Hyun-sung went to buy equipment to prepare for entering a dungeon. Everything he needed here was expensive. Just renting a mid-range set of armor and a sword cost him over 700,000 won. But on top of that, entering a dungeon costs 200,000 won an hour. The place Hyun-sung chose was the Horned Rabbits dungeon. This is a dungeon with an average level of 15, so it's perfect for a newbie like him. This time, Hyun-sung is going to try hunting horned rabbits by himself. The dungeon manager thinks his actions are quite reckless, because it's rare for players to go in alone. They always hunt monsters in groups. A single slip-up could cost them their life or leave them disabled forever. Finding a reliable party can minimize risks and makes hunting monsters more efficient. Is that kid going into the dungeon alone? He'll have to have a near-death experience before he learns his lesson. Very quickly, Hyun-sung entered the Horned Rabbits dungeon. Just then, a group of players was fighting a giant horned rabbit. They looked like new players. They weren't skilled in combat yet, and their coordination was off. As for the horned rabbit, its level wasn't high, but it was extremely ferocious. It took the group almost 10 minutes to take it down. Hyun-sung felt his stats were high enough to go solo, so he activated stealth mode to explore. Inside the dungeon, members of the Cello Guild were also hunting horned rabbits. The short-haired girl's name is Soo-hee, and the long-haired girl is Jisoo. Along with the two of them were one man and one woman. They were very confident in their skills. Soo-hee had received a request to hunt the Horned Rabbit King. She figured it wouldn't be a problem since the Horned Rabbit King was just an ordinary monster. On their way, the group saw someone walking alone. It was Hyun-sung. Jisoo thought he must have been separated from his teammates, but Soo-hee didn't think so, because she noticed that Hyun-sung didn't have a single scratch on him. What's more, the armor he was using was rented. Based on those details, Soo-hee guessed that Hyun-sung was a new player. He had figured out an easy way to hunt horned rabbits without them noticing by using his stealth skill. Then he stabs them deep from behind. A player can get experience points and items if they hunt higher-level monsters. However, if a player hunts monsters that are 20 times lower in level, they won't be able to receive any experience points at all. The chance of a monster's corpse turning into an energy stone is also reduced. After luring the rabbit mob with a sneak attack strategy, Hyun-sung had obtained 5 energy stones. But he quickly realized he was still at level 1. He just figured he didn't have enough experience points to level up yet. However, 5 hours later, Hyun-sung had hunted many more rabbits, but his level was still 1. It was really strange. By the time Hyun-sung had hunted a total of 300 rabbits, he had only received the Horned Rabbit Hunter title while his level remained the same. Hyun-sung didn't know that his hunting method had caught Soo-hee's attention. He killed the horned rabbits in a single strike. If he'd only done it once or twice, it could have been luck, but that wasn't it. He also managed to kill all the others in a single strike, even when he was targeted by a mob of monsters. I have to make him reveal his skills. After that, Soo-hee and Jisoo proactively went up to start a conversation with Hyun-sung. They claimed to be dungeon guards and asked what Hyun-sung's level was if he didn't mind. To avoid the trouble of revealing he was only level 1, he refused to answer. Soo-hee revealed that she and Jisoo were from the CEO Guild. It was a great guild sponsored by the CEO Group, a company so large its name was a household term in Korea. If you show me your status window, I'll personally help you join the Cello Guild. If I show them, they'll wonder why a level 1 guy has such high stats and can use so many skills. Hyun-sung rejected the offer and told them he had no intention of joining any guild. However, Soo-hee still handed Hyun-sung a business card. When you change your mind, contact this phone number. After that, Hyun-sung took a taxi to the Blood Fox dungeon. Just as the name implies, this was the den of a pack of foxes with blood-red fur. He used the same old trick he'd used for the horned rabbit's stealth and a sneak attack. Hyun-sung hunted a lot of blood foxes in the dungeon. Just like last time, after hunting 300 foxes, he only received the Blood Fox Hunter title. His level was still 1. although his level didn't change his strength, thankfully, still increased. At the end of the day's hunt, Hyun-sung had collected a lot of energy stones. When players want to leave the dungeon, they have to report their results to the manager. Please place all the items you've obtained, including mana stones, into the basket on the right. Hyun-sung had collected a lot of stones and even a rare skill book. After the conversion, the total value of all the magic stones was 840,000 won. The center will contact you when the book is sold. So in less than a day, Hyun-sung had earned nearly 1 million won. He thought to himself, I should rent a room nearby. Commuting like this is too time-consuming. A few days later, Hyun-sung had hunted a total of 5,000 blood foxes. He received the Epic Grade Blood Fox Slayer title, and he was the first player to ever reach Epic Grade. Hyun-sung's stats had increased a lot, but his level was still 1. It was so unreal. 10 days later, Hyun-sung continued hunting, reaching a total of 10,000 blood foxes and achieving the title Legendary Grade Blood Fox Slayer. His reward was an increase to all his stats by 40 points. Now when hunting monsters, Hyun-sung no longer needed to use his stealth skill and could still defeat them easily. That evening, Hyun-sung got a notification from the center. His items had all been sold. The next day, Hyun-sung went to the front desk to collect his money. He discovered that the center had skimmed off 42% of his profits to pay taxes. These capitalists are bigger bloodsuckers than a super-absorbent Kotex. In low-level dungeons, Hyun-sung could make around 10 million gold in 10 days by selling mana stones. I could make up to 100 million in a month if I keep this up. He could buy the elixir sooner than he'd expected. Before, Hyun-sung's family didn't have much money. His parents had to struggle and work hard just to raise him and his older sister and put them through school. But everything would be different from now on because he had become a player. Hyun-sung's mother worked at an electronics factory and wouldn't get off her shift to come home until late at night. Tonight, Hyun-sung was waiting outside the factory to pick up his mother. He realized that because of her hard life, his mother's face had grown wrinkled and she had become much thinner. She told Hyun-sung that she couldn't go home just yet, because she still had to work another shift at a restaurant. Then she pressed some money into Hyun-sung's hand, telling him, "Go eat first, son. Tomorrow morning I'll cook you a delicious meal. I haven't had dinner yet either. Why don't we just eat together? I can eat at the restaurant where I work, so you should go home first. I'll go with you and help Mom. Don't worry about me being tired. Actually, I came here because there's something I wanted to tell you. I've awakened. I've become a player. That's why you can quit your jobs at the factory and the restaurant now. But your work is dangerous, isn't it? You don't have to worry, Mom. I always prioritize my safety. So please quit your jobs now." "I can't do that. It's not like players can always make money. Besides, I heard that new players have to spend a lot of money at first." "Don't worry, Mom. I basically just hit the jackpot. If you don't believe me, take a look. What is this? Is this really 1 billion won? I found a rare item while hunting and sold it. With this money, we don't have to worry about Dad's hospital bills or our debts anymore." Hearing this, his mother was deeply moved, because her son had grown up and could now support the family. "Thank you, my son." After that, Hyun-sung's mother still went to her part-time job at the restaurant as usual. She even brought him along to introduce to her co-workers, saying, "This is my son." While there, Hyun-sung helped his mom wash dishes and run errands. In the kitchen, her co-workers were very jealous that she had such a filial and considerate son. "Thanks for helping, Hyun-sung. Thanks to you, everyone gets to go home early today." After finishing work at the restaurant, Hyun-sung and his mother went home. At home, he also had an older sister, a few years his senior. Hyun-sung told his sister the truth about awakening as a player and earning a huge amount of money. From now on, no one in the family would have to work so hard because he would take care of everything, which moved his sister deeply. However, Hyun-sung's mother was still worried about him. She told her son not to focus too much on making money and that his safety was the most important thing. She said that no matter what Hyun-sung wanted to do, the family would always be there to support him. In the days that followed, Hyun-sung had grown tired of hunting low-level monsters like horned rabbits and blood foxes. He decided to enter a new dungeon with vampire bats from level 10 to level 15. They lived in colonies. Due to their small size, they were considered difficult for new players. Without the help of a guild or a high-level player, it was usually impossible to hunt monsters here, entering the dungeon. Hyun-sung discovered many vampire bats on the cave ceiling. The first thing he did was activate his shield, then use his own blood to attract the bats. Smelling the blood, the swarm of bats in the cave immediately went into a frenzy, rushing toward him all at once. Unafraid, Hyun-sung quickly cast the fireball skill. He then threw it at the swarm. An explosion erupted instantly, obliterating dozens of bats. Thanks to his protective shield, he was unaffected by the blast. Man, this fireball skill is a little too strong. Hyun-sung continued hunting bats this way. When the count reached 300, he received the rare grade title, Vampire Bat Hunter. He also received another reward, the Vampire Sword. It had the ability to restore the user's health and mana by draining an enemy's blood. Even though it was just a single weapon, it was as valuable as 2 skills combined. This must mean that if you hunt a large number of the weakest monsters, they will drop rare grade equipment. A week later, Hyun-sung had collected a large amount of mana stones from hunting vampire bats. He also received a rare grade vampire cloak. Today, Hyun-sung didn't go to the dungeon to hunt. He decided to take a day off. He told his mother he wanted to buy a house. This made her very worried. "Is that okay, son, spending so much money all at once? You still have so many other things to worry about." "Don't worry, Mom. I won't get myself into too much trouble." After that, Hyun-sung chose to buy a high-end condominium in the city center with a total area of over 100 square meters. Inside, it was already fully furnished with all the necessary amenities. All they had to do was move in. To celebrate their new home, Hyun-sung's mother went to the kitchen to cook a meal for the whole family. Though it was a simple meal, it was delicious. The next day, while hunting monsters in a dungeon, Hyun-sung happened to run into Soo-hee again. She introduced herself as the vice captain of Team 1 from the Seiyu Guild. "Could you spare me a moment of your time?" Flashback to 1 week earlier. "What the hell is with this guy?" The guildmaster of Seiyu, Ma Ji-hoon, spoke. Judging by the number of mana stones he sold, it seems he gathered at least 10,000 of them by himself. Is it possible he has some kind of special skill? That seems to be the most logical explanation. It must be a skill that can bypass the level 20 restriction. We have to keep this a secret at all costs. I'll send someone to negotiate with him. If anyone else finds out about him, report to me immediately. "Yes, Guildmaster." "You haven't leaked any information to the other guilds, have you?" No one in the guild who was part of the Guildmaster's faction knew about this, including Jisoo. Back in the present, Hyun-sung was asking Soo-hee how she knew his name and found this place. Just then, a man suddenly appeared. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Choi Hyun-sung. If it's not too impolite, could we speak somewhere more private?" Hyun-sung paid him no mind, simply saying he didn't want to talk. But the man said Hyun-sung should reconsider, or he would regret it. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Go Jin-sung, the captain of Recruitment Team 1 from the Seiyu Guild." "Why do you want to see me?" "To recruit you, of course. We were once among the top 3 largest guilds in Korea. I have no intention of joining the Seiyu Guild, but if I did, what would my salary be? We would evaluate you based on your level stats and skills once you join the guild. However, we can guarantee a minimum contract of 10 billion won and an annual salary of 1 billion won. Hyun-sung felt this salary was too high for a new player. Besides, he hadn't shown them any of his skills yet. Could this be about the mana stones? There's no way the Seiyu Guild would be targeting mana stones obtained by a single individual. Hyun-sung felt that this Jin-sung guy was shady. He even wanted to see his status window, so in the end, Hyun-sung decided to reject his recruitment offer. The next day, Hyun-sung tried out a new dungeon. The monsters here were red mane dogs, level 15 to 20. Deep inside the dungeon, a level 71 player was hunting. He was with his friend, but they never expected their opponent to be a giant 3-headed dog. It had already eaten his friend. The 3-headed dog was incredibly fast. Before he could even react, it bit off one of his arms. It was then that the player realized the 3-headed dog was an extremely dangerous monster. He wanted to escape the dungeon, but it was too late. Elsewhere, Hyun-sung was fighting a pack of red-maned dogs. By using the vampire sword to kill them, he would recover health and mana thanks to its lifesteal skill. In addition to the fireball skill that incinerates opponents, Hyun-sung also acquired a new skill, Magic Arrow. It could eliminate targets from a long distance with extremely high accuracy. After hunting 300 of the dogs, he obtained the title Red-Maned Dog Hunter, thanks to the vampire sword's lifesteal skill. Hyun-sung's mana was constantly being replenished, so he didn't feel tired at all. While hunting monsters deeper in the dungeon, Hyun-sung saw a party of players fighting red-maned dogs. These people had excellent teamwork. The pack of dogs was no match for them. But unexpectedly, they were suddenly massacred by a giant claw that descended from above. Witnessing such a bloody scene for the first time, Hyun-sung felt extremely nauseous. The monster that had just annihilated those players was a giant 3-headed dog. It was staring intently at Hyun-sung with an incredibly ferocious gaze. Hyun-sung got spooked and immediately activated his stealth skill to dip, but for some reason the skill was useless against the three-headed dog. The dog slashed with its claws, shattering Hyun-sung's chest plate. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been toast. Hyun-sung immediately summoned a fireball to attack the dog. However, the fireball only blinded it temporarily and didn't cause any injuries. The three-headed dog was too tanky, so Hyun-sung decided to retreat. But the three-headed dog chased after him relentlessly. The dog was so fast that it caught up to him in no time and swiped him across the back. Luckily, Hyun-sung's vampire cloak blocked the blow, so he wasn't injured. Afterwards, he bought an extremely expensive stat-enhancing elixir from the shop. After consuming it, all of his stats were boosted. This time, Hyun-sung's fireball managed to injure the three-headed dog. One of its heads was instantly scorched, burning away nearly half of its face. However, the three-headed dog had an insanely overpowered regeneration skill. Hyun-sung's fireballs could only wound it, not destroy it. And so the chase between man and dog continued throughout the dungeon. As he fled, Hyun-sung browsed the shop for something to deal with the three-headed dog. He found a rare grade item, the Fire Lance, which had the ability to create magic-piercing flames. Although it was extremely expensive, he had no choice but to buy it while being chased down. Hyun-sung immediately summoned the Fire Lance and launched it at the three-headed dog. One of its heads instantly exploded. Because the Fire Lance had a magic countering property, the exploded head couldn't regenerate. Very quickly, Hyun-sung took out its second head with ease, but just as the dog was down to its final head, his mana dropped to only 4%, and he could no longer use the Fire Lance. He never expected such a powerful weapon to drain so much mana. Elsewhere in the dungeon, a party of players had discovered the bodies. The bodies of those massacred by the three-headed dog. Based on the footprints on the ground, they realized this was no ordinary monster but an extremely dangerous creature. One person said the party should retreat, but another argued they should stay behind to warn other players. Because of these two opposing views, they started to argue. Back to the battle between Hyun-sung and the three-headed dog. The Fire Lance's magic countering effect had worn off, so it began to regenerate its heads. Hyun-sung had to destroy it before its two heads grew back, but the three-headed dog was clever. It knew the Fire Lance in Hyun-sung's hands was dangerous, so it avoided a direct confrontation. It was trying to buy time to regenerate. The dog's two heads were almost fully regenerated. Hyun-sung had no choice but to use his final trump card. If even this move failed, he'd be finished. Fortunately, after a desperate struggle, Hyun-sung managed to destroy the three-headed dog's final head. You have hunted a high-grade rare monster. Name Graydon. You have received the title Graydon Hunter. After the Graydon's corpse disappeared, Hyun-sung found a book. It was a unique rare-grade item, the Book of Immortality. Passive recovery skill. All of your wounds will be restored. You will not die unless your head is destroyed. This means that as long as Hyun-sung protected his head, he would be practically immortal. He'd never seen a book with such an overpowered skill in the shop before, even though it was just a rare-grade item. But it was comparable to an epic or even a legendary grade item. More importantly, it was one of a kind in the entire world. Hyun-sung learned the passive skill from the Book of Immortality. All the wounds on his body healed instantly. The skill used the player's stamina to recover from injuries. The hunt was over. All of Hyun-sung's stats had increased significantly. It was totally worth getting chased by that dog all day. Now that's what I'm talking about. Somewhere in the dungeon, the player alliance had appeared after receiving a report about a high-level monster that had massacred numerous players. This woman was their leader, Shin Jun-ah. Jun-ah sent out an alert to all other players. Evacuate the dungeon immediately. The number of player casualties has doubled. We have no leads that could point to what it might be. A high-level monster. No, there's nothing here, just red-maned dogs. Wait, I've just found a player. Which direction are they coming from? How many of them are there? It's just a single player. He's all alone. The player the Alliance was looking for was none other than Hyun-sung. They quickly found his location in the dungeon. Sir, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. You look pretty shaken up. You must have seen it then. Yes. A high-level monster that has no business being in a red-maned dog dungeon. Hyun-sung thought to himself, it's best if I keep the fact that I hunted it a secret. He said that he only caught a glimpse of it by chance. Jun-ah immediately asked, where is it? Is it nearby? Realizing she was being a bit forward, Jun-ah offered Hyun-sung a healing potion. He recognized it as a rare-grade healing elixir. It was extremely expensive, and its effect was to accelerate wound recovery. "There's something else about the monster I saw," he said. "I saw a giant three-headed leopard. With fur as black as ink, I've never seen a monster like that. Its size, it must be as big as a house." It ran in that direction. After Hyun-sung showed them the way, the group thanked him and hurried off. They moved so fast that Hyun-sung couldn't even keep up. As expected of high-level players, it's a good thing I managed to kill that three-headed dog. Otherwise, before the Alliance members got here, the number of casualties would have been much higher. Deep inside the dungeon, in front of the players' alliance, was a gate. Are we going back after we enter the gate? It seems so, but the problem could get more serious. Once it smelled blood, we have no idea when. It will attack again. Let's just report this to the association first. Thinking back, I wonder if that guy we met earlier made it out safely. I think he lost his comrades and barely managed to survive. But in reality, he was overjoyed because he'd just scored an expensive potion. All of you just wait here. Leader, where are you going? I just want to check on the player. Who was left behind? Something about him bothers me. He's all alone. He might be in trouble. In that case, we'll wait for you here. Thank you. Junah went back to check on Hyun-sung, to see if he was okay, only to find he had already left the dungeon. I guess he's safe now. The next morning, Hyun-sung was sprawled out on the sofa, enjoying his day off. He didn't want to do anything since he'd earned a pretty penny yesterday. "You're home early today, and what's wrong with your face?" "Crap. I used too many points yesterday." "It's nothing, Mom. I just overexerted myself a little." "Then I'll make you something to eat right away. Just sit there and wait a bit." While Hyun-sung's mother was cooking, she suddenly saw the news. Many hunters were killed in the dungeon today. "So that's why you came back early." "I didn't even see it, Mom. You don't have to worry. I think this is too dangerous. You're putting yourself in harm's way for our family." "Don't worry, Mom. I'm only doing this because I like it. I enjoy hunting monsters and getting stronger." After the incident where the three-headed dog slaughtered players, the Red Mane Dog Dungeon was temporarily closed. 2 security officers died here. They couldn't even fight back. There are more signs that the monster entered this area, but among them there are no signs that it ever left. Player Kim Dong-soo, a professional monster tracker. So the monster is still in the dungeon, but we've already searched this entire place. I don't know what's going on either. First, let's just follow its tracks. Cerberus attacked a few low-level players while they were hunting in this spot, and then it moved over there. There's something strange. What is it? Cerberus attacked many players, but one person survived. He fought back and pushed it back, and they continued to battle with magical attacks. The player who fought here wasn't a group, but a single individual. I can feel some remnants of fire magic. It seems this player has high-level agility. Someone who could fight Cerberus must be a magic swordsman. Cerberus was critically injured around here, and it bled a lot. I think it was from the magic swordsman, but it could also be a magic-type player with high-level agility. It seems some kind of magic skill was used. The opponent killed the monster. There are no corpses around here, which means it turned into a magic stone or an item. This is ridiculous. There are only a handful of magic swordsmen in this world, because it's a difficult class. Did that person really hunt all these monsters alone? Based on this hunt, we can be sure that this player's level is at least level 24. No player can enter this dungeon without help from a party. Something's not right. If that person could hunt Cerberus, there's no reason for them to be hunting in a low-level dungeon like this. Did we find any traces of the person who hunted Cerberus? Let me try to find something. The player's tracks disappeared right after the battle ended. It seems we're going to have a hard time finding a trace of that player. This dungeon isn't exactly the ideal place to track someone. Junah wanted to find the player who had entered the dungeon that day, because she believed he was an incredibly powerful high-level player, and if a player like that existed, she had to recruit him into the association immediately. The player association is managed by the state, with each guild being a separate organization. In the early brutal stages, the player association held significant influence. The number of players in the association was high, and their skills were among the best. But recently, the number of players under the association has been steadily decreasing. Meanwhile, private organizations have begun to grow in power, even those useless ones with no real knowledge. Even those who knew nothing about monster dungeons were now in the high ranks of the Korean Player Association. They began to influence players by giving them an advance payment, a meager one in the name of patriotism. Guilds, on the other hand, were the complete opposite of the association. They gave players an advance payment, a huge one from sponsors and corporations. Because of that change, the guild's scale is expanding more and more. At that moment, Hyun-sung was resting in a hotel near the dungeon. He currently had too many mana stones and wanted to hide them to avoid drawing attention. He couldn't trust anyone from the player group he had met at the dungeon gate. He also had to avoid the staff's gaze. What was their reason for inspecting players' personal belongings to check for monsters or some kind of seed? The real reason was to prevent players from evading taxes. Hyun Sung thought there had to be a way to hide the mana stones he had collected. While checking the shop, he found an item, an active skill book. A player could use it to open a subspace on the condition that it could not contain living creatures. Although the skill was very expensive, Hyun Sung needed it, so he had to buy it. After mastering the skill book, Hyun Sung was able to open the space with his hands. He peeked inside and saw that the area was much larger than he had imagined. It had to be as big as the study room Hyun Sung used to live in. That evening, Hyun Sung went back into the dungeon to hunt monsters. One strange thing happened. This time, when the dungeon manager saw his name, Choi Hyun Sung, he suddenly told him to scan his fingerprint. He didn't think much of it, just assuming it was part of the dungeon's registration process. After going inside, Hyun Sung hunted more red-maned dogs. Bringing the total to 1,000, he received an achievement reward, the title Red-Maned Dog Hunter, along with a lot of mana stones. He collected all the stones into his secret space. He only kept a few out to get past the dungeon guards. At that moment, inside a high-rise building, a group of people were in a meeting. Has any rookie caught Ma Ji-hun's attention? Yes, but he keeps a very low profile, so it's been difficult to gather information. I think he's the one we need, said the captain of Team 2 of the Chelyu Guild. Then tell me about it. Chelyu Guildmaster Jung Sung-gu. He can enter a dungeon for levels 15 to 20 in just 2 months, and he hunts alone. That's right, but that's not even the most important part. I think the player named Choi Hyun Sung has broken the level 20 barrier. I'm not entirely sure, but it's highly probable. And I heard Team 1 tried to recruit him for a huge sum. How much did they ask for? 100 billion won. That's equivalent to $83 million. With that 100 billion, we could approach any high-ranking player. Team 1 immediately wanted to see Hyun Sung's status window before deciding whether or not to sign the contract. But in the end, Hyun Sung refused. Ma Ji-hun has always been so indecisive. It's because of that foolish mistake that we've missed out on so many talented rookies this time. Our Team 2 won't make the same mistake. Let's approach Choi Hyun Sung directly and give him 1 billion won the moment he signs the contract. Do we really have to pay that much? We can earn it back anyway. If he signs the contract, once I've handled this matter, I'll be able to become the guild master. A few days later, Hyun Sung continued to hunt monsters in the dungeon. Using his secret space, he was able to fool the dungeon's management. They couldn't know the exact number of mana stones he had collected. Monsters usually drop mana stones, but sometimes they drop skill books too. Among those skill books, Hyun Sung found one that looked interesting. Recuperation Normal Grade, a passive skill that increases recovery speed. This skill book wasn't just popular with players, but with ordinary people as well, because they could learn it easily. But unexpectedly, when Hyun Sung tried to acquire the skill, the system announced acquisition failed. He'd never heard of or encountered a case like this before. How bizarre. It turned out Hyun Sung couldn't acquire the recuperation book because the Book of Immortality had absorbed it to enhance its own skill. However, he wasn't sure by how much it had increased. He'd have to test it to find out. So Hyun Sung used his sword to cut his fingertip. In just a short moment, the wound healed and completely disappeared. He felt the Book of Immortality's recovery skill hadn't increased by much. This meant the Book of Immortality would have to absorb many skill books to level up, and their price was not cheap at all. Roughly 30 million won per book. After leaving the dungeon, Hyun Sung suddenly got a call from an unknown number. He decided to answer to find out who was on the other end. Hello, Mr. Choi Hyun Sung. I am Sel Ji-young, commander of Team 2 of the Chelyu Guild. I told you not to call me? Unless you've agreed to my demands. You're talking about the 100 billion won payment, correct? We accept. Let's meet and sign the contract right away. Are you being serious? Yes, I am very serious. When it comes to a deal involving money, we never lie. I'm still on a hunt, so it's a bit inconvenient. Could you send the contract to me first? Of course, I'll send it right now. In that case, I'll contact you after I've reviewed the contract. As soon as Hyun Sung hung up, he received the contract from the guild. The CEO sent it. He took the contract to a law office to verify its authenticity. The lawyer evaluated it as a very good contract, and the benefits included were quite good as well. However, there are a few clauses that could be abused if the other party has malicious intent. If you tarnish the guild's reputation, the contract can be terminated. This part is based solely on the judgment of the guildmasters. It's a bit unreasonable. Furthermore, the contract can be terminated if the player has poor skills. This clause is similar. I don't know how much the advance payment is, but the penalty fee is quite high. If you do anything that violates the contract or terminate it unilaterally, you will have to pay back 10 times the advance amount. In my opinion, if you request that the penalty fee be equal to the advance payment and ask them to remove the unreasonable clauses, you won't be at a disadvantage and can proceed with signing the contract. At that moment, a member from Team 1 called again. So Hyun-sung excused himself from the lawyer to take the call. Hello, Mr. Choi Hyun-sung. Regarding the payment, do you agree to the price of 50 billion? That's still not enough. The amount I want is 100 billion, not 50 billion. I'm aware of that. But please consider the practical side of things. Even for a guild as large as Cell IU, agreeing to such an amount is still too risky. This 50 billion is already a number. I had to fight hard for them to approve. I'll reconsider it, but before that, I see the contract. Of course, I'll send it to you immediately. After that, Hyun-sung gave the contract to the lawyer to check. Was this written by the same guild that sent the last contract? No, that's right. How did you know? Because the basic content of the two contracts is the same, only the payment section is different. It has fewer harmful clauses, but for the most part it's the same. Why do you think the same guild would send two different contracts? It seems there's an internal power struggle within the guild that wants to recruit you. Look at how they sent a completely different contract. This means the internal factional conflict is quite serious. The lawyer suggested that Hyun-sung drag things out as long as possible, as he would benefit more from it that way. Hyun-sung went home. He looked up all the information related to the Chelu Guild. According to his investigation, it seemed that Guild Master Ma Ji-hun and Vice Master Jung Sung-gu couldn't stand each other. Hyun-sung decided to use this to his advantage and squeeze them. First, he called Team 2 to say the amount was too low. He wanted to raise it to 300 billion. Of course, Team 2 did not accept this absurd request. However, after hearing that Team 1 also wanted to recruit Hyun-sung, they were willing to pay any price. Team 2 would unconditionally meet whatever Hyun-sung demanded, at a higher price than Team 1. After that, Hyun-sung called Team 1 and did the same thing. Finally, he recorded both calls and sent the recordings to both sides. After all that was done, he threw his phone in the trash and went completely off the grid. A month had passed since Hyun-sung sent the voice files. The guild master and vice master of the guild each had their own factions, leading to the guild being completely split in two. The guild accessed dungeon records to find Hyun-sung, but no matter how hard they tried, they still couldn't find him. Because of this, the two factions began to clash, and sharing information within the guild became difficult. Meanwhile, the one who caused all this, Hyun-sung, had vanished. Speaking of our protagonist, he was currently hunting monsters in some godforsaken dungeon. It was known by very few people. The reason was that the monsters were tough, and the drop rate for good items was extremely low. The monsters in this dungeon were frogmen, and they usually hunted in packs. Hyun-sung's stats had long since outclassed the frogmen, so these creatures were no match for him. With just a few slashes of his sword and a couple of fireballs, he easily took their lives. While taking inventory of his loot, Hyun-sung suddenly received a complaint from a customer. The other party had bought a lot of AA batteries from him. Now he was pressuring him to cut the price in half. If not, he would continue to file complaints. So, this guy is trying to sabotage my business. Should I give this a try? On another planet, someone had bought all of Hyun-sung's batteries and was also the one who had repeatedly sent unreasonable complaints. His name was Oha. Oha was an awakened on this world, and he quickly became a powerful player on his home planet. To acquire exclusive skills, Oha had to spend a lot of points, but no matter how hard he tried to earn them, it was never enough. Oha had been watching Hyun-sung's shop for a long time. He assumed he was a player who had used up all his points to collect special items from his own planet. Therefore, he bought all of Hyun-sung's AA batteries and a few other interesting things. Oha's plan was, after buying everything, he would continuously complain about the products until Hyun-sung's shop was suspended for 3 months. 3 months later, he would use the same tactic over and over again to force him to sell items at a low price, since new players are terrified of having their accounts suspended. Then Oha would buy Hyun-sung's items for cheap and resell them to others at a high price. Eventually, he would replace Hyun-sung and become the exclusive supplier of all these items. However, Oha had no idea that AA batteries on Earth are extremely cheap. Hyun-sung could buy and sell countless batteries every day. Oha planned to use all his savings to buy out Hyun-sung's entire stock. However, his supply was endless, so in the end he had to give up because he ran out of money. A medieval person trying to mess with an earthling, Hyun-sung declared they're not even in his league. Since sales of his current products were steadily increasing, Hyun-sung had started thinking about selling used items as well. At that moment, the Demon Queen was browsing Hyun-sung's shop when she discovered he had just listed a home game console, a 32-inch television, and some super popular games. The Demon Queen decided to snap it all up to replace her handheld gaming device. Suddenly, Hyun-sung received a call from his mother. "Hyun-sung, do you know someone named Sel Dung from the Sel IU Guild? He says he's the leader of Support Team 2 from the Sel IU Guild. He came to our house. He's at the front door right now. Should I hand the phone to him?" "No, don't, Mom. I'll call him myself. Also, don't open the door for him, okay? I'll tell you about this later. This is Choi Hyun-sung." "Hello, Hyun-sung. I finally managed to get in touch with you." "What the hell are you doing? Why did you approach my mother?" "You're overreacting a little. First, just calm down. We're concerned about your father's health. This is too big of an issue for you to decide on your own. I just came to tell your mother the truth. I'm the one who signed the contract, not my mother." "But shouldn't you discuss such an important decision with your family? You send me that kind of contract and you still have the nerve to say that to me." "The contract? What's wrong with it? What are you worried about? Are you seriously asking because you don't know I've already talked to a lawyer and found a dozen problems in there? That's just a precautionary clause, you know. If you have the talent we're looking for, then you have nothing to worry about. It'd be nice if the contract didn't require me to open my status window, but I can't. I don't think the Sel IU Guild would agree to that. If that's all you have to say, I'm hanging up. I'm also changing my number after this call, so it'll be useless for you to call back. If you dare show up at my mother's house again, I won't let it slide." "How dare he be so rude to me? Team leader, have you found his location yet?" "I've found him. What should we do now? Tell the Guhain Guild to make their move." "Don't worry, he won't die. Choi Hyun-sung, I'm just going to cause a little crisis for him. And then in the end, he'll have to come begging us for help." After ending the call, Hyun-sung went back into the dungeon to hunt monsters he had killed, a total of 1,000 frogmen, earning the title Frogman Slayer. By the time Hyun-sung left the dungeon, it was already dark. He had no idea that in a dark corner, a group of people were watching him. "Is he the target?" "Yes, boss." "All right, then let's move. Make it clean." Hyun-sung didn't go home. Instead, he continued into the goblin dungeon. He activated his stealth skill to get past the guards at the gate, then used magic arrow and fireball to attack the goblins from a distance. He caught them completely off guard. While collecting the spoils, Hyun-sung sensed he was being watched. He immediately called out, "Who's there?" A group of people stepped out and asked him, "Who the hell are you? Who gave you permission to cause a ruckus in our hunting ground? You think you can just run wild in our territory?" "I paid the fee to get in here just like you guys. So why are you allowed to, but I'm not? This is where we hunt every day, so of course this is our turf. Since you hunted in our territory, you have to hand over the magic stones instead of hunting. You freak leave your equipment behind too." Hyun-sung couldn't believe he was actually running into bullies like the ones he'd read about online. He warned the group that they were making a huge mistake, but they didn't care. They laughed at him scornfully. "Looks like you don't get what I'm saying. Inside dungeons, modern weapons like guns or bombs and other electronic devices don't work. If any trouble breaks out between players inside a dungeon, even if someone dies, it's treated as a monster-related incident, and there are always people who take advantage of that rule. They'll rob other players of their items and gear, or worse, kill them to leave no witnesses. I guess if you don't understand what I'm saying, we'll just have to show you." With that, they drew their weapons and rushed Hyun-sung. But Hyun-sung was no longer a newbie, not with the combat skills and experience he'd gained from his hunts. He completely outclassed his opponents. One by one, they were quickly defeated. The long-haired leader, seeing his underlings were no match for Hyun-sung, decided he wanted to exchange a few moves himself. "I think I should finish you off as quickly as possible, but at the very least I should take one of your arms right," while clashing with the leader. Hyun-sung realized he was incredibly strong. His skills were on a completely different level from the other thugs. In fact, both the leader's speed and strength were superior to Hyun-sung's. If he hadn't had his shield to block the attacks, things would have been very dangerous. How the hell did I end up getting targeted by these guys? But first, I have to get out of here. Seizing a moment when the others were distracted, Hyun-sung threw a fire lance, creating an explosion, and used that chance to escape. The leader, with all his hair burned off, was seething. "You damn maggot! How dare you do this to me?" In a fit of rage, he frantically chased after Hyun-sung. He swung his sword with lethal intent. Hyun-sung's situation was perilous. Fortunately, at that critical moment, a girl appeared, and with a single move, she defeated the bandit leader. Hyun-sung couldn't believe this girl was so strong. What the hell just happened? "Hello, Mr. Choi Hyun-sung. I apologize for the trouble I caused when we last met." Hyun-sung found her face very familiar, as if he'd seen her somewhere before. He quickly remembered she was the girl who had asked him about the three-headed dog in the dungeon. She had even given him a rare-grade recovery potion. Hyun-sung bowed his head. He thanked her for saving him from the bandits. "Thank you for your help." "On the contrary, I should be the one apologizing. The truth is, I was watching you from the very beginning. I've been following you ever since you started the mission. These scoundrels all have criminal records. So I'm guessing you've been tracking them this whole time, to gather evidence of their actions." "No, I just wanted to see how skilled you are." "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shin Yuna. I'm the Chief Inspector of the Player Association. I didn't come here to watch those men. I came here to watch you in this goblin dungeon." "What do you mean?" "First, let's get out of this dungeon, and then we can talk." "All right. But you said these men have criminal records. Does that mean they've caused similar incidents before?" "That's right. Although I don't have proof it has happened in a few other dungeons. They're considered the culprits in what are officially missing persons cases. But in reality, we believe they are murders. I don't think they were after my life from the start. Why do you think they're doing these things? From now on, we have to find out why." Yuna then walked over to the leader and poked him with her spear. The jolt of pain made him wake up immediately, unable to feign unconsciousness any longer. "You should have woken up while I was still being nice. Why did you drag Mr. Choi Hyun-sung into this affair?" "What the hell are you talking about? I was just trying to protect my comrades from some senselessly violent person. Is it really okay for a member of the Player Association to strike a high-level player like this? You even attacked me while I was unconscious. I'm going to report this to the media and the police." "How did you know I'm with the Player Association? I thought you were still out cold. Are you an idiot? Do you not know where you are? This is a dungeon. No matter what I do to you in here, there won't be any evidence. Don't tell me you think Mr. Choi Hyun-sung, the man you all attacked, is going to report what I do to you to the authorities. If you don't want this dungeon to become a grave for you and your comrades, then shut up and come with us. I'll only spare you for as long as you're useful to me." "Are you threatening me? A member of the Player Association threatening an ordinary player?" "This bastard. It seems you still don't understand what's happening. Do you, Mr. Choi Hyun-sung? Could you leave us alone for a moment?" "Ah, yes, of course. Take as much time as you need." "As you're leaving, please make sure that none of them escape from here. Otherwise, things could get messy." "Ah, miss, I was just kidding. I messed up. Let me take that back." "What on earth are they after?" "Could the one behind them be the Chelu Guild? I need to get stronger. In a dungeon like this, you can't even fully trust the Player Association. I thought I could solve everything once I became a player." A few minutes later, Yuna finished her interrogation of the bandit leader. "I heard these scoundrels took money from the Chelu Guild. They were planning to take care of you and then pretend they knew nothing about it. Luckily, I managed to catch them before they could act and also secured evidence of their crimes. Now we can use this to deal with the Chelu Guild." That evening, the criminal gang was handed over to the police. They would have to answer to the law for the crimes they had committed. The next morning, Hyun-sung was invited by Yuna to her office. "Excuse me, but why did you want to see me?" "Because of the three-headed dog incident." "Then how did you know I was in the goblin dungeon?" "I looked at the dungeon gate records." "Isn't that illegal?" "Of course not. The Player Association has the right to view those, and we also have this right to intervene when necessary. However, only authorized members are allowed to check them. This was an unofficial investigation. So I secretly followed you to the dungeon to assess your skills. Again, I truly apologize for not intervening immediately when the accident happened. So you want to test my limits? That's right. I was certain after seeing your skills that you were the one who killed Severus. Is it considered a crime for me to have hunted Severus and hidden it? Of course not. The reason the Players Association is looking for you is because we want to reward you. Also, we have an offer for you." "Is it an offer to join? But I don't want to be a part of any organization." "I knew you'd say that. However, please listen to the conditions first. Regarding the recruitment fee, we will pay you 100 billion won, just like the Sale U Guild. You will also receive many benefits. As a player operating under the Players Association, of course weapon rental fees will be completely waived. One of those conditions is that I have to make my window public, right? My status window, right? That's not it. We just need you to pass a test. It's a very simple test. To perform the skill, you will first be asked if you consent. Please agree. Truth contract. The truth contract skill is now being activated. Please sit comfortably and answer my questions. Did you really only awaken 3 months ago? No. Do you know how to break the level 20 rule? No. I know you're around level 140. Why are you hunting in such low-level dungeons? You have a unique skill, don't you? You must answer this question. Is there a reason you hunt low-level monsters? Yes. Can you give your unique skill to other players? No. Did you use your unique skill to bypass the level 20 rule? Yes. Very good. We're done. Are we going to have to do this again? No, I don't think we'll have to do it again. I have no more questions either, because you've only told the truth. So you really do have a unique skill, huh? Don't tell me you also have a skill. A unique one of your own. Of course I do, but I can't tell you what it is, so I'm not the only one with a unique skill. You don't have to be so disappointed. A unique skill can only be used by one person. Moreover, all players who have obtained a unique skill are already at the top of the rankings. Does that mean Shin Jun-ah is also at the top? I thought she was just a high-level manager. There's some information about players who avoid the media. Even if you're a high-level player, you can't possibly know everything. Especially information about players who possess unique skills, which is protected by national security laws. Is it really okay for you to be telling me that? Because we're about to be in the same boat. So it doesn't matter. I never said anything about joining the association. Well, that makes things a bit difficult. From the moment you said you had a unique skill, you no longer had any other choice. What do you mean by that? You don't need to look so serious. This recruitment offer isn't from just any association. This is an exclusive contract with the National Players Association. These conditions have never been seen in non-national level contracts. There aren't many mandatory clauses either. The payment for emergency jobs is many times higher than average. Not only will you receive deployment allowances when incidents occur, but your rights to mana stones and item trading are also guaranteed. However, there's one problematic clause. Aren't lifetime contracts also called slave contracts? Not all players belonging to the association have to sign a contract with conditions like these, right? If we offered this to everyone, we would go bankrupt. The reason we're setting these conditions is because of your unique skill, Hyun-sung. Even when you kill low-level monsters, your skills still increase, and mana stones still drop. That means you can level up at any time. This is a chance to recruit a player who could become the best in the world. Only a fool would try to save money right now. If that's the case, can I amend the contract a little? Is it about the contract term? Do you know how many people in this world have a unique skill? I don't know the exact number, but as far as the government knows, there are fewer than 80 of them. Before you appeared, Choi Hyun-sung, I was the only person in Korea with a unique skill. I know the contract term isn't ideal for you, but we can't let someone with a unique skill this rare in Korea slip through our fingers. We also don't want them falling into the hands of another organization or guild. That's why the contract term is for life. Please share your thoughts and just tell me what you want. I want to change the term to 1 year, not a lifetime. You know that's impossible. Then let's lower the down payment. For someone in the top 40, 10 billion is a bit much. The contract term is 2 years and the corresponding down payment is 20 billion. After 2 years, if there are no problems between us by the time the contract expires, the Player Association will be my top priority for renewal. If you refuse this proposal, I won't sign a contract with the Player Association at all. It seems you're planning to seek shelter in another country. It's just that I don't know much about the Player Association yet. And I hate being tied down by a contract forever. But you can see the contract's terms have more benefits than obligations. Hundreds of billions paid in advance. Of course, it's hard to even imagine that much money, but I can't let myself be blinded by such a huge sum and just trade away my future. What I need right now is a place to stay. I'm not the one who decides. I need to report this to my superiors. Could you wait a moment? Of course, take your time. We agree to your proposal, but there will be a few conditions. When you receive an invitation to join a player association or a guild from another country, the condition is you must inform the Korean Player Association first. In any case, the contract is signed. It's a pleasure working with you. You too. First, you need to exchange your items. All of your equipment is rented, isn't it? But they really do have everything. Equipment and items. If I'm a direct member of the association, can I rent all this equipment? The regulation states that the level of the rented item depends on the player's level. Of course, you're an exception. I'll tell you about how the association works while your equipment is being prepared. Let me check which team Mr. Hyun-sung has been assigned to. You've been assigned to the inspection team. Their mission is to handle any accidents that occur in dungeons and resolve disputes between players. I can do that if it's a low-level dungeon, but if it's a medium-level dungeon, I don't think I can handle it. With your current level, Mr. Hyun-sung, I'll still consider putting you in the field, so don't worry. Just be sure to tell me the dungeon's location every time you go hunting. I'll register for the mission at the nearest office, okay? I'll give you a separate card to cover your rent. Is doing this really okay? Of course not. If the other members of the association find out about this, I think they would be extremely angry. So let's keep it a secret. Thank you. I have to do everything I can. That's the only way you'll sign a new contract with us in 2 years. It looks like my work here is done. The insurance is all set, so you can just think of this as your own car and drive it. Well, then I'll see you later, come to think of it. On second thought, 2 years still feels really short. It seems you're disappointed that it wasn't a lifetime contract. Of course I'm disappointed. I should have acquired him at any cost. You're just trying to take advantage of him. I'm the chairman of the Korean Player Association. Even in your case, it's not like we're paying you a pitiful salary just because it's a lifetime contract. Isn't that what you did at first? If I hadn't said anything, you wouldn't have even considered increasing anything in the contract. I should have gone for a short-term contract like Choi Hyun-sung. Yours was the very first case we discovered. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known anything about these unique skills. Then you should have treated me better. We promised many things in this contract. With Choi Hyun-sung, it was based on your feedback. If you hadn't gotten involved in this, then we would have made him sign a lifetime contract for 100 billion won. If you did that, the information would leak and he'd be targeted by other powers. Are you threatening me? You yourself said you would tell the other associations. When did I say that? I only said there was a high probability I would. Honestly, if you hadn't objected, we would have secured a lifetime contract with Choi Hyun-sung at any cost. You're a real piece of work. You think I'm doing this for myself? This is for our country. A successful transfer to Mom's account. 1 billion won. That's about 18 billion dong. With this, I don't have to worry about Dad's hospital bills or our living expenses for the next 15 years. For now, I can only buy one of each type of recovery-related book because I need to nurture this immortality skill and see how much it needs to eat to grow. Wow, I sold a lot. The game console and the notebook sold the best. The makeup and perfume sold too. I can't believe the watch sold so well. Now this is the best way to show my filial piety. Welcome to the second-hand appliance store. How are those plug-in batteries coming along? Everything is all prepared, sir. The batteries are fully charged too. Very good. Next time, make sure you prepare the same full amount. Of course, they have to be fully charged. Absolutely, sir. Please rest assured. Exchange points have been discounted through direct payment. If you need any more products, please contact us. I'll use everything and keep about 3 points. All the lowest grade elixirs cost around 5 million points. The higher grade ones are 10 million points. To get all my stats to 200, I'll need about 5 billion points. I'll invest the remaining 5 billion points into the Book of Immortality. Hello, Hyun-sung, this is Shinjuna. I obtained the evidence and filed a police report against that executive director of the Chelu Guild. They've all been arrested. Even though the Chelu Guild has some connections with the prosecutor's office, they won't be able to recover from this. You could even say the prosecutors were very cooperative. Was it because of a conflict between factions? That's right. Guild Master Ma Ji-hun didn't stand in our way. He even gave me data as if he wanted me to get rid of them as fast as possible. What happened to Young Sung-gu? The list of those arrested hasn't been released yet, but that guy won't be free for long. His murder and robbery charges have been confirmed. You should turn on the TV to get more details on the case. In a murder case connected to a major guild vice guild master, Young Sung-gu has been expelled from the Hexas Guild. He has now been arrested by the police and the Player Association. As you can see, his arrest was inevitable. Even the people in his own faction turned their backs on him. He's just reaping what he sowed. Thank you for taking care of this. It's no problem. I should be the one apologizing for not resolving it sooner. Let me treat you to a meal next time as thanks. I almost forgot. I still need to find some skill books. This is the last book. I've used all the contract money to buy skill books. The passive skill book of Immortality Unique Rare Grade has evolved to Unique Epic Grade. Wahahaha! It finally leveled up. You will not die unless both your heart and head are completely destroyed simultaneously. All wounds will be restored. The skill can continue to evolve. It already cost this much just to get it to the epic grade. So how much will it cost to get it to the legendary grade? The next day, Hyun-sung arrived at the inspection team office to start his new job. Today's your first day, isn't it? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Seo Tae-chun. Hello, I'm Choi Hyun-sung. All right, just wait here for a moment. Someone will be here shortly to give you more instructions. If you plan on entering a dungeon below level 100, you can go with Soo-kyung. Her name is Lee Soo-kyung, and she's 25 years old this year. She's also right around the level 100 mark, just like you. Hyun-sung Soo-kyung, you should introduce yourself as well. Don't be so rude. He looks younger than me, though, so I'm just going to speak casually. Sorry if that offends you. This girl seems like she doesn't like me. I'm sorry about that. She's not normally like this. It's fine. But I'm not actually younger than you, Ms. Soo-kyung. In fact, you could even call me Appa. I'm 27 years old this year. Oh, is that so? You look much younger than your age. I get that a lot. I'm sorry, Hyun-sung. Oh, no, it's okay. If you get called for a mission, you can go with her. I'd love to pair you with someone else, but she's the only person here who's level 100 or lower. If she's level 100 or below, my stats already surpass those of a level 200 player. I'd be perfectly fine even going alone. Here, this is your spot. When you don't have a mission, feel free to relax. Read a book or do whatever you want. I think I overslept. Must have been about 4 hours. It doesn't look like much from the outside, but it seems they've invested a good amount of money into this place. How about we sign up for the night shift and just sleep here? Let's move. Please follow me. We have a report that a monster has appeared that's beyond the dungeon's level. It's appeared, but there are only 2 of us on this mission. Why, the 2 of us are more than enough. In the level 60 Horned Turtle Dungeon, a level 70 to 80 monster has appeared. It's a werewolf. We have no casualties yet, but that's only for now. We usually get reports from dungeons around level 50. Players get their first jobs after hitting the level 50 mark. They become security personnel for low-level areas, but dungeons from level 50 and up usually don't have security personnel. The problem is, the players have gotten used to being protected. So if something happens when there are no security personnel, they lose their ability to handle the situation. Why do you look so happy? We get paid extra if we get called out. We have to do the mission anyway, so getting paid extra is always better. After that, Hyun-sung and Soo-jiang arrived at the Horned Turtle Dungeon. Soo-jiang began to activate her special skill. She can transform into a beast and gain the predatory traits of a wild animal. Is this turning into a cat girl? Not a cat, a snow leopard. Oh, really? Sorry about that. I thought it was a kitty cat. If you're slow, I'm leaving you behind. She's really fast using all 4 limbs. A snow leopard's sense of smell is extremely sharp. Before long, Soo-jiang found the werewolf's location. Unexpectedly, with just 1 swipe, she easily took the werewolf's life. Her attack was so fast that Hyun-sung couldn't even see a thing. Soo-jiang told Hyun-sung that the hunt wasn't over yet, because she had scented more werewolves, not just the one that had just died. It seems like it called its pack for backup. Does this happen often? No, but it happens from time to time. When it does, the dungeon's name and level will change. Let's take care of this pack first and file the report later. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung had finished off the werewolves, but Soo-jiang's opponent was the Wolf King. She was no match for it. It had bitten her in the neck. By the time Hyun-sung arrived, Soo-jiang was severely injured. She was bleeding a lot. He quickly used a healing skill to stop the bleeding. Just then, the Wolf King suddenly appeared from behind trying to ambush Hyun-sung, but he swung his sword and cut off its claws. You could have had the upper hand from the start. But you waited for me to join this fight. You called your underlings to buy time, didn't you? I'll take every single one of you down. After that, Hyun-sung unleashed all of his skills at once. All the wolves were pierced by magic arrows, all except the Wolf King, whose movement speed was incredibly fast. A good dodge. You're much stronger than the others. In that case, let's see if you can dodge this rare skill. The Wolf King tried to flee, but Hyun-sung blocked its path with his Ice Wall skill. In the end, he defeated it. Now let's see what the Werewolf King drops. What the heck is this Heart of the Werewolf King? Rarity Rare. Allows transformation into the Werewolf King for 60 minutes. During the transformation, the strength, agility, and stamina stats will increase by 30%. But after the transformation ends, the stats will be permanently reduced by 10%. What a bummer. First, I have to get Soo-jiang back. I heard Soo-jiang was bitten by the Wolf King. Is she okay? All of her external wounds have already disappeared, but just in case, I think it's better to take her to the hospital. Thank you. If you hadn't been there, Hyun-sung, it would have been a disaster. I'm also a member of the team, so it was the right thing to do. The next day, Soo-jiang's wounds had healed. Thank you for saving me, Hyun-sung. It's nothing. We're colleagues, after all. At first, I thought you were some rich young master. Not many people hunt using rare-grade equipment. Actually, I was doing manual labor right up until I awakened. It sounds like your financial situation wasn't very good. My father isn't well, so he's always in the hospital. My family has to work a lot to be able to pay the hospital bills. Actually, there's an official order from the higher-ups to take good care of you, Hyun-sung. Is that so? That's why I thought you were a rich young master. Looks like I've been mistaken for some brat who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Seems like Shin Hyun-a is keeping a close eye on me. You know Captain Shin Hyun-a? That's right, she's the one who recruited me to come here. It seems you're the most promising rookie here. If the captain herself recruited you. I'm going to go deliver some documents before I head to bed. Hyun-sung. I am truly sorry. I was rude to you because of my stupid misunderstanding. I guess you could say I misjudged you because of someone I met when we were dispatched. Before, did something happen in the past? The son of a high-level manager once acted recklessly, putting the team members in danger. However, he was never punished for it. Instead, the team members had to suffer the consequences. Choi Hyun-sung seemed hesitant to start the story. I'm afraid this might be a bit awkward for you, as this question is about Soo-young's skills. Contrary to his worries, Lee Soo-young smiled comfortably and said she was all too used to such questions. She didn't hesitate to reveal that she could turn into a cat, a VIP version that is. Soo-young explained that it was an active skill that allowed her to transform into a snow leopard, dramatically increasing her strength, agility, and stamina stats. While she was excitedly sharing, Hyun-sung was silently analyzing in his head that with her well-rounded offense and defense, she could handle the roles of both a sub-tank and a main damage dealer. However, her critical weakness lay in her low mana and spirit stats, making her vulnerable to magical attacks. Seeing Soo-young so carelessly reveal all her secrets, Hyun-sung couldn't help but think to himself that she really didn't need to reveal that much crucial information. A week later, Hyun-sung's life was passing by in rare tranquility. Lying on his bed, he told himself that everything was still under control and no incidents had occurred, even though the first day had been a dramatic encounter with monsters. But since then, things had been unusually peaceful. Although his reputation had taken a bit of a hit, his battery and electronics business was going extremely well. With a stable income, Hyun-sung started thinking about buying a hero-grade skill soon. Feeling a bit bored, he stretched, stood up, and decided to go on a hunt to both pass the time and accumulate more points. Just as he stepped outside, a man in a suit approached, blocked his path, and demanded, "Hello, sir. May I see your player ID card, please?" Hyun-sung quickly complied and began rummaging through his pocket for the document. Hyun-sung casually pulled out his card and handed it over. "Here you go." The moment he saw the card, the man in the suit's expression changed instantly, and beads of sweat ran down his face in astonishment. "The Association's Inspection Division." His attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. He hurriedly bowed deeply and respectfully. "Please have a pleasant hunt, sir." Hyun-sung just walked past him and replied curtly, "Yeah, thanks for your hard work." He ventured deep into a dark cave. Hyun-sung faced a pack of horned monsters surrounding him. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand forward and activated the Firestorm skill. A massive torrent of fire erupted from his hand, forming a vortex of flames that incinerated every target in sight. Standing amidst the ashes, Hyun-sung looked at the shield in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Pay-to-win items really are different. This feels amazing to use. He realized the combination of this skill and the rare-grade shield was incredibly effective, although it was a bit uncertain in mid-level areas. In low-level areas like this, it was basically a cheat skill. While he was lost in thought, he was suddenly ambushed from behind. While he was still dizzy from the blow, a mysterious figure in a fully hooded cloak smiled smugly. That sharp sensation. Hyun-sung clutched his wound, turned around, and demanded, "Who are you?" Attacked out of nowhere, the stranger maintained his mysterious smile. "You don't recognize my face, ah? Then again, maybe not." He slowly pulled out his blood-stained sword and continued, "Curious who I am, are you? Well, it's better to know who's killing you, right?" Hyun-sung watched tensely as his opponent was gradually revealed. He removed his hood, exposing his face, and introduced himself. "I am Young-sung-woo. Until recently, I was the Vice Guildmaster of the Cello Guild." Stunned, Hyun-sung clutched his injured shoulder. "Why me?" Young-sung-woo replied nonchalantly. "Just consider this me venting some anger. Among all the people who brought me to this point, the only one I can get my revenge on, it is you, Choi Hyun-sung." Hyun-sung roared in outrage. "You touch me, and you'll have to answer to the law." Young-sung-woo advanced coldly with his sword 5-5 in hand. "You can scream your lungs out here, but it's useless." Young-sung-woo revealed that he had already placed items to block sound and sight in preparation for his plan. He smugly pointed to the armor he was wearing and asked, "Look at me. Do I look anything like a high-level player?" With a sinister look, he laughed, saying he looked like nothing more than a newbie who hadn't even reached level 50. Choi Hyun-sung broke out in a cold sweat as he realized the terrifying truth. Behind that disguise, Young-sung-woo casually admitted that he had forged his identification papers, a serious crime, but he didn't care because he planned to leave the country today. He held up a passport intending to live under a new name in a foreign land. Young-sung-woo coldly revealed a chilling plot. "I was planning to slaughter your whole family for fun. But there were too many bodyguards. I want you to experience the pain of losing what's most precious to you just like I did." However, he expressed regret that Hyun-sung's family was so well prepared with a tight security detail. Hyun-sung roared in fury. "You crazy bastard!" He scoffed, saying that while getting past the guards to kill his family would be easy, it would make escaping Korea much harder. That's why he chose Hyun-sung as his target, as soon as he entered the dungeon. If he just disposed of the body cleanly, he could hide the disappearance for a few days, giving him enough time to escape. Noticing Hyun-sung's wound was closing, Young-sung-woo uttered softly, "Oh, that wound is healing fast." Looks like you've learned a pretty good skill. Hyun-sung was startled that he'd seen right through him. He smirked sinisterly, admitting he knew full well that Hyun-sung was just trying to talk, to stall for time while his wound healed. Young Sung-woo retorted with contempt, "But do you really think you can beat me just because your wound is healed?" He swung his blood-stained sword and coldly declared, "Die." Hyun-sung was thrown back and let out a pained grunt. Watching his opponent from a distance, Dong Sung-yu kept a smug smile on his face. "Impressive. I didn't expect you to block that attack." Dong Sung-yu smirked. He coldly stated that to prevent his opponent from healing like before, he had originally intended to completely sever his left arm. Cornered Choi Hyun-sung knelt on the ground amidst a mysterious dark aura. He immediately used a special item shaped like a beating heart. Upon witnessing that scene, Young Sung-yu looked quite surprised. "Oh, you even have a fancy transformation item like this." Instantly, a giant entity began to appear, making him look tiny before the immense pressure. Staring at the ferocious wolf head growling in front of him, Dong Sung-woo still commented nonchalantly, "Your stats must have gone up quite a bit, huh?" While he was busy checking stats in the middle of a fight, the beast stomped its foot on the ground and shot towards its opponent with terrifying speed. It gathered energy in its palm, creating a blazing fireball, and threw it forcefully at him. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, wiping out a large area within the dungeon, and sent dust and smoke billowing everywhere. However, Dong Sung-yu had already dodged the attack, closed the distance, and leaped onto the beast's back. He raised his blood-stained sword. With a cruel smile, he taunted, "You think you can escape?" A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as his sharp blade was perfectly positioned. Dong Sung-yu closed in and slashed down hard on the beast's back, causing it to cry out in pain. He flipped backward. Choi Hyun-sung, in his wolf form, roared with fury. A fierce flame erupted in the monster's palm as it let out a ferocious roar and hurled the fireball straight at its opponent. However, Dong Sung-yu calmly used his sword to block the stream of fire, completely unfazed by the beast's power. The monster lunged forward, attacking frantically. But Dong Sung-yu easily parried the lethal pounces with his sword. He smirked confidently. With a casual expression, he asserted that this battle was completely under his control. "Still within my grasp, little buddy. It doesn't matter if you turn into a wolf or a dragon." As the wolf began to show clear signs of exhaustion and stress, Young Sung-woo suddenly unleashed a series of sharp sword strikes, catching his opponent off guard and pushing him back. Continuously, the beast whimpered in great pain before being slammed into the cliff face, creating a deep crater. From a distance, Dong Sung-yu offered some sarcastic praise. "Truly impressive." He slowly approached and taunted, "But hey, do you know what my nickname is?" While the beast was still dazed, a brilliant blue electricity began to envelop his body and sword. His eyes became colder than ever, as he boldly declared, "It's lightning sword." A massive charge of electricity erupted from his hand, striking down on the beast with terrifying force. The wolf howled in agony as it was completely overwhelmed by the electric current. As the dust slowly settled, Dong Sung-yu casually slung his sword over his shoulder and looked at the defeated foe with a hint of regret. "What a waste," he sighed, looking down at his opponent, and said, "If you had just obediently listened to me back then, you could have been put to good use." Looking at the powerful entity that was slowly fading, he mumbled that with this level of power, it would have been well worth spending hundreds of billions. Dong Sung-yu delivered a powerful electric strike, causing the beast to roar in pain and then collapse to the ground. He slowly approached, sat down beside it, and asked in a calculating tone, "Spit out the cheat code. Hurry up." He smiled, adding suggestively, "If not, just telling me the secret that helped you get so strong so quickly will do." Despite its wounds, the beast still growled with resentment. "Stop your nonsense!" Dong Sung-yu immediately pointed the tip of his sword at his opponent's eye to threaten him. "If you talk, I'll let you live." The response was one of utter contempt. "You think I'd believe a word you say?" He slung his sword over his shoulder, casually admitting that even he found it hard to believe. However, he made another terrifying offer. "But I can give you a peaceful death. I'm being sincere. You can trust me." His eyes turned completely cold. Then he suddenly swung his sword and stabbed hard, making the beast scream in absolute agony. A series of new wounds were created, making the scene horrific. Dong Sung-yu nonchalantly lectured, "The faster you heal, the longer I get to torture you." He coldly explained that the victim still has to feel the full extent of the pain, while the torturer feels no pressure at all, especially for a beginner like him. The bone-deep pain caused Hyun-sung's resolve to waver. He wondered if he should reveal the existence of his unique skill, in exchange for his life. But he immediately realized the man before him was nothing but a piece of trash, and his reason for coming here wasn't simply for revenge. The beast gathered its remaining strength and roared with determination, "Just kill me! I will absolutely not say another word." He grabbed the beast's head coldly, confirming that his opponent would rather die than do anything that would benefit him. Dong Sung-yu coldly declared, "I also need time to process the corpse, so as you wish I'll send you off cleanly right here and now." He swung his glowing sword down with great force, finishing off the motionless beast, thinking it was all over. He nonchalantly turned his back and walked away, muttering, "Time to collect the other pieces." Suddenly, a grotesque pitch-black hand from behind pierced through Dong Sung-yu's chest. He exclaimed in shock, "Huh?" Looking at the bloody hand lodged firmly in his chest, he couldn't believe his eyes. "What the hell is this?" Dong Sung-woo collapsed to the ground, completely unable to resist the fatal sneak attack. The beast rose up powerfully, its breath radiating an overwhelming, terrifying pressure. Meanwhile, Dong Sung-woo lay gasping in a pool of his own blood, his eyes filled with hatred as he stared at his opponent. Why isn't the script the same as before? He slowly faded away. With the silhouette of the beast still standing menacingly in the distance, Dong Sung-woo finally took his last breath, a large hole in his chest. Choi Hyun-sung slowly returned to his human form. He slumped to the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. "I'm alive. The main character's plot armor is too damn strong." He was still in shock as he realized his body could still move. Even though his neck had been slashed in his beast form, he raised a hand to touch the wound. Hyun-sung thought to himself grimly, but still, what am I supposed to do with Dong Sung-woo's body? He realized he absolutely couldn't let this get out. Reporting it to the Player Association was also too risky. Hyun-sung analyzed silently if people found out someone of his level could take down a high ranker like Dong Sung-woo, they would definitely become suspicious of his true abilities. He walked closer to the body and told himself there's no need to reveal my secret. Hyun-sung raised his hand and activated his fireball skill. A blazing fire erupted in his palm, ready to incinerate all traces at the scene. Amidst the desolate scene, Dong Sung-woo's armor and sword were now nothing but fragments scattered on the ground. His body gradually turned to dust and ashes, leaving behind a frighteningly silent space. Choi Hyun-sung stood silently observing the wreckage. Suddenly, he noticed a strange blue light emanating from the pile of ashes. He let out a stunned, "Huh." A shimmering skill card materialized out of thin air. It made him wonder, isn't this something only monsters are supposed to do? It was an item drop after the opponent was eliminated. Hyun-sung stepped closer, holding the skill book named Breath of Set in his hand. A detailed system notification window appeared. This is a hero rank active skill book. It creates a powerful electric shield around the user while simultaneously enhancing all attacks with the power of lightning. Of Set and paralyzes enemies with no cooldown time. Looking at the prize before him, Hyun-sung smiled faintly with satisfaction. Oh, he stood before the system's confirmation. Regarding whether he wanted to acquire the Breath of Set skill, he didn't hesitate for a second and confirmed it. It's free and it's top tier. Why would I be dumb enough not to take it? As soon as his finger touched the control panel, Idai, a brilliant blue current of electricity immediately erupted and enveloped his entire body. Hyun-sung loudly declared Breath of Lightning to test his new power. He then proceeded to activate Magic Arrow. A brightly glowing energy sphere crackling with accumulated bolts of electricity appeared in his palm. The moment it was launched, it created a world-shaking explosion. It completely annihilated a section of the area in a blinding blue light. Hyun-sung stared blankly at his hands, which were still sparking with crackling electricity, and exclaimed, "Isn't this just too amazing?" He realized the class of his skills had now completely changed. Curious about his own progress, he opened his status window to check. There, the name Choi Hyun-sung appeared with a level of 1. But his strength, agility, and magic stats all exceeded 200 along with the new title First Rebel. The system recorded that he had single-handedly defeated a player higher than him by 100 levels. And congratulations, Level 1 Superman, on sending off the 200-year-old ancestor. The accompanying reward is an upgrade for the First Rebel title to higher tiers. Hyun-sung was surprised to realize the system also applied this rule to players. Looking at the electricity surrounding his hand, he wondered if it were now. Could I have defeated Dong Sung-woo? The image of that bastard, with his cruel smile as he cornered him, flashed in his mind. He had coldly declared, "Let me send you off, it'll be a clean death. It won't hurt a bit." Hyun-sung gritted his teeth and told himself, "I have to get even stronger," but his eyes glowed within an aura of electricity. He realized a critical weakness while in the Breath of Set state. I should limit my use of long-range skills. The massive magic consumption would force him to be more careful in combat. 1 month later, in the bustling Shincho district, Hyun-sung was relaxing in his apartment. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Before him was the shop interface with 2 extremely tempting, hero-rank passive skills, Wild Instinct and Life-Steal Attack. He wondered to himself, which of these 2 should I buy? Although he really wanted both to increase his power, the reality wasn't that simple. Being broke but wanting fancy things is a real struggle, folks. Hyun-sung broke out in a cold sweat, his face showing clear tension. I don't have enough points. He couldn't help but feel dizzy when he calculated the total. A whole 600 billion points. His footsteps were heavy on the floor. He decided to put it all aside. I'll just think about it tomorrow and decide then. He grabbed the remote, turned off the TV, and flopped onto his bed, wearily looking at his phone. He told himself he needed to rest. After all, this was his only day off for the week. Hyun-sung sprawled out on the large bed, enjoying the rare moment of relaxation. Next to a bag of snacks on the TV screen, a handsome male lead was confessing, "I like you, let's go out." Immediately after, an intense fight scene unfolded with the fiery clash of swords. The male lead yelled, "Get out of the way, I have to go save them now." Choi Hyun-sung lay hugging a pillow watching the movie. He watched intently during the climactic scene as another character tried to stop him. "You can't, Guildmaster. If you go in there, everyone will die." Hyun-sung reached for a potato chip, thinking to himself, so this is that hit TV drama commemorating the 25th anniversary of The Great Change. He realized the production crew really spared no expense. They even had the actors wear full sets of rare-grade equipment for filming. Watching the scenes that reenacted the past, Hyun-sung sighed softly as he remembered the hardships he'd gone through on that day. On the exact 25th anniversary of The Great Change, the whole world had been buzzing with anxiety, not knowing if another terrible event would occur. However, just like the 15th anniversary before it, no special incidents occurred. If anything, there were just a few reporters spreading fake news about dungeons gradually disappearing, which caused a stir among the online community. Back to the movie, where the female lead was sobbing, "I love you, Senior Hyun-sung," giving him goosebumps. He scratched his head, annoyed by the movie's overly cheesy dialogue. He turned off the TV and flopped onto the bed, his eyes filled with deep thought as Hyun-sung tossed and turned. He was still racking his brain, unsure which skill to spend his points on from all the tempting options. Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook the room, accompanied by a dull thud. He shot up on alert. What was that? Immediately after, a loud explosion rang out, along with the blood-curdling scream of a woman from outside. Hyun-sung quickly leaped out of bed, wondering if it was an earthquake. Outside the window, dust and rubble from the buildings began to rain down. Amidst the crowd panicking and fleeing on the street, a terrified shout rang out. "It's a monster." It bared its sharp, menacing teeth, causing everyone around to scream in despair. 2 enormous creatures holding giant logs began to stride through the streets, turning the bustling area into a chaotic battlefield. Choi Hyun-sung gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it!" He immediately shattered the building's glass window and leapt straight down from above, his hands ablaze with combat fire. Down on the street, a girl screamed in despair as she was seized by a ferocious orc. Instantly, Hyun-sung appeared like a god, swinging his sharp sword and cutting down the monster to rescue the victim. The people around them screamed in panic, then fled in disarray, creating a scene of utter chaos. Hyun-sung's eyes turned ice cold. He focused all his power and activated his firestorm skill. A colossal pillar of fire erupted, incinerating everything on the street and leaving behind a pile of desolate ruins. Looking at the scene, he clicked his tongue worriedly. "Fighting them is easy, but I'm afraid I might have roasted some customers too." The frenzied orcs charged forward, attacking and capturing innocent civilians who were trying to escape. Hyun-sung gritted his teeth, his expression tense. "What do I do?" Just as a couple was about to be killed by a monster, a warrior in a red cloak suddenly appeared, swinging his sword to save them just in time. In the distance, other groups of players, along with mages, had also begun to join the fight to repel the attack. The red-cloaked warrior turned and shouted to Hyun-sung, "I'll take the easy one, you can carry the hard one." Hyun-sung quickly replied, "Thanks." He then received a determined response, "Don't mention it." At that moment, warning sirens began to wail across the sky. On the large screens in the city, an emergency announcement rang out. Martial law has been declared. The military, armed with heavy weapons, immediately entered the area to control the situation. A man in A power suit appeared on national television, solemnly declaring an announcement to all players in the country. From this moment forward, the emergency general mobilization order for all players is now in effect. Choi Hyun-sung listened in stunned silence. He gripped his weapon tightly, his determined gaze fixed on the tall building, where the monsters were pouring out from. Amidst the sirens echoing through the ruined city, Choi Hyun-sung quickly answered his phone. "Yes, this is Choi Hyun-sung." On the other end of the line was the urgent voice of Shin Juna. "This is Shin Juna. Where are you?" "In front of the Red Poison Spider Dungeon near Shintron Station." With flames blazing from his hand, he calmly reported that a gate had suddenly opened, causing orcs to pour out and attack. When asked about the current situation and the enemy's level, Hyun-sung said, "Luckily, they're only low level, and I'm working with the other players to clean up the area." Recognizing his competence, Jun-ah immediately gave an order. "I am appointing you as temporary commander. As soon as you've cleared the area, lead the players to the southern district." She explained that a gate had also appeared there, and they were severely short-staffed. Hyun-sung, while swinging his sword to cut down an orc, replied curtly, "Understood." Unexpected good news arrived when Jun-ah announced, "Your family is fine, so just relax and go tear up the town." She told him they had been safely evacuated to a shelter with other residents, completely lifting the burden from his mind so he could focus on the fight. Hyun-sung smiled in relief and replied, "Thank you for your concern." However, seeing the increasingly complex scale of the attack, Hyun-sung realized he needed more power and couldn't hesitate any longer. He told himself, "There's no more time to hesitate." He immediately opened the shop interface and decided to spend nearly 30 billion points to buy the hero rank passive skill book, titled Vampiric Strike. This is an extremely powerful skill that converts mana into the shadow attribute, increases attack power, and most importantly, allows for the recovery of health and mana by absorbing the enemy's blood. As soon as the system confirmed the skill acquisition, a new surge of power began to flow through Hyun-sung's body. He smirked confidently. "All right, time to clean this up quick and get moving." With a snap of Choi Hyun-sung's fingers, he instantly activated his firewall skill. A massive pillar of fire erupted in the middle of the street, incinerating the monsters amidst their horrific screams. Standing before the sea of blazing fire, Hyun-sung calmly observed the now cleared area, preparing for his next move. "Now then, let's begin." He picked up a megaphone and announced loudly, "I'm from the Players Association. Listen up, listen up. Everyone gather round and listen to your boss's orders. It's time to farm." Amidst the chaotic streets, other hunters stopped their communications to pay attention to his call. Watching the crowd converge, Hyun-sung muttered to himself, "Leading this bunch into battle is going to be a real headache." He quickly assigned tasks to the group of hunters. "We'll leave a small number of people here. The rest of us will head out to the South Ion district immediately. Since the Shintron area is basically clear, I just need those staying behind to carefully guard the gate's entrance." Just then, an orange-haired hunter raised his hand. "I have a question. How many gates have appeared in total?" Hyun-sung answered bluntly, "You want the truth? The entire country is turning into one giant dungeon." This information left everyone around him stunned and anxious. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of South Ion Station, the situation was becoming dire. Skyscrapers were heavily damaged under the dark night sky. Vicious monsters poured out, attacking civilians, filling the scene with blood-curdling screams. Innocent people were continuously and gravely injured under the monsters' claws, unable to fight back. A monster roared ferociously and charged straight ahead. Amidst the ruins, an old hunter with a large axe was struggling in a life-or-death battle. Despite being heavily wounded and his breath ragged with exhaustion, he still tried to muster his strength to deliver a final blow to the enemy. The old warrior panted heavily. He looked at the disastrous scene and cursed bitterly. "Damn it!" In the distance, the lizardmen were still holding their weapons, ready to eliminate any survivors. Two female hunters standing nearby couldn't help but tremble. One sighed in despair. "Ha! When on Earth will reinforcements get here? Waiting for reinforcements is like waiting for a lover." Just then, a huge wave of fire suddenly swept across the area. The monsters shrieked in agony as they were completely incinerated by the flames. A hand was raised, decisively casting the firewall skill. A reassuring voice called out, "Are you two all right?" Choi Hyun-sung and his party of hunters had arrived just in time. He announced boldly, "We're here as reinforcements." Witnessing his arrival, the exhausted players all cheered with joy. "Whoa, the reinforcements are here." The orange-haired hunter looked around and remarked, "The situation is really serious." Since there are no dungeons in the vicinity, the number of players fighting here is extremely low. Looking down at the lizardmen gathered below, Hyun-sung gave a cold command, "Let's begin." After getting a nod from his teammates, he focused his power, causing a blazing aura of energy to envelop the entire group. Just as the monsters roared and charged, Choi Hyun-sung exclaimed in surprise, "Huh! I thought it was supposed to be a boss. Turns out it's just a guard." A large monster with grayish-green skin holding a spear and shield was slowly approaching. Sensing the threat, Hyun-sung told himself, "I need to deal with this quickly." He immediately summoned a blazing energy in his hand, forming a sword of light. The two charged at each other, creating a massive impact as Hyun-sung's blade slashed straight into his opponent's shield. Using the recoil, he quickly dodged behind it to find an opening, landing on a nearby rock ledge. He quietly remarked, "It's not that strong." Before his opponent could react, he dove down with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the lizard man's head was severed from its neck. Hyun-sung stood firmly beside the corpse he had just defeated. Suddenly, a piercing scream, "Ah!" rang out, putting him on high alert. Hyun-sung turned to look at his two teammates behind him and wondered, what was that? Seeing the monsters swarming in, he was stunned. If the minions are this numerous, my arms are going to get tired. Before him now was an entire army of ferocious lizardmen forming up. Without hesitation, he activated his area of effect skill, Firestorm. Giant pillars of flame erupted, wiping out everything in their path and incinerating the horde of monsters amidst tragic screams. Watching the ones that were still standing, Hyun-sung frowned. Their fire resistance is really high. Right behind them, a mysterious purple portal was emitting a dark energy. In the middle of his attack, he suddenly stopped. Hyun-sung noticed a strange weapon was hurtling towards him, an unfamiliar spear. Immediately, the monsters seized the opportunity, lunging forward to grab onto him and roaring fiercely. Pinned down, he gritted his teeth in anger. "My new shirt is going to get ripped!" Before he could break free, Hyun-sung watched in horror as spears of light aimed straight for him. A blinding explosion occurred, completely engulfing his position. Inside the blinding white energy, Choi Hyun-sung braced himself. He gritted his teeth and let out a pained grunt, "Gah!" Just as he regained his balance. He was stunned to feel an immense pressure bearing down on him. What is this? Before him now was the Lizard Man King, with a hulking body, dark green skin, and rippling muscles. The boss monster loomed like a mountain. In its hand it held a massive, menacing trident. Looking at its cold, sharp eyes and pointed teeth, Hyun-sung thought to himself, that one is definitely the Lizard Man King. The shield in his hand fell to the ground after the powerful impact. Unfazed, Choi Hyun-sung immediately drew his black sword, his eyes showing clear determination. From above, spears of white light that blazing hot began to rain down. The Lizard Man King stood imposingly against the night sky, surrounded by deadly energies waiting to erupt. A trident of light tore through space, hurtling straight towards Hyun-sung with terrifying speed. He quickly flipped backward to dodge, but the powerful aftershock still sent him flying, crashing to the ground. Immediately, two Lizard Man underlings seized the chance to attack. He instantly shouted, "Fire shield!" A powerful burst of flames erupted, forming a protective barrier, blazing hot to block the pressure from his opponents. With a sharp gaze, Hyun-sung leaped into the air, gathered a giant fireball in his hand, and charged straight for the head of the boss monster. Facing the direct attack, the Lizard Man King threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar. Its breath at this range caused Hyun-sung to recoil in shock as a massive wave of energy suddenly swept past, leaving a trail of terrifying destruction on the ground. Realizing the grave danger, he gritted his teeth with determination. Well, this fight is going to drain a lot of power, but I'm going all out. He immediately activated his ultimate skill, Breath of Lightning. Hyun-sung's entire body was covered in a brilliant blue electricity, his eyes flashing with powerful sparks, ready for the counterattack. Below, the Lizard Man army charged forward crazily with savage roars. Seeing the other players struggling to fend off the enemy's claws, Hyun-sung thought to himself, I have to hold the line. He realized that besides himself, no other player here was strong enough to deal with even these regular monsters. If I don't stop them here, everyone will be completely wiped out. Instead of fear, he let out a small sigh of relief. What a relief. He felt relieved that the monsters were all focused on him, instead of attacking the weaker players. Electricity crackled on his sharp blade. Quick as lightning, Hyun-sung dodged the heavy sword strikes that were simultaneously coming down from all sides. An earth-shattering electrical explosion erupted, wiping out the surrounding lizard men in an instant. Amidst the blinding bolts of lightning, Hyun-sung's gaze remained calmly cold as he watched the enemy disintegrate. The monsters roared in pain as they were completely overwhelmed by the current, unable to resist. Reacting in time, he unleashed a powerful slash, annihilating all surrounding enemies with absolute lightning power. An hour later, the battlefield fell strangely silent. Usually, other players would be exhausted, drenched in sweat after such a long, intense battle. Choi Hyun-sung walked on. Casually observing the fallen monsters, he turned his gaze to the final opponent and coldly declared, "Now it's just you left." Hyun-sung enveloped his entire body in a brilliant blue current. He declared loudly, "Let's end this quickly." The monster roared madly and charged, but Hyun-sung, quick as a flash, zipped past it and delivered a critical slash, severely wounding his opponent while holding his electrically charged sword firm. He confidently asserted, "A one-on-one duel will be over in no time." With terrifying speed, Hyun-sung closed the distance, narrowly dodging the Lizard Man King's attack. A powerful slash left the Lizard King no time to react. The scene turned grim as his opponent collapsed to the ground instantly. Standing amidst the rubble, Hyun-sung panted exhausted after putting all his strength into the finishing blow. He flopped down in the middle of the desolate streets, looking around and silently assessing the situation. It's not too bad. Despite his exhaustion, he still hoped for a worthy reward. I hope something good drops. Instantly, a brilliant blue light erupted from thin air. "A new broken skill is coming!" he exclaimed in astonishment and excitement. A mystical skill book materialized amidst sparkling motes of light right before his eyes. Hyun-sung took the book in his hand and realized a rare grade. The system displayed that this was the skill book White Lizard King's Cold Breath, which allows the user to expend mana to release an extremely powerful stream of cold air. Without a moment's hesitation, he gazed intently at the book and decided, "I'll learn it." After learning the new skill, he took the opportunity to rest alongside the other survivors in the ravaged city district. Hyun-sung could feel a noticeable recovery. "A little rest has helped my stamina and mana return." Suddenly, sharp streams of dark energy flew in from a distance. He looked up warily as a strange sound echoed from directly overhead. The barrel of a machine gun was still smoking after a fierce sweep. Soldiers in combat fatigues quickly reported the situation over their radios. "Target eliminated. The Namyeon area has been cleared." His face relaxed into a faint smile. "For now." Hyun-sung stood silently gazing at the ruined buildings while fighter jets roared across the sky. He thought to himself, I guess the mission was a success. 3 days later, the world was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere due to the effects of the Second Great Transformation. The global economy had fallen into a state of temporary paralysis. Things once taken for granted, like electricity, oil, natural gas, food, and clean water, suddenly became critically scarce. In South Korea, the government ordered the evacuation of residents from small towns to major metropolitan areas. The goal was to establish defensive lines. This measure was intended to minimize the area that needed defending and reduce human casualties. However, this plan led to the consequence of the logistics and distribution systems being completely paralyzed. Amidst food and water shortages, the production of industrial goods also could not proceed as normal. "The defense is good, but my stomach is empty." Standing in a deserted park, Hyun-sung checked the system interface and realized the customers went on a buying frenzy. There aren't any power banks left to sell. He stared pensively at the virtual screen, his face showing clear worry. With no goods being supplied, business can't continue either. His eyes narrowed with calculation. At this rate, it's going to be very difficult to get stronger using accumulated points. The sound of loudspeakers from the streetlights began to drone, urging him to act. "I need to start moving." Hyun-sung walked with determination. He set a goal for himself to overcome this second great transformation as quickly as possible. Brilliant blue electrical currents began to gather and envelop his entire body, signaling a new and arduous journey ahead. A military helicopter circled over the sky of a city engulfed in fire and smoke. Inside the cockpit, an announcement rang out loud and clear, "We've arrived at the scene." Choi Hyun-sung stood silently by the window, his eyes observing the chaotic scene below. Looking down from above, a massive pillar of blue energy was blazing in the middle of an intersection. Monsters were swarming all around it. In the aircraft bay, fully equipped warriors were ready for the upcoming battle. Hyun-sung turned to ask for a final confirmation. "Everyone knows their designated areas, right?" The other players responded in unison with determination. "Of course, sir." Immediately after, the helicopter began to descend its landing gear, touching down hard amidst a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Standing at the wide-open bay door, Hyun-sung looked down at the battlefield and gave instructions. "I'm handing over command to the team leaders." Receiving a firm "yes, sir" from his comrades, he smirked confidently. "Well then," his gaze turned ice-cold. As he stared down at the horde of monsters below, "You guys can take the stairs. I prefer to jump right in for the thrill." Instantly, Hyun-sung threw himself out of the helicopter, free-falling through the sunlit sky. The wind roared in his ears as he approached the ground at terrifying speed. The moment he reached his target, he roared, "Firewall!" A gigantic pillar of fire erupted, incinerating an entire block of the bustling street. The orcs shrieked miserably. As they were burned by the flames, their ferocious faces were now filled with nothing but absolute terror in the face of such overwhelming power. The orcs were thrown far away by the aftershock of the fiery explosion. Quick as a lightning flash, Hyun-sung swung his sharp sword, executing a series of powerful combination slashes. Behind him, the other hunters also began to join the fight. Coordinating smoothly to repel the assault, other player groups were also moving quickly into position to surround the monsters. Standing in the middle of a battlefield littered with enemy corpses, Choi Hyun-sung calmly sheathed his sword. He glanced around once and muttered softly, "Done taking out the trash. Time to go get paid." Wait. A piercing scream rang out as the giant foot of a strange creature slammed down onto the pavement. A ferocious bull with glowing eyes roared threateningly amidst the dust and smoke. However, instead of charging in to attack the monsters, all turned and fled for their lives. Choi Hyun-sung muttered in confusion, "Huh?" He squinted at the backs of the fleeing trolls and noticed something very strange. "What is this?" The monster's face was a mask of sheer terror, sweat pouring down as if it were running from something. Something even scarier than death itself. Standing in the middle of the street, Hyun-sung watched the monsters and mumbled, "What's going on?" He couldn't help but wonder why the trolls, who were usually so aggressive, would choose to flee the moment they were attacked. These ferocious trolls are running away after just one hit. Despite his doubts, he quickly made up his mind. He couldn't let them escape. Hyun-sung immediately activated his skill, Breath of Lightning. Brilliant blue sparks enveloped his body in an instant, but he didn't stop there. He followed up by casting Flame Spear. With a confident smile on his face, Hyun-sung casually remarked, "Well, this just makes things even easier." He stomped his foot on the pavement and shot forward at an incredible speed. Hyun-sung closed in on his target, unleashing a powerful strike that caused a massive explosion right on the giant's back. He continued to glide across the battlefield, electricity crackling powerfully at his fingertips. A blazing spear of fire shot from his hand, piercing through the enemy and creating a gigantic pillar of fire that consumed everything around it. Smoke, dust, and embers slowly faded into the blue sky. Hyun-sung calmly raised his hand and muttered, "Counting the kills, 15 down. Anyone else?" He scanned the devastated scene and wondered, was that the last one? In front of him, the lower half of a monster was still smoking, electrocuted to a crisp. Choi Hyun-sung stared ahead pensively, his gaze sharp. Suddenly, he exclaimed in bewilderment, "What the?" A deep guttural growl echoed right after. A dark blue arm with tough scales and razor-sharp claws suddenly appeared. He stared in shock at the entity before him, wondering why that thing was here. A pair of blazing yellow eyes full of killing intent glanced over. It was a creature of at least level 350, possibly even over level 400. It threw its head back and let out a world-shaking roar that made the very space around them tremble. A gigantic monster with rippling muscles appeared in the middle of the bustling city. "I'm in for a world of hurt." Hyun-sung broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with shock. That's the highest level monster out there right now. Before him stood the hero-class monster known as the Blue Drake. Standing before this towering creature, Choi Hyun-sung's figure seemed incredibly small and alone. Meanwhile, at the command center, a female staff member was typing furiously, her face etched with anxiety. "I hope it all ends at this level." She mentally calculated that, out of approximately 100,000 players in Korea, only about 5,000 high-level players had completed their 4th job advancement. Other staff members were also anxiously watching the numerous monitoring screens. They concluded that while the military's firepower could cover the areas where low to mid-level monsters appeared, a bigger problem was emerging. As the number of gates decreased, high-level monsters were appearing with greater frequency. This was causing a severe shortage of high-level players. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared through the system. A frantic staff member reported an emergency situation. "A new gate has just opened in the Gasan area." The female manager immediately demanded, "What kind of monsters?" The staff member hastily replied, "We're confirming the visual now." Images of winged creatures soaring through the sky appeared on the screen. The staff member yelled, "A flock of wyverns has broken through!" The female manager clutched her head in exhaustion, realizing, did we run out of the normal ones? Why is it all hero-class monsters now? Another staff member quickly asked, "The Gasson area is under the Doctor Guild's jurisdiction, right?" As soon as he received confirmation, he reported, "The Doctor Guild is urgently requesting immediate reinforcements. Their main forces are primarily tanks and melee warriors, so they're having a lot of trouble taking down the wyverns flying overhead." The staff in the center could only watch anxiously. As the situation spiraled out of control, the female captain at the command center urgently asked, "Are there any other guilds we can dispatch near Seoul Station 1? A staff member quickly reported, "In the Jongno Station area, the Zuga Guild with their main force of mages is on standby." After a moment's hesitation, she gripped her weapon and gave the order the Zuga Guild to deploy immediately. Just then, the alarms blared again, signaling a new gate had opened in Dunsandong Daejeon with a swarm of harpies pouring out. The situation grew even worse when ogres began to emerge from the Orc Gate in Busan. Another staff member rushed to the captain's side. "Captain, we have a report that the Blue Drake has appeared at the Troll Gate in Osan City, Gyeonggi Province." Hearing this, her face paled and she wondered, isn't that the area where Choi Hyun-sung is on his mission? The staff member confirmed, the first person to report the Blue Drake's appearance was indeed Choi Hyun-sung, and he's been constantly sending requests for backup to the center. The captain's gaze turned sharp and resolute as she looked at the report in her hand. Standing in the middle of the command center, she suddenly made a firm decision. This whole situation is a lost cause. "All units pull back, save yourselves," she ordered her subordinate. "Notify all players to retreat from the scene immediately." After receiving confirmation from the staff, the female captain, Spa silently observed the situation with a contemplative expression. Choi Hyun-sung was running for his life, his breath coming in ragged gasps mixed with impatience. When is that backup going to get here? Instead of the help he was waiting for, he got a bombshell. His eyes widened in stress, sweat pouring down his face as a cold announcement came from his communicator. "As of this moment, all ongoing operations in Osan City are hereby aborted." Hyun-sung was stunned. Just then, a massive building was suddenly thrown into the air like a toy. Amidst the chaos in the streets, the emergency evacuation order continued to be broadcast. "All players evacuate the area immediately." Hyun-sung yelled furiously into his comms as he ran. "No, but this isn't a situation you can just retreat from easily." Behind him, a skyscraper crumbled, exploding into a massive cloud of dust. A low, guttural growl rang out, revealing the ferocious face of the Blue Drake, its golden eyes blazing. Hyun-sung dropped to one knee on the asphalt, a determined smirk on his face despite the extreme danger. A massive stomp from the Blue Dragon's giant foot slammed down right next to him, shattering the pavement into 100 pieces. He dodged into a nearby building. Hyun-sung stood frozen, staring through the glass. Before him was an enormous expanse of dark blue hide that blotted out the entire sky. He clicked his tongue in frustration. "It's tough being this handsome. Even a monster like that won't leave me alone." As he was lost in thought, his breath hitched when he noticed something unusual just outside the window. The Blue Drake's enormous head slowly came into view, staring inside with murderous intent. All Hyun-sung could do was give a bitter, helpless laugh. "Ha ha. Damn it!" The beast loomed just on the other side of the glass, signaling an inevitable showdown. In the sky, massive pieces of architecture continued to rain down. A large building crashed to the ground with terrifying force, crushing a yellow taxi and reducing the city block to desolate ruins. The Blue Drake let out a threatening roar. Immediately, Choi Hyun-sung unleashed his firestorm skill. An earth-shattering explosion of fire engulfed his opponent. Standing amidst the smoke and dust, he gritted his teeth, determined. One more. The furious flames consumed the Blue Dragon, but it remained standing there unfazed. Hyun-sung quickly flipped backwards, retreating from the high-rise building, sweat pouring down his tense face. He swallowed nervously as he landed on the street. The Blue Drake was already right behind him, making him cry out in terror. Too close. Just as he began to gather his magic, enormous spikes of ice suddenly shot up from the ground. They shattered the surrounding structures. Hyun-sung stared blankly at the sight. A heavy blow came crashing down, forcing him to dodge at the last second. Hyun-sung dropped to one knee on the pavement, watching the creature's relentless pursuit, unable to help but wonder, why does it keep chasing me? His gaze hardened with killing intent as he made a silent resolve. Is fighting the only way? He immediately activated Breath of Lightning. A brilliant blue electrical current enveloped his body. Amidst the blue drake's thunderous roar, Hyun-sung gripped his short sword and declared boldly, "Let's see how you like this." He seized the moment, darting forward like a bolt of lightning that caught the blue drake by surprise. However, a strange phenomenon occurred that made him freeze. What is this? Before he could register it, a massive impact sent him flying. "Urk!" He groaned in pain as he was launched into the air. While in free fall, his eyes shot open in disbelief. A powerful whip of the blue dragon's tail had sent him flying at an incredible speed. Caught off guard by the attack, Choi Hyun-sung gritted his teeth and cursed, "Son of a bitch!" The blue drake's cold, sharp eyes tracked his every movement. Amidst the wreckage debris from the powerful collision scattered across the street, Hyun-sung realized its defenses were too solid. Its scales are too tough. He stood frozen before the monster's gigantic frame, silently calculating. The only place that might be a weak point is... A sharp, determined glint flashed in Hyun-sung's eyes. He braced himself and shot forward like a bolt of lightning toward the massive blue dragon in the middle of the intersection. He closed the distance and leaped onto the creature, searching for an opening. He aimed straight for the target he'd already identified, its underbelly. With all his might, he swung his weapon. He slashed hard at the monster's underside. Bathed in a brilliant electrical aura, his face was a mask of intense concentration as he executed the risky close-range attack. The blue drake swung its massive tail across the pavement, forcing Hyun-sung to leap back to dodge. He landed firmly on his feet, crackling electricity enveloping his body. Staring at the mere scratch he'd just left on its dense hide, Hyun-sung cried out in astonishment. "What are these scales made of? My ex wasn't this thick-skinned." The monster let out a menacing growl, making him break out in a nervous sweat. It immediately swung its colossal arm, aiming a slap with the force of 1,000 tons right at him. Hyun-sung leaped nimbly into the air to dodge, thinking to himself, "So fast!" While airborne, he suddenly froze stunned. An unexpected surge of electrical energy erupted violently from the monster. Against the terrifying pressure and blinding light, Hyun-sung squeezed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth, enduring the shockwave. The blue dragon stood defiantly in the middle of the street. As a series of explosions tore up the ground beneath it, Choi Hyun-sung lay collapsed on a rooftop, his body battered as he faced imminent death. He looked up at the enormous shadow of the blue drake enveloping him. He could only grit his teeth and utter bitterly, "Damn it." Without a moment of hesitation, the monster opened its blood-red maw and swallowed him whole into deep darkness. He awoke in a cramped, narrow space that reeked of blood. Hyun-sung realized he was inside the monster's gullet on the brink of death. Images of his elderly father in his hospital bed and his family waiting at home flashed through his mind. He told himself, "I can't die like this. If I die, what will happen to them?" With what little strength he had left, he struggled to hold on, clutching his weapon. Realizing he was being dragged deeper toward the stomach, he became determined. There's no round-trip ticket from a dragon's stomach, you know. Hyun-sung mustered all his strength, plunging his blade deep into the monster's soft flesh to anchor himself. In the midst of his desperation, he suddenly froze, stunned. What is this? He realized something strange, as he was soaked in the blue dragon's blood. This dragon's blood is even more potent than a hero-grade potion. His wounds began to close up miraculously. His eyes shone with hope as he realized this was, his chance to turn the tables. Casting aside his disgust, Hyun-sung began to bite and frantically stab his weapon into the soft tissue. Meanwhile, at the command center, an atmosphere of shock filled the air upon receiving the grim news. The female manager, stunned, asked again for confirmation. "Hyun-sung-si is dead?" The employee standing opposite her replied grimly, his face heavy. "That's what they're assuming." She demanded furiously, "How could this have happened when I gave a clear order for all players to retreat from the scene immediately?" Another female employee holding a tablet explained, "Because Hyun-sung was in charge of the critical mission of sealing the spatial gate, he was the one closest to the monster. Even though the blue drake tried to move as soon as the retreat order was given, the sudden appearance of the hero-grade monster likely didn't give him enough time to escape." The female manager lowered her head and gritted her teeth in anguish, whispering, "Damn it." She asked worriedly, "Does his family know about this yet?" The employee reported, "Although the association hasn't sent a direct death notification, the list of fallen players has been widely circulated online, so his relatives have probably already found out." The manager sighed helplessly. She brought a hand to her forehead to hide the exhaustion and regret that was overwhelming her. Right then, deep inside the monster's body, another sharp attack was launched. After a struggle, he was knocked back, tumbling around in the cramped space of the stomach before slumping down, exhausted. In his tattered clothes, Hyun-sung looked down at his body in shock. His eyes suddenly lit up as he noticed a significant change. He shot to his feet, his face filled with excitement. "All right," Hyun-sung cheered to himself as he saw his status bar begin to stabilize. "I'm a walking health potion. I can take on the whole dragon clan now." Looking at the blood flowing all around him, he realized this was an endless resource to sustain his life. Because there's so much blood in here. Without a moment's hesitation, he repeatedly stabbed the fleshy wall with his knife to activate his absorption skill. Feeling his strength gradually returning, he smiled, faintly satisfied. Excellent. Suddenly, an extremely powerful jolt shook the space around him violently. Hyun-sung blurted out in confusion, "Whoa, is this dragon driving recklessly because of a stomachache?" His entire body was thrown. He slammed hard against the slippery flesh walls as the monster thrashed violently. He cursed in pain, "Damn it!" In this perilous situation, Hyun-sung gathered all his strength. He plunged his weapon deep into the fleshy wall to keep himself from being thrown around. He hung suspended inside the monster's stomach, breathing heavily with exhaustion. Hyun-sung thought grimly, "What the hell is going on out there?" His eyes were wild but remained alert to the continuous tremors. At the same time, outside, the blue drake was rampaging, its giant feet shattering the ground. Witnessing that horrifying scene, Lee Soo-young was frozen in place with terror. "What is that?" The hunter with her could only reply in shock, "Yeah." Lee Soo-young stood silently watching the blue drake's strange behavior. She wondered, does the blue dragon have a sudden acute stomachache or something? The monster let out a world-shaking roar and thrashed wildly, causing the surrounding skyscrapers to collapse. They crumbled into clouds of dust. Soo-young gasped, "Oh," as she watched the scene instantly turn into a desolate wasteland deep inside the monster's body. Choi Hyun-sung was navigating through the dark, fleshy walls. He cheered excitedly, "Found it!" when he spotted his crucial target. Looking at the intricate network of vessels before him, he confirmed, "The blood vessels, they're definitely here." Hyun-sung immediately activated his flame sword skill, then swung the burning blade, slashing hard at the flesh wall to destroy it from the inside. The searing pain made the blue drake roar in agony. "Ah!" Hyun-sung held on tight and thought to himself, "Good." He noticed the wounds on his body were closing rapidly thanks to the abundant amount of blood. With a triumphant smile, he once again gathered power into his weapon, creating bright circles of energy as he prepared for the decisive blow. His footsteps sloshed through the deep red fluid. Before Hyun-sung now was a giant pulsating mass of flesh contracting with each beat, standing before the monster's heart. He didn't hesitate for a second, swinging his sword and plunging it straight into the center of the most vital organ. He ripped through the soft flesh of the giant internal organ. Suddenly, all movement stopped, causing him to blurt out in confusion, "What's this?" Immediately, a series of system windows and notifications chimed in rapid succession. Passive skill book of immortality has officially been upgraded to the unique hero grade. At the same time, active skill, breath of the book, has been greatly enhanced to hero grade. The system notifications continued. Breath of the book has reached the unique level hero and has been renamed Breath of the Lightning Dragon. Hyun-sung stared in disbelief. "A name change sounds cool. From now on, call me Lightning Dragon." He was stunned to receive a flood of unbelievable achievements for single-handedly defeating Blue Drake Jettos, a named hero-grade monster, with a level difference of over 300. Looking at the wreckage around him, he muttered softly, "I knew it wasn't just some ordinary foe." Hyun-sung looked around at the now quiet space and wondered, "Is it over?" The system continued to announce, "Rare-grade item blood-sucking sword has been successfully restored." Hyun-sung exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" The sword was immediately upgraded to the unique hero grade with the new name Dragon's Blood Sword. Holding the new menacing-looking weapon in his hand, he smiled softly. "Oh ho." Suddenly his eyes widened in astonishment as he saw a brightly glowing blue magic book floating in the void. Hyun-sung approached and took the book titled Scale of the Lightning Dragon Hero Grade. It was a passive skill book that dramatically increased physical defense skill resistance and resistance to lightning-based attacks. He nodded in satisfaction. "Nice. With armor this good, who could possibly beat me?" He stood before the system's prompt asking if he wanted to acquire this skill. Hyun-sung smiled confidently and affirmed, "Of course I'm going to learn it." The book immediately glowed brilliantly and dissolved into his body. Footsteps echoed on the gravel-strewn asphalt. A girl stared at the devastated scene, her face filled with shock, and exclaimed, "What in the world happened here?" Before them lay the motionless corpse of a giant blue drake. A fellow hunter couldn't help but wonder, That's right. He recounted how just moments ago the monster had been thrashing about wildly, all by itself. But then its movements gradually slowed, and it suddenly collapsed and stopped breathing. The hunter put a hand to his chin, speculating, maybe it caught some kind of disease? A hero-class dragon isn't some factory-farmed chicken. The girl immediately dismissed the idea. She had never heard of a drake dying from an illness. Suddenly, the man narrowed his eyes at the pile of rubble and exclaimed, "Huh, there's someone over there." The girl asked, bewildered, "What?" Right where the blue drake had fallen, a lone figure slowly emerged from the thick cloud of dust, causing them both to stand frozen in place, with faces full of doubt. In the sky, a military helicopter glided through the clouds. Inside the cabin, hunters were taking the opportunity to adjust their gear. One member let out a sigh of relief. "The grind's over. Time to go home and catch up on some sleep." His teammate next to him agreed, saying they had never experienced such a dizzyingly busy period before. Shinjuna gripped her weapon tightly, thinking to herself, he's not the kind of person to die so easily. At an emergency meeting, Shinjuna angrily shouted, "How can you possibly demand a contract violation penalty for Choi Hyun-sung?" She shot up from her seat, filled with indignation in front of the high-ranking officials. The man in glasses sitting opposite her remained calm and cold. "Calm down, team leader Shinjuna." He casually let slip a venomous remark. In any case, he's a dead man now. Shinjuna gritted her teeth in fury upon hearing those heartless words. The official continued to explain that with the current catastrophic damages, it was absolutely essential to cut costs as much as possible. He narrowed his eyes at her and retorted, "Shouldn't we be minimizing our expenses as much as we can?" Shinjuna glared at the official with utter contempt and asked in a low voice, "Are you trying to cheat my friend out of his money? Want to eat fists instead of food?" Faced with her fury, his face went pale as he stammered that she was going too far. However, the pressure from Juna's killer intent made the official tremble, sweat pouring down his face in fear. She glared at him, questioning if this was how they handled their business and whether they would act just as cruelly if she were the one who had fallen. Facing the terrifying threat, the official quickly bowed his head and begged, "Please, please, calm down. I'll retract that decision immediately." Back in the present, Jun-ah still couldn't believe that a player as strong as Hyun-sung had died fighting the Blue Drake. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over out of breath to report some urgent news. The staff member wearing a headset announced with a trembling voice, The Blue Drake has been eliminated." This news left everyone around them in shock. A blonde-haired hunter asked, stunned, "Was it one of the ranker parties that took it down?" However, everyone agreed that there were currently no teams capable of such a feat. The staff member continued, revealing a shocking truth. The player who was swallowed by the Blue Drake is actually still alive. He attacked it from inside and took it down. The staff member confirmed it was a member of our association named Choi Hyun-sung. Upon hearing that name, a faint knowing smile appeared on her lips. At the same time, in a bustling city district, a weary Choi Hyun-sung was pouring water over himself to wash off the filth. Looking at his state, he let out a soft sigh, thinking how truly pathetic he looked right now. Choi Hyun-sung moved slightly. He realized the wounds on his body seemed to have completely vanished. A male hunter standing nearby came over, handed him a blue cloak, and said, "Here, take this. You almost gave everyone a live nude show." Hyun-sung accepted it gratefully. "Ah, thank you." After putting on the cloak, he asked hesitantly, "Hey, could I possibly borrow a phone for a moment?" He explained that he really wanted to call his family right away. A female hunter standing nearby quickly pulled out her phone and handed it to him. "Of course, here, feel free to use it for as long as you like." Hyun-sung took the phone, moved to a quiet corner, and began to dial. As soon as the other end picked up, he said softly, "Hello," while the two hunters continued to watch quietly from a distance. Hyun-sung spoke shyly into the phone. "Mom, it's me, Hyun-sung." The voice on the other end asked in utter disbelief, Is it really you? Is that really my son, Choi Hyun-sung?" He calmly affirmed, "Yes, it's your son." Hyun-sung explained that there must have been some kind of mistake because he was alive and well, but for some reason, his name had been put on the list of casualties. He continued, "Is Sis doing okay? And Dad?" The only reply was the sound of his mother's choked, heartbroken sobs. Hyun-sung, flustered, tried to reassure her, "Mom, don't cry. I just took a bath in dragon blood. I'm super healthy, Mom." His mother still couldn't believe it was real. She asked one more time just to be sure her son was truly safe and sound. Hyun-sung nodded in affirmation. "Yes, that's right. I've been eating and sleeping very well this whole time." Hearing her son's words, his mother choked out, "You've been through so much. Thank you, my son." Mom is truly, truly grateful that you're still alive. However, she suddenly revealed something that made Hyun-sung's eyes widen in astonishment. It turns out yesterday, people from the Player Association came to our house. She explained that not only did they pay the full death compensation, but the representative leading the group even got on his knees to take the blame and apologize to our family with the deepest regret. Choi Hyun-sung's mother said shyly over the phone, "It's not a mistake, honey. You don't have to hide anything from me." Behind her, his little sister was sitting with her head down, trembling and covering her face with emotion. His mother continued to comfort him. "Come home, son. Money isn't important at a time like this. And thank you truly for making it back alive." Hyun-sung stood frozen in the middle of the night street. He quietly hung up his face deep in thought after the emotional call. He threw on a green cloak and silently walked through the rubble, finding a hidden corner to rest. He slumped down and let out a sigh. Phew. Immediately, he pulled out the new sword to inspect it. First, let's see how the blood-sucking sword has changed. A system window appeared with information on the Dragon Blood Sword Unique Hero rank. He looked at the words, "Item has been bound," and wondered, "Item bound. This thing is so good the system automatically locks it, folks." However, he was quickly drawn to the third option regarding its growth potential if it continuously absorbed dragon blood. Hyun-sung smiled satisfied. With this, I won't have to worry about weapons anymore. Next, he opened the information window for the skill, Breath of the Thunder Dragon, Unique Hero rank. Noticing there was only one new option, he clicked his tongue. Only one additional option. But then he reassured himself, well, at least it can be upgraded. Hyun-sung continued to check the titles he had acquired. After the life-or-death battle, the level limit breaker title was upgraded from rare to hero rank, increasing all of his stats by an additional 20 points. He nodded to himself, just as I thought. Another notification appeared revealing the title Solo Slayer of the Blue Drake Ghettos, which increased his magic power by 4 points. Unexpectedly, a strange title appeared, leaving him bewildered. What's this Shadow Warrior? This warrior is lacking clothes. Hyun-sung could only give a wry laugh at the system's humor. Haha, I'll take it as a bonus reward, I guess. He stared blankly into the void, but then he suddenly realized his own ridiculous situation. When are they going to bring me some clothes? Hyun-sung sat hugging his knees, looking over at Lee Soo-young standing in the distance. He lamented to himself, I really want to go home. All of a sudden, he sensed a presence hurtling towards him at high speed. Hyun-sung was startled. Huh. A figure was running for their life in his direction. In the deserted streets, he recognized the person and exclaimed in surprise, Miss Shin-juna! The girl rushed forward and threw her arms around him, crying and choking out, If you had died, I would have made this entire guild pay for it. Shin-juna buried her face in his shoulder, sobbing. I'm so glad. Hyun-sung froze in embarrassment, able to do nothing but look at her with a flustered expression. It was then that Juna suddenly realized something was wrong. She pulled back and stammered, Oh, where are your clothes? She turned beet red when she saw he was only wearing a makeshift cloak. Hyun-sung scratched his head, sweat pouring down his face from the awkwardness. Oh, well, about that. He gave a pained smile, explaining his pathetic situation. They were completely dissolved by the acid in the monster's stomach. A soldier approached, handing Choi Hyun-sung a red uniform and said, For now, please wear this. Hyun-sung took it and replied politely, Ah, yes. Thank you. Shin Jun-ah, standing nearby, looked at him with a flustered gaze. She blushed slightly and looked away. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual and exclaimed, Huh! A blue-haired man in silver armor strode towards them with a radiant smile. Well now, what a moving reunion. He turned to Jun-ah with a cheerful expression. And hey, Miss Jun-ah, I was genuinely surprised. Seeing his cheerful expression, Jun-ah asked coldly, Surprised about what? The blue-haired guy nonchalantly teased, So your type is dragon-slaying pretty boys, huh, Jun-ah? He pointed toward the bewildered Hyun-sung standing behind her and continued, This is the boyfriend you've been hiding all this time, isn't he? Hyun-sung broke out in a cold sweat. His face was a mask of panic at this disastrous misunderstanding. Jun-ah immediately set him straight with a stern expression. Don't take your jokes too far. Seeing how tense she was, the blue-haired guy quickly raised his hands in a friendly gesture and replied, Yes, ma'am, understood. Jun-ah remained on guard and asked, But why are you here? He explained that since the operation had been cancelled, everyone was free to go home and rest, and that he had already told them this. Suddenly, the sharp clank of metal heels echoed on the pavement. Lee Soo-young in a purple cloak appeared unexpectedly and retorted, After seeing that, how could I possibly go back? She drew closer, her eyes full of curiosity. I only came to take a look because I was curious. Soo-young stared intently at Hyun-sung and declared without a moment's hesitation, "Oh my, he's exactly my type." She moved in close, reaching a hand out to touch Hyun-sung, and boldly asked, "Hello there, I'm your future girlfriend." Juna instantly lunged forward, grabbing Soo-young's wrist to stop her. "He just barely escaped death," she snapped angrily. "Can you please stop joking around?" Soo-young maintained a placid smile and replied, "I'm not joking, you know." She stared piercingly into Juna's eyes and goaded, "But why are you getting so furious, Miss Juna?" Soo-young smirked meaningfully. "Could it be—" Before she could finish her sentence, Juna cut her off and declared firmly, "Hyun-sung needs to rest right now." She looked at him with concern and added, "We also need to go to the hospital to check for any abnormalities." Shin Juna's eyes hardened as she looked toward the crowd gathering around them. She said coldly, "It looks like everyone has come here." It was all out of curiosity about how Choi Hyun-sung managed to take down the Blue Drake, but this crowd was truly a huge disrespect. Turning to Hyun-sung with a concerned look, she suggested, "Let's go to the hospital first." He nodded slightly in agreement. "I understand." Juna turned back and announced authoritatively to the other players, "The helicopter you all just arrived in, I'm commandeering it to take Hyun-sung for medical attention." Before anyone could react, she decisively took his hand, and the two of them left the scene. Witnessing this, Lee Soo-young could only click her tongue in frustration. "Ch," she quietly admitted to her teammates, "I'll let you have him this time. Next time I'll hunt him more seriously." Standing behind them, the blue-haired hunter watched the two figures thoughtfully. "But I'm really curious, how could he possibly hunt a blue? And Drake all by himself?" His companion agreed, seeing how much Jun-ae cares about him. He's definitely not some ordinary player. He gave a meaningful smile and thought to himself, "Well, I can just ask him about it later." Although the second Great Change had caused considerable losses for South Korea, the damage here was still considered much lighter compared to other nations. Choi Hyun-sung walked through the city streets, witnessing firsthand how the country was gradually recovering. After successfully averting the disaster, destroyed infrastructure was being rapidly repaired and rebuilt. At research institutes, experts had also begun analyzing the newly collected monster corpses and mana stones to serve technology development projects. Although the social atmosphere was still a bit unsettled, everything was starting to get back on its usual track. Choi Hyun-sung, dressed in a sharp suit and wearing a mask and sunglasses to hide his identity, arrived at a large warehouse. Looking at the towering stacks of crates, he quietly noted, "The amount of stock here is quite impressive." The store manager, with a beaming face, happily reported that their store was fortunate enough to have suffered no damage during the incident. He excitedly shared that, as soon as the power grid was restored, their top priority was to fully charge all the backup batteries in the warehouse. Carefully observing the equipment through his sunglasses, Choi Hyun-sung made a swift, decisive decision without a hint of hesitation. "I'll buy this entire stock." The manager was utterly shocked and overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply respectfully, thanking his major client. Standing before the system interface in the bustling city, Choi Hyun-sung was plotting his new business plan. Noticing that the supply of high-capacity camping batteries from the 20 company was still extremely scarce, he decided to push the price, up to nearly 60 million points for each product. The moment he hit the register button, a notification chimed and a sale successful message popped up. It appeared instantly, leaving him stunned. "Huh. Even I think this price is a ripoff, yet you guys are still fighting to buy them." Unable to believe his eyes, Hyun-sung tried pushing the price even higher, but the result was the same. The stock was wiped out the moment it was listed. He let out a slight smirk. A sly smile spread across his face. "Heh, this means I can raise the price even more aggressively." A few days later, Hyun-sung went to a dealership to gather more stock. Faced with his request for a large quantity, the manager, sweating bullets, explained nervously, "I only ordered the amount you usually buy, so I don't have enough in stock right now." Hyun-sung remained cold and expressionless in his black suit and a mask that completely covered his face. "Then place an order for more immediately," he said firmly. The manager quickly reassured him that the factory was still operating normally, so production wouldn't be a problem, and promised to contact other branches to gather the stock for him right away. He was single-handedly buying up the entire supply chain. As Hyun-sung prepared to leave, the manager pleaded, "If you leave your phone number, I'll let you know as soon as the stock arrives." However, to protect his identity, he bluntly refused. "No need. I'll come back myself tomorrow." Walking down the street, Hyun-sung thought to himself, "It would be so much better if I could deal directly with the factory." He recalled the time before the second great change. He had tried to contact the factory, but they had flatly refused him because they didn't work with individuals, even though he had promised to place an extremely large order. But his contact had stood firm, stating that they only accepted orders from corporations or officially licensed businesses. Standing amidst the flow of people, Hyun-sung pondered thoughtfully, should I register a business and just buy a warehouse? But then a more audacious idea popped into his head and his eyes grew sharp and full of determination. No. What if I just open my own electronics store? A few days later, before Choi Hyun-sung stood the imposing Heimdall building. Congratulatory flower wreaths were neatly arranged at the entrance, marking a promising new beginning. Looking at the bustling crowd, he quietly remarked, "Wow, it's really packed for a weekday." Suddenly, a woman with long brown hair called out with a bright smile, "Oh, Hyun-sung?" Seeing his sister, he thought to himself, I knew I was right to entrust the business to her. She can just handle this while I go slay dragons and bring home the money. She continued updating him on the stock. I just moved a few sets of batteries into the warehouse. They should have arrived by now. Hyun-sung waved goodbye. All right, I'll go check on them right now. When she asked if he needed to order anything else, he answered a bit awkwardly. Well, that kind of depends on the timing. Seeing him about to leave, she pulled his arm affectionately. You might as well stay for lunch. Mom's on her way too. Hyun-sung happily agreed. It's my treat today. Bring out the most expensive item on the menu for Mom and you. The manager beamed and agreed. Of course. At his private warehouse, Hyun-sung stood alone observing the system interface. Gazing at the sales list, he let out a soft sigh. Looks like it's about to end. The consumption rate of goods in the virtual market has stagnated. The sales speed has almost come to a complete stop. However, he quickly regained his composure. Well, that makes sense. After all, sales have been insane this whole week. The electronic items had earned him a massive amount of points, enough to carry out his bigger plans. He walked over to the sofa, sank into it, and thought to himself, what's all this money for? To upgrade myself, of course. Hyun-sung immersed himself in the list of high-level items and skills, pondering, now what should I buy? He began to take stock of his current powers. As of now, I have a total of 5 hero-rank skills. He looked at the details of his hero-rank skills. He immediately noticed a limitation in his skill set. My only active skill is Breath of the Thunder Dragon. He realized he only had a single attack-type skill. What's more, it was a damage-over-time skill meant for sustained combat. Recalling his fierce battles with monsters, he knew he desperately needed an active skill he could use freely at any moment. Or at the very least, he needed a spatial transference skill to escape from dangerous situations. Sitting alone in the warehouse, Hyun-sung was glued to the system screen. Searching for the optimal choice, he decided he would buy both types of skills, sealing the deal without even looking at the price, a classic big-shot move. Besides, compared to passive skills, active skills were relatively more affordable. His finger swiped quickly through the item list, from the Sword of the Elf, Warrior to the Hammer of the Dwarf Clan. Hyun-sung paused when he saw that the prices for spatial transference skills were not cheap at all. Some of them cost nearly 700 million points. He clicked his tongue, recalling that before, even items related to alternate dimensions had always been this expensive. He realized that only skills at the hero rank were capable of teleporting living beings, though they came with countless strict restrictions. The system allowed him to read the reviews from previous buyers, which Hyun-sung found extremely convenient. After careful consideration, he stopped on a skill book called Hero Rank Flash. This skill allows the user to teleport to any location within their line of sight, though the mana cost is proportional to the distance and it cannot be used in places with unstable mana flow. Hyun-sung told himself, you get what you pay for. He hit purchase. Even with a colossal price tag of 40 billion points, he didn't hesitate. A system notification chimed. It asked him to confirm the purchase of the Hero Rank skill book, warning that the item would be non-refundable. As soon as he hit agree, a stream of blue, mystical light erupted and enveloped his entire body. Hyun-sung stood up, feeling the new power merging with him as he walked through the silent warehouse. Guess I'll test it out a bit. Hyun-sung decided to immediately try out his newly acquired skill. He softly uttered, Flash. Instantly, his body teleported to another location. In the blink of an eye, Hyun-sung was incredibly excited. Oh, it works! He told himself he'd save the long-distance teleportation test for another time and casually walked on. Returning to his room, he continued to scroll through the system interface, searching for more power. Although he'd looked through a series of skills from fire, wind, and ice to lightning, he still hadn't found anything that truly satisfied him. Just as he was about to give up, his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw a hero-rank skill book called Black Lightning. This was an extremely powerful dark element attack skill. It consumed both the user's stamina and mana to unleash devastating blows. Even with a price tag of nearly 30 billion points, Hyun-sung was extremely interested. This seems pretty good. After carefully reading reviews stating that the skill was 3 times stronger than normal, but could easily cause exhaustion, he was confident that his own abundant stamina could completely compensate for that weakness. Regarding the mana, without a moment's hesitation, he made a firm decision. I'll buy it. A true big spender. If he likes it, he gets it. As soon as the system confirmed the transaction was successful, Hyun-sung immediately began to absorb the new skill, but unexpectedly a failure notification popped up, causing him to mutter, "Just as I thought." However, something unexpected happened. My one-of-a-kind, hero-rank Thunder Dragon's Breath skill suddenly absorbed the black lightning on its own and powered up immensely. Hyun-sung breathed a sigh of relief when he realized it. Even though it's a dark-type element, it can still fuse perfectly with my existing power. And now the protective shield that used to activate automatically and drain so much of my mana can finally be controlled at will. He strode forward decisively, thinking to himself, "Guess I'll head to the dungeon for a little test run." As he ventured deep into the dark forest, a swarm of demon bats began to stir, flying erratically through the night sky. They opened their mouths full of sharp teeth and let out ferocious roars. He raised his hand forward to activate his skill, and magic circles appeared in a brilliant flash right above the heads of the monsters poised to attack. A blazing purple energy flared in Hyun-sung's cold, sharp eyes, making the creatures shriek in terror. Standing amidst the smoke dust and crackling purple lightning that filled the air, he gave a slight, satisfied smirk. Not bad at all. He thought to himself that this new power was definitely worth the massive amount of points he'd spent. Using up all my points on this was totally worth it. Spending money really does make life better. 5 hours passed. All that remained at the scene were dying embers and the littered corpses of monsters. A system notification suddenly popped up, recording an incredible hero rank achievement. Hyun-sung had single-handedly wiped out 5,000 demon bats, of a high level, earning him the title Demon Bat Butcher. Beads of sweat streamed down his exhausted face as he panted, "Man, that was exhausting. I guess that's enough for today." Hyun-sung quietly left the dungeon. The lights of the Hymax building were already shining brightly against the city's night sky. "Hey, sis, you haven't gone home yet." She looked at her brother's rugged, travel-worn state and asked, "Have you been out hunting all this time?" After Hyun-sung's brief reply, she smiled encouragingly. "You've worked hard. The batteries have been stacked neatly in the warehouse. Go on and check." He replied quietly, "Thanks, sis." 30 minutes later, when he returned, Hyun-sung still saw his sister waiting in the lobby. "Huh. Are you trying to get in some unpaid overtime, or are you waiting for me to give you a paycheck?" He flashed a bright smile and suggested, "Let's go home together, sis." But contrary to his cheerful mood, his sister's expression suddenly turned incredibly serious. "Sit down for a minute. I have something important I need to talk to you about." Sensing the sudden change in atmosphere, he asked hesitantly, "Did you wait all this time just to talk to me?" After she nodded in confirmation, Hyun-sung started to feel tense. "What is it? What's so serious?" She looked him straight in the eye and began to speak slowly. "It's about what happened during the time you were declared dead." Choi Hyun-sung sat across from his sister, a cup of steaming coffee between them. In a somber tone, she began recounting the family's darkest days. "Mom collapsed the moment she heard you were gone, and when she came to, she cried for days straight." Hyun-sung listened with his head bowed, his face filled with guilt. But his sister stressed, the real problems began after that. On the table was a daunting stack of documents. It was an invoice for damages to rented equipment and a penalty fee for breach of contract. Seeing those ridiculous figures, Hyun-sung blurted out in disbelief, "What, I went to slay a dragon, not bankrupt the family?" His sister continued, her expression helpless. "Even though I complained a dozen times, the response was always the same. There are no legal issues. Those people coldly pressured our family. They only gave one response: just file to renounce your inheritance rights and be done with it. Even when we sought professional help, it was a dead end. I consulted a lawyer, but they said there was no other option but to give up the inheritance. But their cruelty didn't stop there. They also demanded that we immediately vacate the rental house that was in your name." Hyun-sung gritted his teeth, his fists clenched as he heard of their greed. They even claimed the living expenses you sent home were an illegal gift and demanded it all back. They even sent a claim for the return of your statutory inheritance portion. His eyes blazed with fury, dazed. But his sister quickly reassured him. Of course, after all that, everything was resolved. Hyun-sung was stunned to hear the truth. A woman named Shin Jun-ah came personally, got on her knees and apologized. She said there had been a mistake in processing the paperwork. However, I couldn't help but be suspicious. I don't think it was just a simple random error. And even though Mom told me never to tell you, as now that I see you're doing okay, I decided to tell you everything. I thought you needed to know the truth about what happened. Hyun-sung looked at his sister filled with gratitude. Thank you for telling me. Immediately after, he turned his cold, sharp gaze toward the Players Association building, which stood imposingly against the sky. Looks like the association is going to be the main event tonight. He walked up to the association's reception desk. Hyun-sung spoke first. I have an appointment with team leader Shin Jun-ah. The receptionist replied, a bit surprised. Oh, you're a little early, sir. Team leader Shin Jun-ah isn't back yet. Hyun-sung offered a small smile and explained, I contacted her beforehand to confirm. She told me to just go ahead to her office and wait for her. The receptionist's attitude changed instantly. Oh, is that so? In that case, let me show you the way. As she led the way, she asked attentively, would our VIP like some tea or perhaps coffee? Anything to stay on your good side. Standing in the luxurious office, Hyun-sung gave a short refusal. That won't be necessary. Thank you. After the employee left and the door clicked shut, Hyun-sung's expression immediately turned grim and filled with killing intent. Standing alone in the middle of the room, he thought to himself, time to begin. Hyun-sung's eyes suddenly flared with a mysterious blue light as he activated his skill Spirit Shadow. He focused intently and commanded the system to immediately search for Hyun-sung's code. Magic circles and virtual information panels materialized surrounding him. Hyun-sung reached out, touching the data stream to uncover the truth hidden in the subconscious. A cold official announced, it appears the subject has perished at the scene. An image of Jun-ae appeared, her face filled with sorrow and exhaustion. Hyun-sung delved deeper into the memory and saw Jun-ah angrily questioning someone over the phone. What in the world is going on? Why are you people treating Choi Hyun-sung's bereaved family like this? The person on the other end replied nonchalantly in a soulless tone. I already told you it's regulation. He coldly asserted, I'm just doing my job according to the rules. The classic excuse of a scumbag. Shin Juna gritted her teeth in fury. She snapped into the phone, demanding the other person immediately retract that cruel order. However, the man on the other end of the line calmly retorted that it was his duty and Jun-ae had no right to interfere. She shouted, is this how you treat a player who sacrificed himself for the country? He coldly used the regulations as an excuse to brush her off. Furious, Jun-ae slammed her hand on the desk and roared, if I were to die, and would you people handle it this way too? If the order isn't rescinded, I'll leave the association too. The official on the other end smirked sinisterly and threatened, that would be a breach of contract. Shin Juna sharply retorted, and would such an abnormal slave contract even be recognized internationally? Immediately, an old man with a wrinkled face appeared on the other end of the line. The old man growled, are you trying to fight a losing battle? I am the law. I am absolute. He sighed, saying she was getting hysterical, then coldly hung up the phone. Having just ended the call with Minister Lee, Hanggu Jun-ae could only sit listlessly at her desk, looking utterly exhausted, witnessing the entire event through his psychic skill. Choi Hyun-sung gritted his teeth in fury. You pieces of trash! Looking at Jun-ae's back, he was silently grateful that she had stood up to protect his family. She really is someone to be thankful for. He told himself he now knew who was behind everything. Hyun-sung took out his phone to look up information on Lee Hanggu, the minister of the Department of Gate Management. His eyes turned sharp and filled with killing intent. Staring at the old man's profile, he growled, Old man, you're a dead man. The sound of heels echoed as Shin Jun-ae entered the room and asked apologetically, Have you been waiting long? He quickly reined in his killing intent and replied with a bright smile, No, I just got here. Jun-ae wondered what had brought him here so suddenly without any notice. Hyun-sung's gaze suddenly became extremely serious. He stood up, looked her straight in the eye, and declared decisively, I think we should cancel this contract. His unexpected words left Jun-ae stunned, sweat trickling down her face as she failed to understand what was happening. Choi Hyun-sung looked directly at Shin Jun-ae and stated, I know everything that Minister Lee Hanggu was planning to do. Hearing this, Shinjun-A bowed her head, flustered. For that, I apologize on his behalf. However, Hyun-sung quickly waved his hand. No, Ms. Shinjun-A, you don't need to apologize. After all, the fact that everything was resolved later, it was all thanks to you. He gave a warm smile that left Jun-ah astonished. Hyun-sung continued, Actually, I should be the one thanking you. Seeing his attitude soften, Jun-A pleaded, Please don't be angry. Let me go back and teach our leaders a lesson. Hyun-sung nodded in agreement. Of course, that's something that needs to be done. However, I have a request instead. Yes. Jun-A clasped her hands to her chest nervously. Please ask anything. Hyun-sung declared firmly, I want to meet him in person and receive an apology from Minister Lee Hang-gu. His words made Jun-A exclaim in shock, What? Meanwhile, in the minister's office, the sharp sound of a fist slamming on a desk echoed. Lee Hang-gu roared in fury. That insolent little brat, does he think he's so great just because he has an exclusive skill? What gives him the right to act so high and mighty? He frantically questioned his subordinates. Did I do anything wrong? I didn't write. This old man really needs to take a look in the mirror. A lackey quickly chimed in. It seems he's still young and doesn't understand the ways of the world yet, sir. Another one added, the minister was simply carrying out his duties according to legal procedures. We must file an immediate protest. Lee Hang-gu loosened his tie, gritting his teeth. Damn it, that's right. I was just trying to do my duty according to the law, so why the hell should I have to apologize to a little punk like him? He slammed his hand on the desk again, full of resentment. In the end, I didn't even do anything to him. The subordinate next to him continued to grovel. That's right, sir. The minister has been so magnanimous and forgiving, and yet he's not only ungrateful but dares to act so out of line he needs to be taught a lesson. Lee Hang-gu smirked sinisterly. Yes, he should. But how should we teach him that lesson model? While his subordinates were still flustered, the old man's anxiety was palpable. This matter had already reached the VIPs. What are we going to do? A heavy silence filled the room, infuriating the old man. This bunch of useless fools. No solutions, just standing there muttering. The two henchmen could only bow their heads in fear. We're sorry, Minister. Suddenly, Lee Hang-gu gave an order. Tell that kid to shut up and get over here. Meet me. As his subordinates stared in bewilderment, the old man roared, Do I have to lower myself to go to that brat's house to apologize? I'm very busy. If he wants an apology, then tell him to drag his ass over here. The henchman scrambled away to pass on the order. Yes, I'll relay the message immediately, sir. Lee Hang-gu sat alone, his eyes burning with hatred as he clenched his fists. There is absolutely no way I'm humbling myself to go see that little punk. Standing in front of the government building, Choi Hyun-sung thought to himself, He tells me to come and then makes me wait like this. He strode down the empty hallway, realizing he was later than expected, but told himself it wasn't a big deal. Looking around, he silently assessed the place. This is a den of corruption, a place where the major guilds and dungeon managers collude. Noticing the staff here were all ordinary people, Hyun-sung smirked. This way it'll burn even better. The clacking of heels echoed on the hallway floor. A female secretary in a black suit approached and motioned for him. Follow me, she said curtly. The minister is looking for you. Hyun-sung stretched, stood up, and replied casually, I understand. He silently followed the secretary into the office, preparing for a direct confrontation with the man in charge. As soon as he caught sight of him, Minister Lee Hang-gu spoke in a condescending tone. So, this is the kid who sells batteries, huh? You look pretty average. The old man looked him up and down, remarking that he was probably around his grandson's age while letting out a prejudiced sigh about kids these days. Not giving the old man a chance to dominate, Hyun-sung coldly cut him off with a blunt question. Let's get straight to the point. Where's your apology? At that moment, he secretly activated his spiritual image skill to see through his true intentions. Lee Hang-gu cleared his throat and offered a reluctant apology. Ahem. I apologize for that incident. The old man began to justify himself, claiming that, as a public official, he had no other choice at the time and that a minister can absolutely not let personal feelings interfere with official duties. Through his special skill, Hyun-sung saw the old man's true nature. Realizing the man was in collusion with everyone involved, he silently cursed, What a filthy bastard. Lee Hang-gu continued his act with a self-righteous expression. A hero hiding behind the law only good for pocketing money. Hyun-sung raised an eyebrow contemptuously and shot back. The law, you say? He bluntly criticized the old man's reasoning as forced and full of inconsistencies. Hyun-sung directly questioned the demand for compensation. for damaged equipment when it clearly resulted from carrying out official duties. Hitting a nerve. Lee Hang-goo's face changed as he widened his eyes and roared, "What?" Choi Hyun-sung pressed on questioning the unreasonable contract termination fee demanded by the association. He emphasized that he had been confirmed as killed in action. "I was officially declared killed in action while carrying out the very mission you assigned to me. I died fulfilling the contract doing the work you ordered me to do. And you have the nerve to say that?" Hyun-sung yelled in the old man's face. "What in the world is going on in that head of yours to come up with such a thoughtless argument, huh? You're a complete moron." Lee Hang-gu slammed this table and shot to his feet, his face twisted with rage, roaring, "Do you have any idea who I am talking to me so insolently?" Hyun-sung calmly replied, "Weren't you the one who was rude from the very beginning, minister?" He muttered contemptuously. "How can someone be so ignorant?" The remark drove Lee Hang-gu insane. The old man's eyes bulged as he yelled, "You bastard!" "What did you just say?" The old man frantically boasted about his position as a minister and his past as a congressman to intimidate him, then berated him as an arrogant brat who doesn't know his place for daring to speak so insolently. The classic lines of a washed-up has-been. Hyun-sung just casually cleaned his ear, infuriating the old man even more. He silently cursed him as uneducated trash, who just got lucky with an awakening and dared to insult his noble status. However, when Hyun-sung turned back with a sharp, murderous glare, the old man froze. Hyun-sung calmly dropped a deadly question. "Behave and you'll live. Resist and I'll send you to meet the Blue Drake." Seeing the genuine killing intent from someone who had returned from the dead, Lee Hang-gu was so scared that sweat poured down his face. His legs trembled, unable to stand firm. Hyun-sung slowly advanced, getting right in the terrified old man's face, and warned him, "From now on, try to live with a little more class. And please use that brain of yours to think before you spew any more words." He lightly tapped the old man's forehead mockingly. "This thing isn't just for show, you know." Tapping the minister's forehead like a bell in front of his terrified subordinates, Hyun-sung held up his phone and coldly announced, "Ah, and all those insults from just now. I've recorded everything. I will be filing an official complaint about this. And I can also file a report for the crime of defamation, just so you know. Then I'll see you in court." Choi Hyun-sung coldly left him with those words and walked away casually. Behind him, the minister's helpless roars echoed down the hall. Hyun-sung smirked to himself, thinking this skill was more useful than he'd imagined. He realized that against ordinary people, the provoke skill was practically a cheat code, easily making his opponent lose control and attack blindly. A few days later, a media firestorm erupted. News of Minister Lee Hang-gu's slush fund scandal and illicit dealings flooded the online papers. The complete ledgers of his embezzlement were leaked all over the internet, igniting an unprecedented wave of outrage. At first, it was just individual players, but then small and medium-sized guilds also began to protest in the streets, even going on strike to demand justice. While the whole world was in chaos, Choi Hyun-sung was leisurely relaxing in his apartment. He was intently reviewing the information panel for the hero-grade psychometry skill he had just used. It was an incredible ability that allowed him to read information from an object's past in the form of holographic images and sounds. Hyun-sung gloated to himself, "With this 4K hidden camera system, I'll know about anyone's shady dealings." Just then, his phone vibrated, displaying a call from Shin Jun-a. Hyun-sung was a little surprised. "Huh?" He answered the phone. "Yes, Ms. Jun-a." He heard her ask if they could meet right now. He happily replied, "Yes, any time is fine." However, when Jun-a suggested coming directly to his place, Hyun-sung shot up in a panic. "Whoa, wait a minute!" Whether he was afraid of revealing his hideout or his pajamas, he frantically searched on his phone and quickly suggested another location. "I think it'd be better if you came to the small cafe near Sangdo Station." Receiving her agreement and a notification that she'd be there in 30 minutes, Hyun-sung quickly threw on a jacket, straightened himself up, and left the house. "I see." At the small cafe, she asked bluntly, "The recent scandal with Minister Lee Hang-gu, was that you're doing?" Hyun-sung casually took a sip of his coffee and asked back, "Why would you think that?" She stated with conviction that he was the only one capable of pulling off something so sensational and warned him that government officials were reacting very sensitively, as Hyun-sung was suspected of being behind it. She advised him to act carefully. Hyun-sung pondered for a moment, then posed a hypothetical. If it was discovered that I did it, what would happen?" The woman replied coolly that he could be arrested for illegal trespassing and theft. Hyun Sung realized that under the special laws for players, he would definitely face a more severe punishment than usual. She emphasized that if that scenario were to actually happen, he would have to find a way to use public opinion to his advantage. Hyun Sung nodded in agreement. I see. But he gave a knowing smile and insisted, I'm innocent. I'm just a battery salesman who was passing by. Even so, the woman didn't forget to remind him to be extremely cautious. She revealed a harsh truth: those in power absolutely do not want players to have real power in their hands. However, she also admitted that this incident was definitely a sufficiently powerful warning to the authorities. She continued her analysis, saying that after this, Hyun Sung had certainly made himself quite a few enemies, and the government's vigilance towards him would increase tenfold. Therefore, she advised that in the coming days, it would be best for him to keep quiet and avoid attracting attention. Hyun Sung laughed and replied, well, even though it has nothing to do with me, things are pretty chaotic right now. Hey, so staying quiet is probably for the best. He affirmed that he didn't want to get caught up in any more baseless suspicions. The woman, satisfied with his quick wit, concluded, you're right about that. It's best to avoid useless suspicion. The two sat facing each other in the quiet atmosphere of the cafe, tacitly confirming an agreement to lay low amidst the coming changes. A missile tore through the skies of Pyongyang, creating a world-shaking explosion in the heart of the city. Standing before the blazing scene, North Korean soldiers asked each other nervously, is it finally down? But the reply they received was full of despair. A missile is just a toy to this giant earthworm. From within the rubble, an ancient creature with tough scales began to emerge, revealing a menacing set of sharp teeth. The giant emoji monster raised its head. A soldier standing nearby was horrified to feel strange droplets of liquid fall on his face. He then screamed in agony as his body began to melt and deform grotesquely. The entire city sank into ruin. With continuous explosions, even modern fighter jets were heavily damaged amidst the smoke-filled sky. Beneath the rubble of skyscrapers, the emoji monster stood tall like a symbol of destruction. Back in the present, the peaceful atmosphere instantly vanished as the woman looked at her phone with a tense expression and hurriedly stood up. I have to go. Seeing the urgent notice for a general mobilization of high-ranked players from the Korean Player Association pop up on the screen, Choi Hyun-sung also stood up immediately. I'll go with you. To protect her or to steal the monster kill? Receiving his assent, the two quickly left the cafe. Sitting inside the speeding car, the woman announced worriedly, a Jindo Alert 1 has been issued. She hastily put the phone to her ear and said, let me contact headquarters first. Shocking headlines flashed in red on Never News. Pyongyang has vanished. The North Korean government has completely collapsed. The woman, while driving, handed the phone to Choi Hyun-sung and said, new reports have been posted. Hyun-sung carefully read every line. Pyongyang has vanished. The government has collapsed. An emoji monster of immeasurable level is moving south. Sweat trickled down his face as he mused, if I could sell the battery from this thing, I'd probably make a few trillion points, huh? At the Player Association headquarters, an official declared loudly. He announced to the entire hall, as you have seen on the news, the current situation is far more serious. Pyongyang has been completely destroyed, and the North Korean leadership has collapsed. He explained that because North Korea's high-level rankers and players had all been killed in battle with the emoji, the dimensional gates there are now erupting with a rampant wave of monsters. Lee Soo-young and her colleagues listened in silence as the spokesman continued, while the stream of refugees and defeated soldiers is pouring south, the monsters are following right on their heels, flooding down as well. A red-haired man stepped onto the stage and stated decisively, that concludes the briefing on the current situation. He looked down at the most elite hunters and announced, as for why I have urgently summoned all high-level rankers and players here, I will now explain your mission. You are to prepare to confront the emoji on the front lines and stop the monsters pouring in from the north. Hyun-sung was stunned, wondering to himself, the front lines 10 days later in Paju Gyeonggi province, a horde of ferocious orcs was on an aggressive invasion. When will this ever end? When can I go home and eat my mom's cooking? A hunter spoke up, his voice full of frustration. His comrade replied, just as fed up, I have no idea. Our losses are already too great. Watching from a distance, Choi Hyun-sung thought to himself, this is terrifying. On the other side, Lee Soo-young had transformed into a beast, wildly charging in to take down enemies alongside the other warriors. Amidst the chaotic battlefield in a warehouse area, Hyun-sung wondered to himself, how much longer do I have to be here? The big-shot battery seller turned delivery boy. Although thanks to his sister, he was able to restock his essential items. Here. but he still couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed about having to be so sneaky. Meanwhile, at the Yalu River area in Dandong, China, a fierce battle was raging. A horde of savage orcs swarmed across the large bridge amidst earth-shattering explosions. Heavy machine guns continuously fired, mowing down the monsters and turning the scene into a gruesome spectacle. A giant foot stomped down hard, shaking the very ground. From the water, a massive red dragon entity emerged with a menacing appearance. A fireball suddenly shot forward, exploding right on the creature. The beast threw its head back and roared in fury. Watching from afar, a silver-haired female warrior uttered with cold contempt, "What a nuisance!" Behind her, a group of mages and warriors had already formed up, ready gathering magic to prepare for an all-out assault. A series of consecutive explosions rained down, causing the dragon monster to scream in pain. Facing the giant creature, the silver-haired warrior remained frighteningly calm. Her eyes were sharp, intensely focused on the target before her. Without a hint of hesitation, she leaped into the air and unleashed a powerful spear thrust, tearing through the dragon monster's tough scales. "Scared or not, you're still getting a taste of my spear." Li Su-young advanced silently through the tense atmosphere. Her eyes were sharp as she noticed a soldier running towards her out of breath to make a report. She asked calmly, "What is it?" The soldier stammered in reply, "Ma'am, they're saying the serpent emoji is currently moving this way, at a very high speed." Hearing the grave news, Su-young just raised an eyebrow slightly. "Is that so?" Her mind began to race with calculations about the immeasurable level monster, the one that had flattened all of Pyongyang in an instant. Her hands tightened around her weapon as she listened to the soldier continue with the newly received information. Although the dispatched experts were unsuccessful, in determining the emoji's level they did succeed, and in classifying its tier. Su-young pressed, "So what tier is it?" The entire area seemed to fall silent at the shocking answer. "This level means, if you can't win, you might as well go reincarnate." In contrast to the horror of those around her, Su-young's lips curled into a challenging smirk. In the sky, a squadron of fighter jets roared, tearing through the air, accompanied by the thunderous booms of anti-aircraft fire. Su-young advanced silently, calculating to herself that if this hunt was successful, a first achievement would definitely appear. Achievements like that always grant a massive amount of bonus stats, and she told herself she had to seize this opportunity at all costs. In total, 181 rankers and about 3,000 high-level players who had completed their fourth-class change were deployed to the border region. A formidable army formed up, ready to confront the ancient creature that was now looming before them. The emoji let out an earth-shattering roar, signaling the beginning of a life-or-death battle. Su-young shouted authoritatively, "Everyone charge! Let's turn this eel into mincemeat and celebrate!" Immediately, the mages simultaneously activated a series of support skills like Victory, Speed, and Blazing Will to grant absolute power to the entire army. The Great War erupted with countless magic attacks raining down on the colossal body of the giant serpent. The emoji growled in fury, then suddenly threw its head back and unleashed an eardrum-shattering scream. The system immediately displayed an emergency warning: all have been affected by the psychic skill Fear. Causes complete body paralysis for 10 seconds. A shocked player cried out in despair. "What?" Taking advantage of the moment his opponents were frozen still, the serpent whipped its massive tail, wiping out everything in its path. The other players could only grit their teeth and curse as they watched their comrades get knocked away and severely injured. The emoji roared in a frenzy. It gathered a blazing purple energy and then unleashed a breath of destruction, incinerating the entire battlefield. Elsewhere, Choi Hyun-sung looked at his phone and exclaimed, "This is horrifying." The shocking news report about the disaster at the Chinese border stated that thousands of rankers and tens of thousands of soldiers had been killed during the emoji subjugation mission. Most of them died without even putting up a fight, all because of those status effect attacks. Hyun-sung mused to himself, "It's like not buying antivirus software. A mental attack would have probably turned them to dust." He immediately opened the shop. He'd originally planned to buy the Wild Instinct skill, but he had no choice but to switch to a mental resistance skill. Hyun-sung was determined. He couldn't give up on the first achievement. He scrolled through the list and stopped at a hero rank passive skill. This was the best one. The skill book, Indomitable Spirit, offered a massive boost to resistance against mental attacks, but Hyun-sung still hesitated at the price of nearly 30 billion points. Even though it was hero rank, it only had 2 attributes. But the user reviews were incredibly positive. Better read the reviews carefully before dropping 30 billion. The moment he hit confirm, A pillar of light enveloped his body, completing the skill acquisition. Sensing the change, Hyun-sung mumbled softly, "I don't really feel much different." "Well, I'll just have to sign up for the test and see for myself." He quickly left to prepare for the Annihilation Squad's test. At the assembly point, nestled between towering skyscrapers, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Choi Hyun-sung silently stepped into the testing area, drawing the gazes of everyone nearby. Looking around the waiting room, Choi Hyun-sung realized the number of people who had signed up. Saesom was far greater than he had imagined. He silently assessed that most of them were here for a simple reason, to just show up and leech some of the rewards from the first achievement. However, he also noticed that among the crowd, there were those who had come here for entirely different reasons. As Hyun-sung sat on a bench observing the other players, he realized the pass rate for this test was astonishingly low. Just then, a staff member called his name, Choi Hyun-sung. He quickly responded and walked up to the reception desk. After his identity was successfully confirmed, the smiling staff member handed back his ID and directed him inside to begin the official test. Walking down the quiet hallway, Hyun-sung couldn't help but compare the room ahead to an interrogation room from the movies. He stood in the middle of the empty room facing a large one-way mirror and heard a confirmation from the other side. A cold voice announced, "All right then, let's begin the test." Hyun-sung focused, bracing himself for the challenge ahead. Instantly, a series of system notifications popped up. "You have been affected by the mental skill Queen's Dignity." The system warned that he would enter a state of confusion for 10 seconds. However, his passive skill, Indomitable Spirit, which he had just equipped, activated instantly. Thanks to it, Hyun-sung perfectly resisted the mental attack without any difficulty whatsoever. He calmly turned towards the mirror and asked, "So, have you guys started yet?" The voice from the other side replied with certainty, "Yes, you have passed the test." Choi Hyun-sung gave a slight bow. "Then I'll be on my way." The association staff member replied politely, "You did well." Watching his figure disappear down the hall, the woman in charge of the test brought a hand to her chin, lost in thought. She murmured to herself that Hyun-sung was a truly unfathomable man. A moment later, she regained her focus and called for the next participant to be sent in. A few days later, in an area near the armistice line, the treads of tanks began to roar as they moved across the ground. Following intense discussions with the international community, the South Korean government had officially issued the order to advance north. In the sky, fighter jets had already entered the target's airspace and reported back to command. After receiving the order to proceed with the march, warships off the coast immediately launched long-range missiles aimed directly at the enemy. An earth-shattering explosion slammed down on the colossal dragon monster. It roared in agony before collapsing to the ground. Don't celebrate too soon. If that thing gets its head back up, we're in for a world of hurt. Choi Hyun-sung watched the purple electricity crackle in his hand and remarked that things were going incredibly smoothly. He was inwardly amazed at the incredible synergy between the mechs and modern weaponry, something that would have been an immense struggle for him to accomplish alone. A week later in Beijing, China, a high-level meeting was convened. In the tense atmosphere, an official asserted that the Great Serpent, this Orochi, must be dealt with by their own forces. A series of explosions tore through the mountain range where the ancient creature was hiding, creating a terrifying spectacle. A suggestion was made to mobilize all of Beijing's strongest mechs to eliminate the target, but it was immediately shot down. "If we send all our troops to hunt an eel, what are we going to do if another worm crawls into our home?" They feared that if all their forces were scattered, another legend-class monster similar to the Orochi could suddenly appear and attack the capital at any moment. Elite troops with weapons held at the ready remained on high alert against any unforeseen developments. A tactical discussion unfolded in a tense atmosphere as someone asked worriedly if using local mechs to confront the Orochi would be too much for them to handle. The official in the suit replied nonchalantly, "Too much for them." He insisted that if they gathered the top elites from each region instead of just any mediocrities, the plan was perfectly feasible. However, the reality of the battlefield was far more brutal. The great serpent Orochi let out a threatening roar, exuding a terrifying pressure. Just its breath alone was enough to wipe you all out. What followed was a scene of chaos as hunters were gravely wounded by the ancient monster's ferocious assault, setting off explosions that shook the very land. Amidst the chaos, healers desperately tried to restore their allies' vitality with green magic. The Orochi relentlessly unleashed lashing blows, with its powerful tail, and released deadly purple lightning from its massive body. A shield-bearing warrior braced himself, protecting his comrades from the fierce onslaught. Seizing the moment, the monster revealed an opening. A decisive shout rang out. "Now's our chance!" A barrage of magical attacks from fire and ice to pure energy lit up all at once. Down on the serpent's head, a bewildered hunter muttered, "Huh," as he noticed something was off. The provoked monster threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar that tore through the night sky. A scream of agony echoed across the battlefield. Argh! The survivors were left completely exhausted, the scene littered with signs of a disastrous battle. A blue-haired hunter collapsed to his knees, breathing heavily. He grimaced in pain as he took stock of his forces. The number of survivors was... Looking around at his fallen comrades, he bitterly realized they were almost all wiped out. Only 10 slots left to advance to the finals. His gaze turned ice-cold as he gritted his teeth with determination and activated the plan. Clang shields were tossed to the ground as the hunters switched to an all-out offensive, while the remaining warriors gathered their fiery power, preparing for the decisive blow. The emoji shrieked pitifully as it was hit by a barrage of energy arrows and magic bullets which exploded against its tough scales amidst the thick smoke and fire. The blue-haired commander yelled to inform the entire team of the monster's direction. "It's moving south, heading towards Korea. They're getting a legendary boss delivered right to their doorstep." An emergency news alert flashed on a phone screen. "Breaking news emoji moving into mainland China." Choi Hyun-sung sipped his coffee, his eyes glued to the screen. He thought regretfully, are we really going to let that title slip away to another country? The atmosphere among the other players around him was also filled with disappointment. "Everyone looks pretty bummed, huh?" Unsurprisingly. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and Hyun-sung's expression changed. The other players cried out in shock. "What an earthquake!" Another hunter asked in confusion. "What's happening?" "An earthquake!" An urgent announcement shattered the silence. "The emoji is approaching our camp at high speed." The female commander immediately gave an order. "All Vanguard forces prepare for battle." The soldiers below were stunned. What? Why did it suddenly turn back this way? In contrast to the widespread anxiety, a few players seemed excited. "So this means we have a shot at taking it down." "Looks that way." "It is." A confident smile spread across Hyun-sung's face as he stood in the crowd, purple electricity crackling in his hands. Talk about a special guest bringing a gift right to my bed. However, the female commander looked at him with a worried expression. "This is nothing to be happy about." She revealed a terrible truth. The Chinese players have failed once again. An image appeared of heavily injured players supporting each other as they fled. She spoke in a grim voice. "Some of the fleeing Chinese players have lured the emoji and it's heading straight for our camp." An earth-shattering explosion erupted as an attack struck the monster's leg. An enraged hunter roared, "Those damn lunatics!" A warrior gritted his teeth angrily. "Those bastards tried to hunt it alone, failed, and now they're dumping their mess on us." Bitter about having to clean up someone else's mess, the other players couldn't hide their indignation at such a cowardly act. No matter how you look at it, isn't this basically a criminal act? They're luring the monster into another country. Another hunter cursed, "You pieces of trash." Amidst the out-of-control crowd, the long, brown-haired commander firmly spoke to calm them. "Everyone calm down." She looked straight ahead and issued her command. "All units to your battle stations!" Choi Hyun-sung and his comrades gripped their weapons, their gazes fixed resolutely on the approaching enemy. The hunt for the emoji serpent had officially begun. Amidst the fiery battlefield, a hunter ran at full speed, shouting a report to his comrades. "The package has arrived, boys. It's closing in." And just like that, the colossal emoji loomed into view. It opened its massive, sharp-toothed maw, ready to devour the player standing directly in its path. The serpent, with its tough scales and ice-cold eyes, was a sight that would make anyone shudder. The emoji rose powerfully from the water, its massive form looming into view. Immediately, the system displayed a series of alerts. Warning, player has been afflicted by the Fear skill and is completely paralyzed for 10 seconds. However, Choi Hyun-sung's passive skill, Indomitable Spirit, activated automatically, allowing him to perfectly resist the emoji's mental attack. Hyun-sung calmly remarked, "So this is the power of 30 billion points. Go ahead, roar your heart out. I don't mind." Meanwhile, the shield-bearing warriors strained to block the opponent's crushing blows. Seizing the opportunity, other hunters leaped into the air, unleashing razor-sharp sword strikes aimed straight at the serpent's body. A barrage of magical attacks detonated against the monster's scales in dazzling explosions. A warning shout rang out, "Be careful of the surrounding storm!" The emoji roared in pain, its body writhing under the relentless barrage. Amidst the chaos, Choi Hyun-sung stood firm, purple electricity crackling in his hands. He smiled confidently. Now this one's tough. Behind him, a pink-haired female mage remained highly focused, continuously casting brilliant support spells to empower the entire team. On the fiery battlefield, the melee fighters and tankers were moving at incredible speeds, creating a scene as if they were flying through the air. Witnessing his comrade's valor, Choi Hyun-sung could only watch from a distance and marvel to himself. The melee fighters and tankers are practically flying across the battlefield. He sighed with regret. Being classified as a ranged attacker meant he couldn't charge into the front lines himself. Suddenly there was a massive impact. The impact shook the ground violently. A heavily armored warrior was sent flying back. He clutched his chest, crying out in pain, "Ugh!" Immediately healing mages rushed to his side and worriedly asked, "Are you all right?" Observing from a distance, Hyun-sung silently concluded that a direct confrontation was too risky right now. If I can't win in a straight fight, I'll just wait for it to bleed and then absorb some of its stats. He hatched a bold plan. He would wait for an opportunity to absorb the blood spilled on the ground to increase his own power. Meanwhile, the massive monster loomed with an overwhelming presence, forcing Hyun-sung to admit that it was on a completely different level from anything he had ever faced before. The creature was so fast it was hard to follow with the naked eye. He told himself that the only way to close the gap now was frantically grinding for achievements. Hyun-sung opened his personal status window. It showed he was still at level 1, but he already possessed 142 different titles. His immediate goal was to accumulate 1 trillion points to increase his stats without using expensive elixirs, while items like Dragon Slayer were still locked. About 30 minutes later, the great battle entered its fiercest phase with relentless attacks leaving the monster severely wounded. Hyun-sung started to feel more confident. This isn't as hard as I thought. But just as he had that thought, disaster struck. He stood next to a teammate whose hands were gathering a blazing purple energy sphere, preparing to unleash an attack. But suddenly he froze on high alert. Huh! A close-up showed the serpent's menacingly sharp fangs. Realizing something was wrong, he yelled, "Everybody dodge! It's about to breathe fire and roast us all!" Right after that, the emoji threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar. It opened its cavernous, blood-red mouth and began to gather a terrifying torrent of firepower. A breath of destruction erupted forth. It swept away everything in its path, and it knocked back the warriors trying to get close. Faced with the monster's brutal power, a female mage gritted her teeth tensely. She hastily conjured a blue magic circle, glowing brightly in her hands to try and defend. "Damn it!" she cursed bitterly, as the colossal energy stream crashed down, causing the hexagonal shield to crack violently. A hunter yelled, "Only 1 layer is broken." He urgently urged his comrades, "Please keep up the skill." Down below, the mages focused intently, activating magic circles on the ground while the squad of 5 tankers advanced with their large shields. A hunter taking cover behind one noticed the change and yelled, "The attack has stopped." The monster roared, throwing its head back, but was immediately struck head-on by a barrage of colorful magic beams. A violent explosion erupted right on the colossal body of the ancient creature. Observing the scene, Choi Hyun-sung gathered purple electricity in his hand and remarked nonchalantly, "Looks like it's almost over, huh?" Through the thick smoke and dust, the monster's blazing red eyes flashed with murderous intent. It threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar that shook space itself. A terrified hunter realized it's going berserk. Choi Hyun-sung looked at the electricity crackling on his fingertips and analyzed to himself. It dropped its armor to pour everything into damage. This is a gamble. If we're not fast, we'll be turned to ash. Its giant feet stomped heavily on the ground, creating continuous tremors. A blonde warrior let out a spirited roar to bolster his teammates' morale. However, the atmosphere suddenly became strange when a blue-haired hunter stared blankly at a system notification that had just appeared. Immediately after, all the surrounding players were also stunned as they received the same unusual notification. What is this? One hunter's face drained of color as he read the message, "Skill activation failed." He stammered in shock, "Failed? Why is the system glitching? Is it trying to get us killed?" A blonde warrior swung her sword to attack, but also froze in bewilderment. She realized something very unusual was happening to her own body. While everyone was still confused, a female hunter yelled a warning, "Everyone get back!" Hyun-sung was startled as he sensed a destructive energy bursting forth. An earth-shattering explosion and a flash of white light engulfed the entire battlefield. It swallowed everything in the vicinity in an instant. Witnessing the horrific scene, another warrior roared in fury, "This bastard! He charged forward, swinging his sword frantically, but then he realized the monster's malicious intent. It's ignoring our attacks and aiming only for the mages and healers. The pressure was immense, knocking the hunters back and sending them out of control. Amidst the rubble, Choi Hyun-sung was desperately running from the relentless pursuit of the giant emoji. He gritted his teeth, cursing helplessly. Damn it! In this dire situation, Hyun-sung prepared to use a teleportation skill to escape. Flash. However, a cold system notification suddenly appeared. You have been afflicted by the emoji's evil eye. He uttered in shock. What the hell is this? A series of red warnings appeared, informing him that he was under the fear status effect for 20 seconds. Immediately, his passive skill, Indomitable Spirit, activated. It reduced the crowd control duration to just 1 second. However, the worst had happened. His flash skill was cancelled, leaving Hyun-sung completely shocked. The emoji roared, throwing its head back, then swung its massive tail at him. The powerful impact sent Hyun-sung flying. He slammed hard into the ground, groaning in pain. Ugh! He pushed himself up, hands gripping the cold ground amidst the chaos, and stared at the ancient creature looming before him. With a tense expression, he thought, it's huge, but it's as fast as lightning. No amount of luck can save me from this. Hyun-sung knelt on the ground amid the swirling dust, gritting his teeth furiously. Damn it! Refusing to surrender to his fate. He quickly held out his hand and activated his virtual space, reaching into his personal dimension to pull out his combat gear. He shot forward, with a sharp sword and a sturdy shield in his hands, ready for a fight to the death. Amidst the ruins, Choi Hyun-sung gritted his teeth in pain. Ugh! It knocked down everything in its path, and created an explosion that rocked the entire mountain range. Lying on the ground, Hyun-sung groaned wearily. Ugh. He struggled up, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. I was almost turned into minced hunter. Reflecting on the battle, he was shocked to realize the enemy had other mental skills besides fear. As he was lost in thought, a piercing scream rang out. It startled him, and he warily turned back. In the distance, the emoji was still rampaging, attacking the other hunters, plunging the scene into chaos. Hyun-sung clicked his tongue. What a complete mess. Suddenly he noticed something was wrong and let out a huh as he looked down at his empty hands. He realized with a shock that his most important weapon was gone. Wait, where the hell did my legendary sword go? He rushed to find it, intending to get it back immediately, but an unexpected system notification popped up. The unique hero-grade Dragon's Blood sword has matured. Hyun-sung stared in disbelief, wondering how the creature up ahead was still fiercely fighting back against the warrior's relentless assault. Looking at the monster's tail, he suddenly realized his sword was lodged deep in its tough scales. It seemed to be stuck there. When I blocked the attack from its tail, I saw the sword was continuously absorbing power and leveling up right on the enemy. Maybe I don't need to recall it just yet. He began to move, preparing for the next step of his plan. The battle with the giant emoji serpent entered a fierce stage as a barrage of arrows and magic rained down. Observing its colossal form and the state of the battle, a female warrior concluded that the outcome of this confrontation seemed to have already been decided amidst the chaos. Choi Hyun-sung suddenly froze when he noticed a system notification had just appeared. He muttered in confusion, huh? The notification stated that the unique hero-grade Azure Dragon Blood sword had officially leveled up. Watching the screen flash continuously, he thought to himself, these notifications are popping up way too often. Others would kill for this, and here I am complaining about it. Hyun-sung wondered if absorbing the blood of a legendary grade monster was the reason the sword could mature so quickly. At that moment, the blade was still plunged deep into its scales, frantically draining its lifeblood, causing the monster to groan in pain. But it was quickly cornered by a group of hunters. Elite hunters. The serpent threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar, its crimson eyes flashing with killing intent. It let out a piercing, frenzied scream. It thrashed about, trying to shake off those clinging to it as a series of magical explosions rained down, creating clouds of smoke and fire that enveloped the emoji's massive form. The thundering footsteps of the hunters echoed across the battlefield as they continued their assault. Everyone! The boss is almost out of health. Use all your ultimate skills. They unleashed energy arrows and fireballs, creating earth-shattering explosions right on the ancient creature's back. The emoji was now exhausted, able to do nothing but moan. In agony, its breathing heavy. Amidst the wreckage, the giant emoji serpent rose majestically from beneath the water, right in the middle of the chaos. A small figure was desperately clinging near the ancient creature's head. A sharp sword plunged deep into its tough scales. A system notification appeared. It announced that he had obtained a classic hero-grade achievement. The system congratulated Hyun-sung for participating in his first hunt for a legendary grade monster. The reward was the title First Contributor to a Legendary Monster Hunt. Cheers erupted across the battlefield. We won! The hunters began to jump up and down, in joy, shouting, "We finally took it down!" Their faces were radiant smiles spreading as they savored the moment of victory together. After the life-or-death battle, the colossal serpent's corpse began to collapse to the ground amidst a thick cloud of dust. The crowd of hunters stood silently, their eyes filled with astonishment. As they watched the final remnants of the ancient creature, a brilliant red object suddenly broke away from the monster's corpse and plummeted down at a terrifying speed against the deep blue sky. The sharp blade plunged into the earth, standing firm amidst the desolate battlefield like a symbol of absolute power. Choi Hyun-sung stood silently in the brilliant sunset glow. His hand gripped the newly awakened sword. Immediately, the system chime rang out repeatedly, signaling a series of unbelievable achievements as one blue notification window after another appeared. They confirmed he was the first to obtain hero-grade achievements for possessing a legendary-grade weapon and skill. Faced with these unexpected rewards, Hyun-sung could only exclaim in astonishment, "Whoa!" He gazed thoughtfully at the glittering azure dragon blood sword in his hand and murmured softly, "I wonder how much it's changed. This weapon is basically a game hack for sure." Hyun-sung reached out to touch the virtual screen to check the details. The Azure Dragon Blood Sword had now reached the unique grade. Legendary with the ability to absorb blood, to restore the user's health and mana, and to explosively increase attack power. Hyun-sung nodded slightly. Just as I thought. Next was the legendary grade skill, Dragon's Blood Claw, a powerful active ability. He commented with satisfaction, "Legendary grade really is on another level. I guess the battery seller is now the server boss." Hyun-sung began to piece everything together. So that's why 3 first-time achievements appeared at once. He analyzed to himself that he hadn't even known achievements specifically for the unique grade even existed. He realized an important truth. There must be other players out there who also possess unique grade skills or items. Feeling satisfied with what he'd just received, Hyun-sung stretched, stood up, and told himself, "Well, whatever, this is good." He thought to himself, with rewards like these, all the effort was worth it. Just as he was about to leave, the system chime rang out once again, startling him. Another hero-grade notification appeared, acknowledging him as the top contributor in the legendary grade monster hunt. Hyun-sung was stunned to see his name in the #1 spot on the contribution leaderboard, along with a reward of plus 10 points to all stats. He couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, "I'm #1. His gaze fell upon the sword, which was radiating powerful crimson light. Hyun-sung gently stroked the blade and said gratefully, "You're really good at sucking blood, little bro. I'll take you to the spa tonight, okay?" However, he quickly returned to reality and began to worry about dividing the spoils. I wonder how they're going to split the items. Looking towards the other players gathered in the distance, he knew that it was customary to convert contribution into cash payments. But after some consideration, Hyun-sung decided to keep this a secret. Revealing my contribution level now would only bring me trouble. He understood that revealing such immense power would only bring unnecessary trouble. His eyes showed clear resolve as he reminded himself, there's no need to be too greedy. He silently turned his back and walked alone towards the distant horizon, leaving the group of still bewildered players behind him, cool as a scene from an American action movie. The whole world's attention is now focused on South Korea following the shocking news that humanity has for the first time successfully conquered the legendary grade monster Imuji. However, all detailed information from the list of players who participated in the hunt to the items and skill books that dropped is being kept top secret. The South Korean government has decided not to release any data. This is to prevent the risk of important information leaking to other countries. Nevertheless, the hype surrounding the event hasn't died down at all, as offers to buy the legendary items continue to pour in. Some foreign players, driven by their thirst for power and the ambition to be the first to achieve such feats, have even booked flights straight to South Korea without hesitation. A few days later, at the Haimot warehouse, Choi Hyun-sung was sitting pensively on the sofa. He looked at his phone and thought to himself, buying an item is probably going to be difficult, huh? Even though he, as a member of the Special Task Force, had the right to participate in the auction for the items dropped from the emoji, the reality was incredibly harsh. His phone screen displayed a notification. He had just received a 300 million won bonus for the hunt, but that amount was nothing compared to the actual value. Hyun-sung clicked his tongue. Since they're legendary grade items, even the worst one would have a starting price in the hundreds of billions of won. He flopped onto the sofa, trying to push aside his regret and comfort himself. But deep down, he was dying to get his hands on those auction items. Just then, his phone rang repeatedly. Hyun-sung answered. "Hello?" A familiar voice came from the other end. "This is Shin Juna." He quickly replied, "Ah, yes, Ms. Juna." Hyun-sung asked curiously, "But is there a reason you're calling me?" Juna gently chided. "You always get straight to the point, don't you?" She continued in a suggestive tone, "Can't I call you without having a reason?" Hyun-sung, a little flustered, replied, "It's not exactly that." But, he stated firmly, "I'm sure you must have something to discuss if you're calling." Sigh. Juna sighed in resignation. "I really shouldn't have said anything, you're right." She became serious again. "All right, I can't win against you. I've got a sweet deal for you. Want to hear it?" Hyun-sung focused, listening intently. "What is it?" Shin-juna smiled as she asked over the phone, "Are you interested in the legendary grade items?" Choi Hyun-sung was startled. He broke out in a cold sweat and answered bluntly, "Of course. Is there any player who isn't interested in legendary grade items?" She immediately made an attractive offer. "I can help you buy one of the items. One of the legendary grade ones that just appeared." Realizing that there is no such thing as a free lunch, Hyun-sung asked cautiously, "Getting a legendary item for free is something that only happens in dreams. Just state your conditions." Juna calmly stirred her coffee and confirmed, "Of course." Hyun-sung mused, "What is it?" "Don't tell me it's a lifetime contract." Juna's eyes sharpened. She revealed, "The government is putting all its resources into collecting the items from the serpent emoji." She retorted confidently, "Do you think there's any player who has enough financial power to overcome the government?" Hyun-sung was puzzled. "But isn't the right to participate in the auction exclusive to members of the Special Task Force?" Juna smiled smugly as she explained, "That's precisely why I contacted you. Because right now on the Special Task Force, you and I are the only players who belong to the association." Hyun-sung asked doubtfully, "Then couldn't you just take them all for yourself?" Juna burst out laughing over the phone. She admitted, "I originally planned to do just that, but there's one skill that's completely incompatible with my attributes." She asserted, "It would probably suit you better than me." Standing in the middle of the warehouse, Hyun-sung proposed, "Can I inspect the item I'm planning to buy beforehand?" Jun-ah replied nonchalantly, "Of course you can." However, as she strode in her high heels, she added that it couldn't be done right away. She explained, "The release of the item information to the Special Task Force members has been scheduled for exactly 1 day before the auction begins." Jun-ah stated fairly, "You'll get the information at the same time." Hyun-sung frowned slightly. He commented thoughtfully, "That's a pretty short time. If the information were leaked too early, some members might be poached by other countries." Choi Hyun-sung replied calmly, "Are you just looking into that now?" "I'd say they've all been poached already." In response to his statement, she said, "The government is currently investigating the matter." Standing in the middle of the warehouse, Hyun-sung said decisively, "First I'll see the item and then I'll decide. Let's do it that way. But I'm sure you won't regret it." A few days later at the Player Association headquarters, Hyun-sung was stunned as he held the information about the new item. Whoa! He couldn't help but be amazed when he realized that despite granting immense power, it didn't come with any severe penalties. It was the legendary grade active skill book Punishment of the Black Dragon. This skill converts mana to the darkness attribute, greatly increasing attack power but reducing recovery ability. Most notably, it allows the user to summon black lightning at will, without a cooldown time. Hyun-sung gulped and thought, "I can use it freely whenever I want and there's no cooldown." However, he still wondered whether a hero-grade skill could absorb this legendary grade skill. Juna looked at him and asked, "You're really not going to learn it, are you?" Hyun-sung hesitated, explaining, "My mana is inherently of the holy attribute, and most of my main skills are aligned with it." She casually sat on the desk and continued, "Well, if you refuse Hyun-sung, I suppose it will just go to one of the other ranged players." The woman was a master manipulator. She smiled knowingly, revealing, "The government has someone they're trying to recruit, and they plan to use this skill book as bait. There isn't much time, so you should decide quickly." Her sharp gaze locked onto Hyun-sung. Under that pressure, sweat trickled down his face. Gritting his teeth, Hyun-sung made a proposal. "If you agree to one condition, I'll do it." When she asked what the condition was, he declared firmly, "Later on, if I pay back an amount equal to the deposit, you must allow me to terminate this lifetime contract." Hyun-sung replied resolutely, "If that's not possible, then I will absolutely refuse." She pondered for a moment, then came up with a new plan. Then let's do this. Instead of the deposit amount, we'll calculate from today until the termination date and apply the statutory interest rate." Hyun-sung asked about the interest rate, and he got his answer 5% per year. When he asked if it was simple interest, she gave him a sharp look and affirmed, "Of course it's compound interest. This is already a huge concession, you know. A concession like this will kill me with the interest." After some consideration, Hyun-sung nodded. "I'll do it." She smiled, satisfied. "Excellent. Then the contract is signed." She took the documents and announced she would report to her superiors. Hyun-sung bowed his head slightly. "Thank you for your consideration." She just laughed in response. "Oh, it was nothing. Well, I'll be on my way." Hyun-sung silently watched her leave. Then he quickly pulled out his phone to make a call. The auctioneer on the high podium scanned the hall and asked loudly, "Is there anyone else who would like to bid?" Faced with silence from the guests, he began a 5-second countdown for the high rollers to decide who was the richest person in the room. Choi Hyun-sung and the other players held their breath, waiting in the tense atmosphere. "Congratulations," the auctioneer declared, concluding the bidding. "The Dark Dragon Spear now officially belongs to player Shin Juna." Lot number 003's screen displayed the record-breaking price of over 1.1 trillion won. Choi Hyun-sung applauded while silently assessing the situation. This fight was more intense than he had expected. He realized that this price was far beyond the financial capacity of any single individual. There had to be backing from major corporations, and that was just for one skill book and one weapon. The total amount spent on these two items had reached nearly 2 trillion won. And now for the final item of the auction. The auctioneer continued, drawing everyone's attention. Choi Hyun-sung watched intently as the staff wheeled the most valuable item onto the stage. It was the legendary skill book, Punishment of the Black Dragon. The book, with its ancient and intricate carvings, was officially revealed to the astonishment of everyone in the silent auction hall. Choi Hyun-sung sat stunned, holding the document, and muttered helplessly. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at the numbers displayed before him. "The debt I have to carry, it's already skyrocketed into the trillions." With a compound interest rate of 5% per year, he began to worry, wondering if he would truly be bound to the Players' Association for life. Shin Juna stood stunned in the hallway. Her hand gripped the spear tightly, her face filled with confusion. She couldn't believe her eyes as she wondered, what is happening? What bothered her most was that the first achievement announcement never appeared. No first achievement notification popped up. She felt that something was incredibly wrong. "Something is very strange." Looking at the contribution chart, she was shocked to see she was only ranked second, while the title for the first person to achieve it. The hero rank was also nowhere to be found. The strangest thing was that among all the participating members, absolutely no one had stepped forward to claim first place. Juna recalled her past battles. The first time she defeated a hero rank monster, she had secured the #1 spot and obtained 5 first achievement rare titles, even though she'd missed out on the titles for equipment and accessories. But the rewards for weapons and skills were still incredibly valuable. "I used to be so amazing, and now some punk has completely swept everything out from under me." Back in the present, Juna's face was troubled. "I really thought it would be the same this time." She came to a shocking realization. This would be impossible unless someone had single-handedly hunted a legend-grade monster, standing before the reward announcement board, the hero rank for hunting a legend monster. She could only stand there stunned, wondering what in the world is going on. To be able to receive 2 first achievements at the same time, everything seemed to have gone far beyond her initial calculations. June A stood discussing the matter with an official. She revealed that she had intentionally arranged for the Punishment of the Black Dragon skill to be the last item in the auction to create an opportunity for herself. She gripped her spear quietly, cursing herself. How foolish. She secretly regretted not being completely honest with Hyun-sung from the beginning. Just then, Choi Hyun-sung walked up from behind and spoke. "Congratulations. Congrats on spending trillions to buy yourself a second-place title." Choi Hyun-sung said his goodbyes. "If you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way." The girl standing behind him watched his retreating figure with a worried expression, then suddenly asked again to confirm that he had already learned that skill. Hyun-sung paused for a moment, then nodded in confirmation. "Ah, yes." Seeing that she smiled in relief and said, "Well then, please be careful." Just as Hyun-sung turned to leave, he suddenly sensed something was off. "What's that?" The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind, chasing after him. The girl ran up, her face filled with guilt and confusion. She spoke up, "I'm sorry." Faced with Hyun-sung's bewildered expression, she began to explain about the arrangement of items at the recent auction. She confessed the truth behind the item distribution. "The truth is, The government intentionally prioritized the items I selected so that I could monopolize the first achievements. That's why your item was pushed all the way to the end of the auction list. Hyun-sung silently observed her, starting to connect the dots in his mind. First achievement, huh? He recalled the notifications about the legendary grade weapon and skill he had acquired. He quietly realized the true reason. So that's what it was all about. The system wasn't wrong, the government was. Hyun-sung calmly analyzed that it was understandable for the government to favor someone like her who already held first achievements in order to solidify her position. It's perfectly understandable, he thought. They probably believe she's the one who still holds those titles. Seeing the girl still bowing her head in guilt, Hyun-sung replied nonchalantly, "Hey, things like that happen." He gave a relaxed smile and scratched his head, reassuring her. "I completely understand the government's position as well as yours," he stated firmly. "So, you don't need to feel guilty or apologize to me." Hyun-sung's magnanimous words left Juna completely stunned. Her eyes widened as she stared at him, deeply moved. Her cheeks flushed slightly at the kindness of the man in front of her. Choi Hyun-sung gave a slight nod, bidding Shin Jun-ah farewell. "Well, I'll be taking my leave now." Watching his back as he silently left the room, Jun-ah stood there stunned in the quiet space. She marveled to herself, how can someone be so powerful yet have no desire for fame or glory? He's incredible. The guilt of having unintentionally allowed her superiors to suppress such an upright man gnawed at her. Jun-ah stood motionless, staring at the doorway he'd left through. She vowed to herself with determination, from now on, I will absolutely never do something like that again. Back at his place, Hyun-sung took off his jacket, mulling over the girl's confession. She really is an upright person. The thought that Jun-ah felt guilty enough to chase him down and apologize for supposedly stealing his first achievement made Hyun-sung feel a mix of amusement and guilt. He thought to himself, honestly, she didn't have to spell it all out. She could have just let it slide. His expression turned a bit awkward as he realized he was the one who had secretly harvested all the most valuable rewards from the serpent, and while she was tormenting herself with worry for him. Hyun-sung sat cross-legged on his bed and activated his virtual space, taking out the legendary grade skill book that was glowing with a brilliant golden light. Staring at the precious item in his hand, he pondered, should I try learning this and see what happens? His eyes lit up with curiosity as he theorized about the interaction between skills. Will it merge with my current powers, or will it exist as a separate skill? The moment he commanded the system to learn the Black Dragon's punishment skill book, a notification window suddenly appeared announcing that direct acquisition had failed. Hyun-sung was stunned to realize a strange phenomenon was underway. The unique hero grade skill, Breath of the Lightning Dragon, and the legendary grade Punishment of the Black Dragon were beginning to fuse. In a flash, a new power was born named Breath of the Black Lightning Dragon, a unique legendary grade skill. Hyun-sung was shocked to realize the nature of the process. It wasn't simple absorption, but a high-level fusion. But it didn't stop there. Another hero-grade achievement notification popped up, recognizing him as the world's first player to possess a unique legendary grade skill. Looking at his powerful new status window, Hyun-sung smirked smugly. Heh, just as I predicted. Guess being this strong gives you bragging rights. Choi Hyun-sung thought it to himself that participating in the emoji hunt was the wisest choice he'd ever made, just based on the bonus stats from the new titles he'd earned. It had already reached 450 points. Standing before a horde of grotesque, growling, one-eyed monsters, he calmly checked his power and current skills. This was truly a massive leap forward. The notification window displayed the details for the unique legendary grade skill Breath of the Black Thunder Dragon. It was an active skill that converted mana into the shadow attribute. It greatly increases attack power, but reduces recovery. It imbues all actions with the power of lightning and can instantly paralyze enemies. Notably, this skill has no cooldown and can be leveled up by absorbing other lightning-type items. Hyun-sung smirked confidently. First, let's test it out a bit, shall we? A stream of purple electricity began to gather and crackle in his hand right after. A colossal pillar of black lightning descended from the void. It devoured the monsters in an instant. The deafening thunder turned the monsters to dust. The brutal power of the current caused the grotesque creatures' bodies to melt and completely deform. Witnessing this terrifying power, Hyun-sung could only let out a soft gasp of amazement. He looked at his hands where purple sparks still lingered, his eyes shining brightly as he stood in the middle of the desolate battlefield. Hyun-sung thoughtfully observed his new power. He clicked his tongue, remarking that these monsters disappeared too quickly for him to fully grasp its true might. The screams of monsters echoed again as another herd of grayish-blue creatures frantically rushed to surround him. Hyun-sung silently walked past the corpses of the vanquished. He thought to himself that he needed to find a place with a high density of monsters like the blood-sucking bat dungeon so he could train to his heart's content. He glanced around and wondered if there was any place that was truly suitable. Time passed. A new offer suddenly appeared on his phone screen at 8:05 a.m. A message from Shinjun Ah popped up with an urgent tone. "I have something I need to discuss. As soon as you see this message, please contact me immediately." "The pretty lady is calling again, huh?" Hyun-sung wondered blankly. Wondering what important matter was unfolding, he walked down the night street, staring intently at the phone in his hand. The phone rang. "Hello, it seems you've made it out of the dungeon," Choi Hyun-sung replied curtly. "Yes." She continued with her offer. "Hyun-sung, are you interested in hunting in the northern dungeons?" Seeing his confusion, and she explained that the newly conquered low and mid-tier dungeons in the northern region are severely understaffed. Looking at the image of the ferocious Lizard King brandishing its weapon, "There are plenty of monsters, but all the hunters have fled." She offered an attractive compensation set at double the rate for emergency combat duty. Hyun-sung analyzed it internally. He understood that other players usually get nothing for hunting. So monsters of a lower level than themselves, so they wouldn't be interested. With a confident smile, he decisively agreed. "Of course I have to help. After all, aren't I the one who signed a lifetime contract with the Players Association?" The female manager replied happily, Thank you, I'll prepare a helicopter so you can depart immediately." Noticing her urgency, Hyun-sung thought, "Looks like the situation is pretty urgent." As she hurried about, she explained that the number of dungeons was increasing too quickly, while it hadn't reached the point of issuing an immediate emergency summons for players. "If this continues, it's entirely possible that it could happen." Hyun-sung nodded affirmatively. "I'll do my best." 2 weeks later, in the North Han area, a military helicopter glided through the sky above the vast mountain forests. Suddenly, a blue system notification window appeared before Choi Hyun-sung announcing that his total accumulated points had surpassed 300 billion. "You can now use the mercenary system." Hyun-sung exclaimed, bewildered. "Huh, this game has a personnel management mode too." He stared at the newly unlocked interface with a look of utter amazement. He stood in a gray, bleak space looking towards the horde of monsters brandishing their weapons in the distance. Hyun-sung furrowed his brow thoughtfully, then suddenly activated a blazing purple energy that enveloped his body. He raised his hand and powerful purple sparks crackled from his fingertips. As he began to operate the virtual screen, Hyun-sung opened his personal status window to recheck his outstanding power stats, but he quickly realized there was nothing special in the status window. He curiously swiped through the other sections and suddenly cried out, "Oh, a new interface called Higher Mercenary!" Immediately appeared with a long list of warriors from hero grade to rare grade. Hyun-sung thought to himself, "Looks like I can even hire players. At the hero level." He curiously tapped on the information for a hero grade warrior named Von Svicki. A detailed information panel appeared for Von Svicki, a melee assassin sword tank with extremely high defense and attack capabilities. However, the moment he saw the price, Hyun-sung was stunned. 600 billion points, and that's only for a mere 2 hours. Who could possibly afford this price? His face clearly showed his helplessness at the exorbitant cost. He decided to change his approach. First, let's try scrolling down to the rare grades and see. However, even in the rare grade, the price of tens of billions of points for each hire still made him click his tongue. Even the rare grades are this expensive. As he was engrossed in scrolling through the list, Hyun-sung's eyes suddenly stopped in surprise. He discovered a rare grade warrior named Lucia with a price significantly cheaper than the others. Among the rare grades, this is the cheapest one, isn't it? You get what you pay for, I guess. However, when he read the description carefully, it warned not to trust her too much because she was a deserter and a failure. Hyun-sung started to feel hesitant, but this line really is concerning. He squinted, trying to analyze the true meaning behind those warnings. What on earth could this mean? Could it be that she often cancels contracts on a whim? Choi Hyun-sung intently observed the mercenary interface displayed before him, thinking to himself, first things first, gathering information is the top priority. Money is just paper, and points are fleeting. I have to test this new system. He decided to select a name from the list. Immediately, a blue notification window appeared announcing, "You have hired the rare grade mercenary Lucia. Remaining rental time 180 minutes. A burst of white light suddenly erupted behind Hyun-sung. From within the halo, a female figure gradually materialized. She bowed her head respectfully.
Thank you for hiring me, Master.
It was Lucia, a female warrior with long silver hair and a dark cloak. Lucia stood up straight, her eyes showing clear determination as she declared, "I will fight with all my strength." Faced with her overly serious attitude, Hyun-sung was taken aback. Hyun-sung awkwardly scratched his head and replied in confusion,
There are no enemies right now.
Lucia was stunned for a moment. She lowered her sword, a look of surprise on her face. Hyun-sung quickly explained, "I just have a few things I want to ask you." Lucia regained her composure and asked curiously in return, "Master, is this your first time using the mercenary system?" Hyun-sung gave a wry smile, running a hand through his hair. "Yeah, because it was just activated." Understanding the situation, Lucia quietly sat down and said gently, "I see. Please feel free to ask. I will answer everything within the scope of my knowledge." Looking at the sword and shield placed neatly beside her, Hyun-sung got straight to the point. "So what is the true identity of a mercenary?" "Well," Lucia answered calmly, "I am also a player just like you." "Master!" The statement left Hyun-sung so stunned that he blurted out, "A player just like me!" Lucia maintained her calm gaze and continued to explain in more detail. "Yes. To be more precise, I am a player who possesses a unique skill just like you, Master." Choi Hyun-sung stood rooted to the spot, his face showing clear shock as he realized he wasn't the only one who held this special power. Lucia explained that she was talking about buying and selling services. Curious, Choi Hyun-sung asked if the world Lucia came from was also under attack by monsters. "And why did the portals appear?" Lucia admitted that the world she was from had suffered a similar catastrophe, but she herself didn't know what caused them. She said that if he wanted to learn more about the secrets of the portals, he would have to hire mercenaries of legendary grade or higher. This system will bleed you dry. She further revealed that even the hero-grade mercenaries she had met before didn't know the answer. Hearing this, Hyun-sung murmured pensively, "So that's how it is." He shared that 25 years had passed in his world since the portals appeared. Although they had gone through 2 great transformations, the situation had now somewhat stabilized. With a worried expression, he asked if she knew when the next great transformation would strike. Lucia stated firmly, "From what I know, the 2 great transformations were the end of it." Hyun-sung, stunned, exclaimed, "Is that really true?" Lucia explained that there probably wouldn't be another great transformation for the next 25 years, but she couldn't guarantee anything for the period after that. When Hyun-sung asked why, Lucia, with a sorrowful look in her eyes, revealed a brutal truth. Her world, 45 years after the first great transformation, had been completely overrun by monsters and was led to its destruction. Lucia looked down pensively. She spoke softly. "In my description, you must have seen the words deserter and failure." "Right. Do you know why those words are there?" Faced with his silence and scrutinizing gaze, Lucia admitted bitterly, "I'm not a failure because I was weak, but because I chose to run away to survive." A memory of a time that was both glorious and painful surfaced in her mind. It was once a peaceful village with wooden-roofed houses and the slow-paced life of its people. But then the blue sky suddenly cracked open, revealing a pitch-black, deathly rift. A giant portal opened, emitting a blinding light and unleashing ferocious monsters upon the world. Orcs with grotesque appearances, wearing large nose rings, roared barbarically and began a bloody massacre. The people screamed in despair, fleeing from the claws of the monsters. In the midst of that chaos, she was once like a hero from an action movie, riding her horse and slaying monsters. However, a massive creature with long horns and bulging muscles appeared, blocking her path. Despite trying her best, the strength of this heavyweight monster was beyond imagination. Lucia was knocked to the ground. She strained, using her sword to defend herself against the crushing blow from her opponent's spiked mace. Helpless, with death near and no strength left to resist, a strange blue energy enveloped her body. It pulled her away from the crumbling world. Back in the present, Choi Hyun-sung remarked thoughtfully, "So that's why you became a level 1 player." Lucia nodded slightly, confirming this ironic truth. She explained, "All the resources I had invested were gone, and now I'm the poorest hunter in the guild." Lucia stood silently in the gray space, continuing to recount her humiliating journey for Hyun-sung to hear. Lucia lowered her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. "But I soon came to regret it." She recounted that from that moment on, then she had to hunt frantically to accumulate points, painstakingly saving every little bit by selling skill books and magic stones just to survive. After 16 long years of hardship, just when a glimmer of hope appeared, the second great transformation suddenly struck. Choi Hyun-sung listened quietly as Lucia revealed what happened back then. Who had the strength to stop the rise of legend-grade monsters which were appearing in greater numbers? A giant stone monster covered in vibrant blue crystals let out a ferocious roar that shook the very space around them. Lucia, in her warrior armor wielding a sword and shield, gritted her teeth in helplessness. "Damn it!" she explained that. An extremely powerful magic field had been deployed, rendering all spatial teleportation skills and items useless against the enemy's brutal assault. Lucia had no other choice but to use the emergency escape item she always carried with her, hoping for a chance to survive. She pulled out a vibrant blue cube and activated it. I used a dimensional teleportation item even though I knew there was a high probability of becoming lost between dimensions. But it was the only choice she could make in that life-or-death situation. The cube spun in the void, emitting a mysterious energy that enveloped her. However, in a cruel twist of fate, Lucia failed to reach another dimension as she'd planned. She admitted bitterly, "I became lost between dimensions." Lucia was trapped in an endless void caught between the cracks of the universe. Her eyes clearly showed her exhaustion from wandering alone in a dark space, a place devoid of any life or light amidst the terrifying silence of the void. The only sound was the dripping of water in an empty space where nothing else seemed to exist. Lucia recounted that in her moment of deepest despair, she was incredibly lucky to discover the mercenary support system. She instructed Choi Hyun-sung that if he went into the special skills section and then chose the sales tab, he would see a support window pop up. Immediately, a mercenary control panel appeared with Lucia's information, rare grade with a minimum hiring period of 1 hour. The fee was 1 million points. Hyun-sung quickly navigated his virtual screen and pressed the Support Mercenary button. 1 million points to buy loyalty, folks? On Hyun-sung's screen, his own registration profile also appeared with a similar minimum price. He couldn't help but let out a surprised, "Oh." Lucia pensively continued her story. She explained that she had registered herself on that system. She waited anxiously, but no one ever took notice. There was even one time she was willing to lower her fee to the absolute minimum and got on her knees begging for a master to let her live in their world. But in the end, all she got was a cold rejection. Hyun-sung looked at the numbers and mentally calculated for a rare-grade mercenary the minimum fee is 1 million points per hour. He realized how ridiculously expensive that was. 24 million for 1 day, and over 700 million for a month. Lucia continued saying that one day someone made her an incredibly cruel offer. He gave her a sinister smile and demanded, "You can be my underling. Just give me 24 million points every day and I'll handle the rest." Shocked Hyun-sung interrupted, "Wait, you can transfer points to other people." Lucia explained that transferring points to regular players or civilians is impossible. However, between those who possess the same unique skill,
The rules are completely different. She stepped closer and affirmed, "Trading points between us is entirely possible." The two of them stood facing each other in the silent space. Then Lucia extended her hand for a handshake to seal the deal. Instantly, a transaction window appeared showing a staggering amount of over 10 billion points available for exchange. Choi Hyun-sung looked at the system screen and exclaimed with fascination, "This is incredible." He asked curiously if they could take advantage of trading back and forth between players to increase their total accumulated points. However, Lucia immediately shot that idea down. "That's impossible," she stated firmly. She explained that when players trade points, their total accumulated points are also deducted by the same amount, and this rule applies to the mercenary system as well. Hyun-sung suddenly understood the problem. He asked, "Is that why you accepted that offer from before?" "I refused," Lucia replied decisively. She then added, "Just like selling items, the mercenary system takes a commission fee, and of up to 20% of the contract's value." Hyun-sung gasped in surprise, realizing the huge loss in points she would suffer. Lucia pensively recounted her harsh past and how the situation had gotten progressively worse. And that man sent her another hiring request, this time for nearly 300 million points. Looking at the confirmation screen, Hyun-sung thought to himself, "You've suffered so much. Let me be the one to free you and bring you to my team." She began to recount the frantic days of hunting monsters just to accumulate points, only to have to grit her teeth and hand over the full 24 million point fee to that master down to the very last point. Grinding day and night and still losing points. It was truly the life of a slave hunter. To make up for the deficit, Lucia had to cut her eating and sleeping time to a minimum, throwing herself into one bloody battle after another. Even after she pushed herself hard enough to earn 5 million points a day,
Her former master's insatiable greed drove Lucia to break the contract. The red-haired man flew into a rage when he lost his prized point-earning tool. From then on, she struggled to survive alone between the dimensions until Hyun-sung summoned her. Lucia's face was etched with weariness as she confessed that on her own. She wouldn't have been able to last more than 3 months. With a determined gaze, she looked directly at Hyun-sung and said, "I'd like to make you a proposal." Lucia promised that every day she would pay him back the full 24 million point minimum fee. In addition, she would be ready to charge into any brutal battlefield he commanded. She looked at him with a serious, pleading expression. "So, would you please allow me to continue existing in this world?" Hyun-sung looked at Lucia and said, "Can you give me some time to think about it?" Lucia smiled in agreement. Of course. She added a reminder that her rental time was almost up and that she had to go back. Immediately afterward, Lucia vanished in a flash of light, leaving Hyun-sung standing alone in silence. Sitting pensively in the dark cave, he thought to himself, "I really am lucky. But what do I do now? Using the mercenary system seems like a good idea." Having made up his mind, Hyun-sung touched the system screen to summon Lucia. As soon as she appeared, she commented, "The fact that you've hired me again shows you've made a wise decision." Hyun-sung calmly replied, "You're right. But first, there's something I need to confirm." Lucia seemed to guess his intent. "It seems you're curious about my abilities." He frankly asked, "Could you show me your status window?" After a moment's thought, Lucia agreed. "If it's just my level and stats, I can make them public." Hyun-sung thought to himself that for a level 1 player like him, her level doesn't mean anything anyway. Besides, everyone's entitled to a few secrets. He replied, "That's good enough." He realized she only intended to show him her stats. The two of them began to walk. Lucia softly called out, "Status window." A stat screen appeared, startling Hyun-sung. So high. Her total stats exceed 3,500. He calculated that to reach this number, a normal player would have to be at level 700. Even so, he was still confident. "Even though my total stats are about 700 lower than hers, I can definitely catch up." Looking at Lucia, Hyun-sung figured she must also possess many legendary or hero-grade skills. He wondered just how strong the monsters out there were, that even someone as strong as her has to work as a mercenary. Lucia cut into his thoughts. "Are you satisfied?" Hyun-sung proposed, "For now, I'd like us to sign a temporary contract." Lucia was a bit surprised. "A temporary hire, you say?" He explained, "I will summon you when I enter a dungeon, when the hunt is over. The contract will also be terminated. I will provide provisions for free." Lucia confirmed, "You mean you will only call me to this world when you need to go hunting, correct?" Hyun-sung nodded. "That's right." "That's right." Hyun-sung nodded. Lucia smiled. "Very well. To me, this is an offer with no downsides." She vanished into thin air, leaving Hyun-sung standing alone in the night. A brilliant blue light erupted from the forest. He started to run quickly towards it. With a sharp gaze, Lucia charged straight into a pack of horned rabbits with a piercing war cry. Completely surrounded, she calmly raised her shield, activating a brilliant blue protective barrier. Lucia channeled power into her shield, creating a shockwave that sent the monsters flying. Watching from behind, Hyun-sung smiled in satisfaction. How convenient. His hands also began to blaze with powerful purple energy as he prepared to attack the monsters. Monsters fell one after another under Lucia's sharp blade. Watching her valiant fighting style, Hyun-sung noted to himself, "Her style is completely different from mine." Hyun-sung looked intrigued. This combination seems to be working out pretty well. He immediately unleashed a powerful sweeping attack with his purple energy, creating a circle of death that the monsters couldn't react to in time. Standing before the corpses of the monsters they had just destroyed, Lucia announced, "It seems we've cleared the area." She remarked with satisfaction, "This is an excellent hunting ground." In the worlds of her previous masters, she had faced many difficulties. Lucia explained that there were too many players there. Meanwhile, all the good hunting grounds were occupied by various lords. To gain entry, one had to pay an extremely expensive usage fee. A curious look appeared in her eyes as she looked at Hyun-sung. "Master, could it be that you are one of the monarchs of this world?" Hyun-sung gave a wry smile and replied, "Not at all. I was just asked to take care of this place for a little while." After fighting several battles in a row, he grew concerned for her stamina. "Do you still have the strength to fight?" Receiving an affirmative answer from Lucia, he looked at his control panel and said, "All right, I'll call on you again later." Lucia respectfully replied, "I shall be waiting, sir," and vanished in the blink of an eye. A week later, in the middle of a deserted forest, a brilliant blue energy flared. Hyun-sung marveled at his own astonishing rate of progress as he did the math. Before, hunting all day would only earn me 10 million points, but now that number has tripled. In just 1 week, Lucia alone has brought me 300 million points. Hyun-sung smiled, telling himself he had been truly lucky. She thought to herself, he's this happy over a profit of just 300 million points in a week. Hyun-sung scratched his head in embarrassment. He felt a little guilty that he could earn hundreds of millions of points a day just by using electronic devices. Just then, Lucia approached and called out softly, "Hey, Hyun-sung." He turned around and asked, "What is it?" Lucia spoke hesitantly. "If you don't mind, there's something I'd like to ask." With his permission, she got straight to the point. "Today I saw you engage the monsters directly in close combat. Besides fighting from a distance, do you intend to continue fighting up close?" Hyun-sung affirmed without hesitation, "Of course I do. You want to combine both long-range and close-range tactics for each battle." Lucia pondered for a moment before asking, "You've never had any formal swordsmanship training, have you?" Hyun-sung admitted that he hadn't. "I only possess the swordsmanship knowledge skill." Hearing this, Lucia offered some advice. "If that's the case, then I suggest you hire a swordmaster to learn properly." Hyun-sung asked, "Is there a particular reason for that?" Lucia looked at him seriously and explained, "Your swordsmanship is too one-dimensional. You might not see any issues with it now, but once you start facing hero-grade humanoid monsters, your attacks will no longer be effective." Hyun-sung asked doubtfully, "Is the difference really that big?" Lucia immediately proposed, "How about a sparring match with me without using any active skills?" Hearing the words sparring match, Hyun-sung was a little surprised. He hadn't expected her to be so eager to help him. Lucia explained, "It's the only way for you to experience it directly. That's how you'll most clearly feel what I'm trying to say." Hyun-sung's eyes hardened. He answered decisively, "All right," and drew his weapon to prepare. They both created some distance between them. The air grew tense before their swordsmanship duel officially began. Hyun-sung took the initiative, lunging forward at incredible speed. He swung his weapon, aiming straight for his opponent, but Lucia quickly raised her shield to block. Defending and attacking at the same time, Lucia effortlessly neutralized every one of Hyun-sung's strikes. Observing his opponent closely, Hyun-sung thought to himself, "It looks like she's not even going all out." He stomped his foot hard, building momentum. He launched himself into the air to execute a powerful diving strike. Lucia remained perfectly calm. She raised her shield to stop the blow, then immediately swung her sword in a counterattack. The two continued to clash in a dramatic exchange of techniques. Hyun-sung clicked his tongue in frustration, seeing every one of his attacks get blocked. In contrast to his tension, Lucia maintained a calm expression with a confident smile on her face. 3 minutes passed. Hyun-sung started to pant, drenched in sweat, while his hand still gripped his weapon tightly. He wondered in astonishment, "Why is there such a huge difference?" Lucia calmly walked toward him, her expression unchanged. Realizing the gap between them was too wide, he bowed his head and admitted, "I lose." Lucia sheathed her sword and commented calmly, "I more or less expected this. But your proficiency is really quite low." Hyun-sung repeated questioningly, "Proficiency, I already know all the sword moves, but I never really thought about using them proficiently." Lucia explained that even though it doesn't appear on the status window in some ways, as proficiency is even more important than stats or skills. She stressed, "For a player's skills, whether passive or active, are powers that are acquired suddenly. So just knowing how to use them doesn't mean you've reached their limit." Hyun-sung was still curious, though. "But isn't the method for using them automatically ingrained in you?" Lucia asserted. "That alone isn't enough." She used the horse-riding skill as an example. "When you learn the skill, you can freely run, stop, and change direction while on horseback. But that doesn't mean you've mastered the skill of horse riding." She added, "Depending on your proficiency, your combat power can be worlds apart. Just because two people learn the same skill doesn't mean they can both unleash its power equally." Hyun-sung let out a surprised, "Oh," as he realized the problem. Seeing his expression, Lucia knew he understood her point. She continued, "This isn't just an issue for passive skills like swordsmanship knowledge. Even with the lightning system skills that you use as your main attacks, the difference in damage dealt to enemies based on your proficiency will be quite significant." Hyun-sung fell into deep thought, comparing it to playing video games. "Even when controlling a character with the same stats the way I use them and the way a professional gamer plays are worlds apart." "Proficiency," he said to himself. "Even though it's not recorded in the status window, it's definitely a factor that has a huge impact in a real fight." Hyun-sung looked at Lucia and asked tentatively,
Could you possibly help me improve my proficiency? Lucia smiled brightly and replied, If you'd like, I can help you anytime. He never expected this woman would be so enthusiastic about agreeing to teach him. A few months later, thanks to the diligent work of the high-rank hunters in the northern region, the threat of monster waves had gradually stabilized. However, in contrast to this newfound peace, the discontent among these hunters was growing higher than ever. The hunters from major guilds who had been dispatched to provide support were starting to slack off. Whenever they received orders to enter low-level dungeons, they would frequently go on strike or express their desire to return to the south. This situation caused the burden of clearing the low-level dungeons to fall squarely on the shoulders of the hunters belonging to the association. After some time, the people from the association couldn't stand it any longer either. They began to complain. Even though they were being paid double the combat allowance, the losses were still too great for them. They couldn't accumulate experience to level up, nor could they gather any items or valuable magic stones. The living conditions here were also extremely harsh. The lack of lodging facilities forced them to sleep in tents and sustain their energy with quick meals or dry rations to get through the day. As this situation dragged on for months, even the hunters affiliated with the association began to neglect their duties, their work. However, instead of joining that wave of strikes, there was one hunter who seemed more eager to hunt than ever before. While everyone else was resting, Hyun-sung would quietly shoulder his backpack and head out looking completely exhilarated. After a strenuous training session, Hyun-sung and Lucia sat down together to rest and have a meal. While eating, Lucia remarked with awe, "This world truly has a developed civilization. It's incredible. I'm starting to get used to this place and like it more now." Hyun-sung further explained that here, even normal people need an ID card to participate in economic activities. Hearing this, Lucia nodded in understanding. "So that's why you didn't call me outside of the dungeon." Hyun-sung looked at her calmly and continued, "Lucia, you are a player of the highest level. For players like that, nations conduct very strict background checks." Seeing Lucia hesitate a little, he smiled reassuringly. "For now, once our current work is finished, I'll find a way for you to live in South Korea. Getting an ID card and registering as a player is very important." Lucia smiled gently in response. "You can take your time, because I'm very happy with my life right now." She hesitated, mentioning the portrait photo on the ID card, then looked at Hyun-sung expectantly. "If I'm getting one anyway, it'd be better to have a youthful appearance, right?" This very feminine question surprised Hyun-sung for a moment. "What girl doesn't want to look her best, right? Hey. He burst out laughing in agreement. "You're right, getting it with a youthful appearance would be better." The two continued to chat cheerfully in the middle of the silent dungeon. Lucia's eyes showed clear relief and trust as she looked at her master. Lucia spoke hesitantly. "I think you should take it back now." Hyun-sung turned back, smiled and replied, "Just consider it tuition. You've taught me so many things after all." Lucia nodded with determination. "In that case, I'll teach you even more strictly." Hyun-sung calmly accepted. Anytime. The scene shifts to a cold, snowy mountain region at night, where a helicopter has just landed with a group of hunters gathered below. Hyun-sung, dressed in warm gear, slings his backpack and walks past a man busy on the phone. The man hurriedly speaks into the phone. "Wait a moment. Hello, I'm on a business trip right now." Standing right next to him, a mysterious hooded figure with sharp eyes thinks to himself, "Finally, I've got my chance." He seems very excited about this trip. He begins to radiate a dangerous, dark aura, while Hyun-sung silently walks forward, heading deep into the Rocky Mountain area. Hyun-sung suddenly stops short on high alert. His eyes narrow as he senses an invisible threat surrounding him. He is startled to realize, my wild instincts have been triggered. Who is it behind him? A mysterious black smoke is slowly closing in. Hyun-sung steps deeper into a dark cave, sensing the imminent danger. An enemy, he swallows nervously, telling himself, "For now, just deal with what's in front of me." Half-human, half-beast monsters begin to appear, growling menacingly. Facing the large creatures, Hyun-sung lets out a short breath and then grins with excitement. "Let's give this a try, shall we?" It's his first real fight since Lucia started teaching him swordsmanship. He quickly pulls a sharp weapon from his backpack. Standing before the pack of monsters poised to attack, he grips the weapon in his hand, exuding a powerful aura amidst brilliant purple flashes of light. After clearing out his targets, he picks up a sparkling blue mana stone and carefully stows it in his backpack. He opens a water bottle, takes a long drink to recover his strength, then opens his status window to check it.
Even though he's still at level 1 and has no profession, owning 164 titles makes him look clearly pleased, a proud achievement for a low-level person like him. Although tired, Hyun-sung tells himself he must keep pushing. Immediately, he senses a bloodlust and realizes an enemy is right near him. A huge monster roars and charges, but Hyun-sung swiftly swings his sword, finishing it in an instant. His eyes harden as he realizes the real threat is approaching. It's here. A mysterious dark figure moves with extreme speed right behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Hyun-sung gathers a brilliant, burning purple energy in his palm and launches a direct attack at the stranger. The explosion of power makes the attacker scream in pain. Looking closely at his opponent, Hyun-sung identifies him. An assassin class. He won't stop this game until he's killed me. He takes a stance, gripping his weapon, glowing with energy, ready to face the assassin who is slowly emerging from under a black cloak. The two rush at each other in a clashing of sparks in midair. After landing, Hyun-sung is stunned to see his opponent move unpredictably like a wisp of black smoke. He exclaims to himself, "So fast," and immediately spins around on guard. As the dark figure once again vanishes into thin air, the assassin grinds his teeth in astonishment. How did he know? He can't believe his movements were exposed so easily. Even though Hyun-sung currently has the upper hand in strength, he still silently assesses, "I'm clearly much stronger, but my opponent is too fast." Suddenly, the assassin appears right behind him, startling Hyun-sung. He has a movement skill, too, before he can react. A thick green smoke from the enemy's smoke bomb envelops him. Not only that, he has biological weapons, too. The system continuously issues a warning: you have been poisoned. Body functions will be paralyzed for 10 seconds. But just in the nick of time, the passive skill Book of Immortality automatically activates, neutralizing the poisoned status in an instant. From above, the enemy dives down to attack again, forcing him to quickly gather energy to counter. A brilliant purple explosion erupts, but the assassin quickly glides away like a ghost to evade it. Watching the opponent's elusive figure, Hyun-sung starts to feel the pressure. He's really fast. I can't land a slash, and my skills can't hit him either. The energy consumption is too great. If this battle of attrition continues, I'll soon be at a disadvantage. Hyun-sung contemplates grimly. In that case, he takes a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the sharp blade in his hand, reminding himself that this chance will only come once. He steels his resolve. There's only one chance. Can't afford any mistakes. After a continuous assault, the assassin is panting and drenched in sweat, realizing the situation is beyond his control. Hyun-sung is completely unscathed. He tells himself, "I have to get out of here now. This mission is a complete failure." He can't help but wonder in terror, what kind of person is this guy? He can't believe that someone who awakened less than a year ago could possess such overwhelming power. Although he flees with all his might, Hyun-sung sticks to him like a shadow. The terrified assassin curses inwardly. He's a real monster. Hyun-sung's sword slashes out continuously, forcing him to struggle desperately to defend himself. Hyun-sung's eyes are sharp as he asks coldly, trying to run away. Even as the assassin used every movement skill he had to escape, Hyun-sung easily kept up with his every move. Hyun-sung whispered, "Blink," and instantly teleported behind his opponent. He then unleashed a fatal blow, grievously wounding the enemy. The assassin collapsed in agony, completely unable to resist. Facing his defeated foe, Hyun-sung sheathed his sword. His eyes were cold as he looked down at the dying assassin. Hyun-sung gritted his teeth. "You bastard!" The assassin had lunged forward with terrifying speed, forcing him to exclaim, "So fast!" The sharp blade grazed Hyun-sung's neck, leaving a bleeding cut. In that same instant, giving his opponent no other chance, a massive explosion of violent purple energy erupted. The assassin let out a horrific scream amidst the destructive power. "Ah!" When the light faded, the attacker's body had completely vanished into thin air. Only flickering motes of light remained in the darkness. Hyun-sung was bewildered. From where the assassin had just vanished, a strange skill book slowly materialized. It was a hero-grade item called Veil of Night, capable of completely concealing the user's form sound and even their mana. He picked up the loot the killer left behind. He smiled, satisfied. "Nice." Right next to it, a short sword and a sparkling necklace also appeared. This guy was carrying a lot of good stuff. First, the short sword of the Dark Elf King with the ability to inflict poison, hemorrhage, and a terrifying curse. Next is the Grace of the Guardian accessory, which greatly increases the owner's skill resistance. The most special part is the passive skill, Protective Shield. It reduces incoming damage by 50% when hit by a critical strike. Hyun-sung nodded to himself. So that's why. However, his eyes hardened as a big question formed in his mind. But why was he targeting me? Hyun-sung squinted at the items he'd obtained. He reached out and activated the psychology skill. Immediately, a system notification popped up. Activation of the active skill has failed. Cannot view the past information of items imbued with dark mana. Hyun-sung clicked his tongue, admitting, of course it failed. He suddenly remembered something and thought to himself, first I should discuss this with Lucia. As soon as she was summoned, Lucia remarked, you called me a little later than usual. Hyun-sung was a bit flustered. Well, the thing is, the two of them sat down to discuss what had just happened. After listening, Lucia mused, I see. She asked, in this world, and is it rare to be attacked by other players? Hyun-sung explained, it's quite rare. Except for out-of-the-way places, players don't openly fight each other. He still couldn't help but wonder. But why would they target me? Lucia surmised, perhaps you unknowingly made an enemy. Or perhaps they're suspicious of how quickly your power is growing. They might want to find out your secret. A worried Hyun-sung asked, is this going to happen again? Lucia's gaze turned serious. If that man belonged to some organization, then the chances of you being targeted are very high. She analyzed, according to the rules of this world, if they can't strike in public, they'll surely choose a time when you're in a dungeon. That way your death would look perfectly natural. Therefore, you need to be extremely careful when hunting. Lucia added caringly, if you encounter a difficult enemy, summon me immediately. If you have enough accumulation points, you can also hire other mercenaries. Hyun-sung smiled in response. I understand. Night fell over the cold, snowy mountains. The helicopter had just left, leaving a lone Hyun-sung shouldering his backpack and heading deeper into the treacherous area. From a distance, a mysterious girl, clad in a black cloak, silently watched his retreating figure. She was shocked, wondering to herself, what is this? Did they not go through with the plan? Her face showed clear confusion as she saw the situation had developed unexpectedly. She began to follow him, whispering, Hunter's Eye, activating a special tracking skill. Let's see what happened. Why is he still moving? Her eyes glowed a mesmerizing crimson. She saw the residual traces of mana left on the ground. Warning signs appeared leading straight into the depths of a dark cave. She silently followed those trails of light. Entering the gloomy and cold space, she suddenly froze on high alert, sensing an unusual presence. The mysterious girl stopped at the scene just ahead, where a stream of red energy still lingered. She knelt, touched the ground, and thought to herself, this should be enough. Immediately, she activated the skill, Memory of the Earth. From the ground, gray phantoms began to rise, recreating the entire sequence of the battle that had just ended. She silently watched the figures, simulating every move made by Hyun-sung and the assassin. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed in utter disbelief. Before her, the reenactment showed the assassin using all his strength to flee. She blurted out, he's running away. Why would he need to run? But her surprise quickly turned to horror as she saw the memory of Hyun-sung catch up and deliver a finishing blow, completely disintegrating his opponent. The girl's eyes widened, her face a mask of shock as she witnessed the brutal scene. She trembled as she uttered the name Takahashi. She swallowed hard, her face pale as she was forced to accept the truth. He's dead.